Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket. We're back. It's day 2. It's India. It's Hyderabad. England are in all sorts of trouble, as they were all out for 246 yesterday, and India 119 for 1. The only wicket to fall was Rohit Sharma, trying to do what Jaiswal was doing, who batted superbly yesterday for his 76. Tom Hartley bowled pretty shit on his debut, got carted all around the place. Stokes, he was giving his head. There were a lot of complaints in the English press about they should have had a little bit of Joe Root at Jaiswal, which was what I was calling for quite a long time last night. And I think Rehan Ahmed was brought into the attack too late, but you could kind of see what he was trying to do. He was trying to give the young lad his head in his first test, but he got some tap. I am joined first up by the man in his weather cave from Perth. It's Messi Jez, who's following 2 tests as the West Indies battle it out in the Gabatoire at the same time. And all the way from Singapore, it's an Indo who we were chatting with.
Hello.
And I told him to save it just on air. Why should have they taken Hartley off? And the fact that we haven't got any spinners. Go, an Indo.
Morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the fact, or at least Ben Stokes agrees with the fact that you have no spinners. You've got 4 of them in the 11, for better or for worse. But I think the issue with Hartley was I understand completely what Ben Stokes was doing as a leader. You've got a young lad in there, first test match, Obviously, he's inexperienced, has hardly played any first-class cricket, and so you give him some space, you give him some time to figure out what's going on. But it's also the first morning of the first test match of a 5-test series in conditions which are hostile for English batsmen, and bowlers. I'm not sure that he should have been bowled for the length of time that he actually was, and I agree with you, bringing in Joe Root would have been a much better option at that point in time. Rehan, he was bowling reasonably well at the end, but he got 2 overs or something like that, right, at the end, 2 or 3 overs. So yeah, I think he was bowled too much, Hartley.
Yeah, that was my general feeling, but exactly that. I thought he tried to give him his head. I think he probably should have opened with Leach, to be fair. I think he was scared of Root getting taken by right-handers, although he would love to have let him loose at Jaiswal, but there was no guarantee that he wasn't going to get a single off the first ball of every over, and then Rohit would have had fun with Rooty as well. So I think that's why he didn't go that way, but he should have tried it later in the day. Certainly should have tried it before the end of the day's play. And I thought Leachy bowled but
I'm less generous than an Indo. I think it's disgrace this selection of a team without an opening pair. To put a debutant on who's bowled bugger all even in first class cricket is both unfair to him and crazy from England. I think the lunatics have taken over the asylum when it comes to selection. I understand the enthusiasm and the craziness is sometimes a great thing for England from McCallum and Stokes, but don't go full mad. You starting a test series, and it's as if you're going in saying, well, we've got no chance if we do this normally. Let's go completely off piste, not have an opening pair. Put in Mark Wood, who's bowled 2 overs out of the 23, and just throw this kid in the hope that something crazy happens. It failed miserably. I think it's appalling selection.
Well,
it's an indictment on the failure of English cricket.
Well, I'll say this. I think we scored more runs in this test than Australia scored in their first test in India. I do think our big problem, I don't mind the batting approach, and I think actually, as Andrew Miller pointed out yesterday, I think in one of the tests we scored half as many runs in 20 overs more. In Chennai in the second test we were all out for 119 in 20 overs more than we faced yesterday. So
I don't disagree about the batting, even though
although if you had,
but our bowling was always going to be the problem. We can't go in with a seam attack. There's no point. There's not seam wickets.
Point, if you had Ollie Robinson, he would probably have batted better than Ollie Pope. I'm sorry.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, that wouldn't have been hard.
I like Ollie Pope, but he is a bit.
I could have batted better than Ollie Pope.
Yeah, I know. I do like Ollie Pope, but he's a bit fucking frenetic. I mean, he scores so many runs in the county champ. He's a classic sort of Rampakash. He's done better than Rampakash, to be fair, but classic. Right, let's go some jingles as we're about to start. There's this guy.
He comes from Surya in Uttar Pradesh.
Weirdly, what we were calling for yesterday.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that.
First ball of the morning, round the wicket, and it's defended by Jaiswal. Back towards the bowler, no run.
So you finally got your best spinner bowling.
Well, 5 for 2 on the last tour, wasn't it?
Yeah. And Jack Leach was honestly, he was very lucky to get that wicket just because Rohit's head is not screwed on right for red ball cricket yet.
No, and I think he saw what Jaiswal was doing at the other end, who's come down the track. Oh, has he got enough of that? Oh, wow, if he had a long on. If he had a long on, he'd have been pouched, but they don't have a long on. And so he's gone straight over the top. Second ball in the morning, it's gone for 4. And Jaiswal just starts off where he was at the end of last night. Presumably he got rolled this morning. This pitch is probably, well, it can't get any better, one would have thought, for batting. It's only going to get worse. Break up.
It
Any?
did get better during the day, I think.
You think? I thought there was still capricious turn.
It got slower.
regularly.
I think the thing was, Ashwin was speaking at the end of the day's play, and on one thing he said made sense. He said the ball just getting slower and slower during the day, so it got easier to play spinners actually.
Yeah. Well, that one turns a little bit. It's flat as the dart, and it's defended off the outside half of the bat by Jaiswal. Out to the
But
offside.
especially
there's no
because, as far as the English batsmen are concerned, you've got Akshar and you've got Jadeja, who both dart the ball in, right?
Yeah.
So on a pitch which is getting slightly slower, it definitely becomes easier to bat.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of flight involved.
No.
In either, but I think that's exactly that. The pitches are slow and they're going to turn anyway. So you're hoping, and the turn is variable. Oh, he's out. He's gone. Jaiswal is out. Fourth ball of the morning. He's tried to hit Rooty over the top. He's mishit it, and Root has just jumped up, caught it on his follow through. What we called for last night has worked. Just 4 runs scored by Jaiswal this morning. He doesn't make 100. He's out for 80 or 74.
Make a century, yeah. Second
Well,
time.
it was almost England's best chance. He was going like a train last night. The break probably did England more of a favour than it did India, let's be honest. And we have to say goodbye to Jaiswal. Batted extraordinarily well, but he's gone.
On your bike, mate.
He played against the spin,
Yeah.
and hit the side of his bat, I think.
Exactly.
Really smart bowling from Root, though.
Oh yeah, very good bowling.
Well,
And I mean, that's what you need, is that experienced brain
Yeah.
delivering the ball.
well, this is
Been
the
there,
thing.
done that, yeah.
The only 2 spinners in this English attack have bowled in India are Root and Leach. I mean, there's one theory that they should just pick one other spinner and use Root as a third. But I do think Root will be genuinely ineffective against a lot of right-handers. That's the problem, and that's why I think they tried to go in with 2 lefties. They've tried to match India, basically, haven't they? Except for
Well,
Weeper.
India has 2 lefties.
Yeah.
I've just realised who actually took that wicket. 3 minutes ago on YouTube, Shelley checked in and said, "Morning,
of course.
Gorillas."
You want her off, and
Can we block Shelley, please?
no. we desperately need Shelley.
Shelley needs to be permanently blocked.
No.
But Shelley, even if what's his name, Bashir gets his got his visa, Shelley's not going to get one. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't really see him getting a game. Next man in is near the crease. This guy.
Well, this man and the next man and the man after that and the man after that, they all know how to play spin. So
Yeah. Well, Root's going to continue around the wicket to Rahul. And this is where you should probably change up and get... Well, I imagine Leach should start at the other end for me. One is across. Rahul doesn't turn very much. And it's just defended square on the offside and there's no run. Yeah, just bit of it, didn't it? Just turned right at the end.
yeah,
And he wasn't at the pitch of the ball that allowed it to catch the outside half of the bat and straight back to the bowler. Got to take wickets in clumps, I think, in India as well. It's difficult to start, but as you say, if the pitch is quite slow and you're good at playing spin and you get in, I think you can play it. Starting is the hardest bit. Around the wicket, Root. Oh, that goes across KL Rahul. Not sure if it caught on the edge. Root seems to think so. He's got hands on his head. It's gone through the gloves of Folks. Bounced off of Slip,
bye. It's a bye.
Was it a bye? Was that Crawley? And 1 is added to the score. 124 for 2 at the end of the first over. Well bowled, Rooty. Over to you, Messi.
Yeah, we got a little company from David Barrett, who says he's stripped to the waist, lubed up, wearing a Barticket hat in the fountain at Piccadilly Circus. Go harder!
It'll be quite chilly if
Hey,
you're
but it's
lubed up
a
at
hell of
Piccadilly. Where are you, Dave? You keep sending sunny pictures of cricket grounds. Are you out in...
He's in South Africa.
Oh. watching the SA20.
Leah's with us this morning all, to which Mog says it's middle of the afternoon, chaps. Shelley, as I said good morning all. Jonathan Perry says, good evening, grillers from Mexico. I must say, Messrs is looking very Edward the Seventh with his beard. Terribly distinguished. Thanks a lot for the coverage, as always. And Shelley says, there goes a wicket, my morning karma.
Absolutely. Well done, Shelley, is all I can say. Right, at the other end, it is going to be the man we were talking about.
Shut up, Tom Hartley again. You give spinners a bad name.
Yeah. He bowled all right. Yeah, the last 3 overs he bowled. First 5 were pretty shit. I mean, part of the problem, isn't it, for the spinners, if you have bowled in India, you've got to find the length. This is much about finding the length as anything else in India.
I was reading an interview Hartley gave before the match or before the series. It's hilarious.
That one's full and on leg stump, and KL just clips it straight to square leg, no run. What was
He basically says, I've never been to India, but I know those pitches, and all you got to do is show up and pitch the ball, and the pitch will do the rest.
Ooh, well, that shouldn't have been given as a bye, it looks like, in the last over. There's a little nick from KL Rahul. The next ball is just defended back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Root was right.
Yeah. But we haven't got any reviews left anyway, so we burnt them all in 13 overs like fucking idiots. 2 of them were appalling. The one against Shubman Gill, I don't know how it wasn't hitting stumps, and I can completely understand why they reviewed that one, but
Yeah, that was fair enough.
the other 2 were, nah. Well, maybe with the strangle, because you never quite know. Hartley bowls that. That's a decent length, decent pace, and it's defended by KL Rahul. There's no run. As much as in anything else as well, if England, with Jaisal not there, and if these 2 aren't going to take the chances, at least it can slow the run rate down and get some rhythm going.
Well, Rahul's not going to be in a hurry. He's never in a hurry.
No, that's what I mean.
Problems in white ball cricket.
Yeah, and Shubman Gill didn't look like he was going to be in a hurry yesterday. He's in a bit of a precarious position, isn't he, Shubman, really? Ooh.
He shouldn't be, but nah.
That's
it's going down.
Yeah, it's gone on, hasn't turned and gone on to hit the pad of KL Rahul. There's a peel, but for me it was shoving, going down leg side, maybe clipping leg stump, but England don't have any reviews anyway, so it doesn't matter. We're back to playing old school cricket from 20 years ago.
I wonder how the umpire feels in those circumstances. It feels more pressure than otherwise.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because normally exactly that, you can give it not out knowing that they'll review
Or
it.
more relief.
Well, you can't be questioned.
you
That's
can't be
right.
proved
Well, the thing is, ooh,
Well, you can,
you will be questioned by the TV. That's the thing. That one is a little inside edge. It's aerial for a little while, but there's no leg slip. There's I think Ben Stokes intimates now. Might have gone to them. There's no run. I find it interesting that he's constantly bowling Tom Hartley before Leach.
Yeah.
Who's your most experienced spinner? I do find it a bit weird.
I'd love to see
Rahul-
Leach toss it up a bit too.
Rahul's not the greatest player of spin anyway. It's the people who come after him who are better. So I don't think he's reading anything.
Yeah. On the back foot goes KL Rahul, punches that out to the deep cover, and there's a single. He could drag back his run rate here to about 4 and look reasonable instead of 6. At one point he was going about 8 and over, wasn't he?
They're right in the beginning, I think.
I like the stadium. It's a nice stadium at Hyderabad.
Yeah.
It is. It's a good size too, 40,000. You know, it's not.
Yeah, it's not too big.
Yeah, it's about a mid-sized stadium in India.
Yeah.
Mayank says with Jaiswal, that should start the collapse. 2-day tests still on.
I don't think it's going to much beyond 3. It might make it into a 4th day. Kind of depends how this innings goes, really, doesn't it? Because even if India got quickly to England's score, you can't imagine England being there for much more than they were 60 overs. Probably with the spinning, the turning wicket, another 45 overs. Maybe England will last in the second innings. Routes around the wickets to KL Rahul. Shubman Gill's yet to face a ball this morning, and that's defended to Sudhir Midon under no run, which means India will have and if England bat for 40 overs, they might score 160 in their second innings. So it'll depend how many India get. They'll either need 160 or a little bit more if they collapse, or they'll need 80.
Kiwi by Day's got a message for you there. He says, before all the English gorillas start complaining about the time zones making it difficult, I'll stop.
That one, Carroll comes down the track, bunts it straight to an on Hayden, who then wildly throws it at Ben Folkes, even though he's only about 15 yards away, and nearly throws it past him.
He says, it occurs to me that the English have only themselves to blame for the time zones. You could have been more thoughtful about the countries you colonised.
Well, there is that, I suppose. But we did colonise nearly everything, as that's played out to the covers, and there's no run. Was it someone
it was
mentioned?
well beyond caring about time zones at that point.
Yeah. I think if you look on Wikipedia or something, so it may not be entirely correct, but at some point or another, we've basically we're in control of something like 96% of the world's landmass.
And I guess the arrogance of having that is that you probably think you can set your own time.
Well, it's quite funny actually. That's funny, maybe not. Clipped into the leg side. There's no run. There's been a lot of historical programs on at the moment. Like there was one. I mean, there was one about it's quite boring, but it was British airliners that I just happened to Britain's Rules the Skies. It was that's padded out square on the leg side, and it was about when post-war period, and it just had all these fucking historical newsreels of all these typical. I mean, if you imagine England in the 1940s, down the track comes Gill and blocks it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And it was just these old duffers in jackets smoking fucking pipes with really posh accents, and it's just like, Christ, talking about the Commonwealth and designing planes because we needed planes for short runways because we had all these colonial places and you couldn't get an airliner in and shit like that. It's like, fuck me, it's a completely different world, and it's only 60, 70 years ago. But
when I was born.
I mean, I kind of remember when Rhodesia became Zimbabwe and we got booted out of there in the late 70s. I was probably I was 9 or 8 or something. Yeah. But that's a world away. I can't imagine being. Ugh.
Yeah, it's a completely different world.
But the arrogance.
It's fascinating. Some of it.
It's the arrogance that goes with that sort of thing. Morning, Tone. He's made it in. We've got Jaiswal out. Defended into the offside, and there is no run.
No, you didn't. Shelley got Jaiswal out.
Well, maybe. Yeah. Shelley and Rooty, our star bowler.
And the resentment that's caused by that arrogance, that's the other thing.
Well, of course.
Lasting.
Not surprising. I thought you weren't coming in till 5. Maybe there's no traffic on the road, so Tony probably misjudged it a little bit.
He's ahead of himself.
Yeah, that's defended up to mid-on by Shubman Gill. Was it Gill?
Well,
no, it was Carroll.
Gill. So Gill was doing exactly what he did when he ran Rohit Sharma out the other day in the T20, I think. He was ball watching again, and I think Rahul just screamed at him, "Fuck you, run," or something to that effect.
Yeah, do you think his place is up for grabs in this test side?
I don't think so. I don't think so at the moment, because I think he's very much the future at this position. But it's just he does need to get some good scores in.
Hartley bowls. It was much better this morning. He's settled in. He's got a little bit of a loop. Bowling not quite as fast, and Gill just props forward and defends, no run. I mean, it is hard as a spinner, isn't it, when someone's coming at you like that anyway. You much prefer, that's what I was saying, you prefer to get into a rhythm, get into a line and length. That's what your data judge. That's defended once more, out to that very short cover, no run.
I did notice that Gary Naylor mentioned Callum Parkinson being part of the England Lions yesterday. I noticed he took none for 128 at 5.5 and over against India A yesterday.
Well, there you go.
Well, I think there were 2 centuries by 2 Indian batsmen who basically are in the running for the Test squad. Devdutt Padikkal and Sarfaraz Khan.
Last ball's just defended once more. by Shubman Gill.
And one of them, who scored in a century in the previous test, is already in the squad now. Rajat Patidar.
I don't know, someone's screaming something there. Wasn't it? I thought I heard some shouting next door. I don't know what's going on. Hartley bowls. And that's defended once more, just out on the leg side, and there's no run. 127 for 2 after 27. Over to you, Missy.
Dave Barrett's got the solution. He said, my considered opinion is dump Pope, Stokes at 3, fly in Will Jacks at 6, play Robinson and Jimmy, and put one of the child spinners in the naughty corner. And Mayank's been taking his grumpy pills today, I think. He says, not playing Leach is good. I don't know why, but I fucking hate his stupid face. He looks like a bobblehead to me. His bald head is 2 sizes too big. Really?
Mayank, what the hell is wrong with you? Leach is great, mate.
His Indian cricket grounds are so ugly to me.
Keep
it's
saying
just massive circular cement block stadiums filled with ugly advert boards all over. I think, Mayank, you need to go back to have a little rest, have a drink, and come back when you're feeling better.
That's defended by Rahul. That's a short leg, no run. Leach is the English Nathan Lyon, man. I'm telling you. I've been telling you for years. None of you believe me, but it's true.
He's what?
The English Nathan Lyon.
Yeah,
He will develop because he's the only spinner that we have. In the same
so
way.
He's not. He is not.
Well, I'll give you my reasonings as
Unless
I always
you've got
do.
very low standards.
No, punched out into the offside, out towards the point boundary. They'll get back for 2. There's no one out there. Rehan Ahmed chases it down. No, Nathan Lyon wasn't a great. I think as a spinner with a nation like us or Australia, where you don't really have spinners, and if you find one and you can keep them going in a test side, they learn the game on the job basically because they have to. And if they're already good, they'll stay there. And if you look at Nathan Lyon's stats and Leach's stats, and Leach has now played a fair number of tests, 30 odd or something, they're not that different, really not. Roots. There's a horrible ball down the leg side, but Carroll.
It's a horrible.
It was a horrible shot. Yeah, Carroll has kind of advanced too early. I think Rooty saw him coming, shoved it down the leg side, and he had to turn his bat to try and stop it from going down the leg side, which was often a possible
And it
stumping.
could have easily been spooned up to Root.
Yeah, got a leading edge, but fortunately it only went about 3 yards down a pitch instead of popping back up to the bowler. That's down leg side. That's a poor ball. But there is a man on cover, so it'll only be a single. Down to Woody, down at deep square leg, who thinks, what the fuck am I doing out here? I get to bowl 2 overs an innings? What the fuck?
Well, which is why having the second pacer may not have helped either.
Well, yeah, but I mean...
If that's what you're going to do.
I mean, I think last time we were over there, there wasn't much in it. I mean, if you got Boomer, it's different. I mean, that ball that got Stokesy out was outrageous.
Yeah. Love the look
back down the track. So, well, it just went.
Yeah.
It fucking went a mile off the pitch. Completely stuffed him. Rahul is smiling as Root comes in. Next ball, it's up in the air. Is it out? Is there anyone underneath it? No, there isn't anyone underneath it. It's landed.
I mean, he's
where a halfway mid-on would have been to the boundary, but it's landed in no man's land.
It's just very.
He'll get back for 2.
Very good.
Well, are they trying to match England? A lot of teams do, and that's when
Yeah, but you've got to have the ability to do that, like Jaspal did, right?
Yeah.
So there's lots of chat on YouTube. Markley's with us. Says Wolf morning
That was
primates
you.
can't sleep. So I'm tuning in to hang out with you lot. Love and sausages. And Leah says, I think the Weather Cave joke would be much funnier if Messrs lived in Kubapedi. God, I can't imagine living in Kubapedi, which is in the middle of South Australian desert, and people live underground. I think the series is the make or break one for Gill, she says. He averages 31 for his career. He needs some really good scores in the first 2 tests before Kohli comes back. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Everything okay at Gorilla Tires? I heard the shouting too, says Muttley.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. That's driven nicely by KO Rahul this time. Mid-on is, well, very wide, and that was very straight. And so, I think that's first of the morning. No, it's not. Of course it's not. It's hit out to long on for 4 runs by KO Rahul.
We're now showing the replay of that terrible shot from Gill.
Yeah, and Stokesy saying, Rooty, why did you want me out this way? But Stokesy, you're the captain. You can go where you like. Or maybe he just lost it. And maybe he just didn't see it. That's floated up, driven, straight again. What? Yeah, mid-on's too wide, so that's 2 in a row, 4 more.
2 plus 2 is our man.
And India move on to 140 for 2. Still trail by 106, 104 even. Nice shot, 2 full from Hartley.
Mock says, with that declaration about Leach, the pair has revealed he smoked some heavy doobies already today.
No, man, I've been saying it for years.
Yes, that's true.
Hartley, that's a better ball. Turns, but a bit too short this time. And KO Rahul was able to go on the back foot, push it out the offside for a single.
I think one of the things about Nathan Lyon that's underappreciated is the fact that he's been able to bowl as part of an amazing full-prong attack
Totally.
consistently over a long period of time.
I think the Aussies do a better job with him than England does with spinners.
Yeah, they generally do. That's defended up to very well off Hayden, and there is no run. Yeah, I
there
mean,
were far more spinners in. I mean, you guys would know this, but better than me. But 70s, 80s, 90s, I guess England would have had far more spinners than they do today in the county championship. Right?
well, yeah. It's defended by Shubman Gill, no run.
I mean,
Well,
whether
it
domestic
was helped them-
or foreign spinners.
Yeah. But, I mean, it certainly was helped when you'd played 28 county championship games over the course of the year.
Yeah, and
right through the year.
uncovered
And
wi-
obviously,
uncovered pitches
Yeah.
years ago as well would have, really helped. That's defended up to off Hayden again. And it's no run for Shubman Gill.
When did they start covering pitches? Sorry, we can come back after Messi gives the socials.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for Twitter. Mayank says it's 11:15 p.m. here. I fell asleep on the couch watching cricket all night, so maybe that's why I'm a bit grumpy. As long as Djokovic loses in the semis to Sinner, I'll be much more chipper. Loving the coverage, though. Keep up the great work through the night. Thanks, Mayank. I think your chances of Sinner beating Djokovic slim.
Slim to nothing. Well, not
No,
nothing.
Sinner's a good player.
He is. But he's
But-
going
but
through.
leading Djokovic doesn't mean anything.
Djokovic has won the Australian Open 10 times, and he's going to make it 11-0.
I think he's going to win it 5 more times. But he's done.
When's he going to retire, man? That's defended by KO Rahul to short leg.
I think
no
when
run.
he's your age.
Well, he seems to be. I mean, he's 36 now.
Yeah.
I
What do you
mean,
wish you
not old.
looked like? You looked and felt like him at 33.
well, I mean, look at his
He's
contemporary.
less than half my age. there.
Oh, that's might have been an inside edge onto pad, but it didn't carry to Ollie Pope at short leg. I mean,
Sinner's up 1 set. Yeah.
oh, okay,
Is he?
6-1.
6-1.
All right.
Well, he's Sinner, that big, really tall dude who's got a massive serve.
Yep. That's it.
He's American, isn't he, Sinner?
No.
No. That's down leg side, swept. Past the man on a 45, and there's no one behind him. And it's going to be. This is a weird.
He's Italian, I think.
Okay, 4 runs.
It's Nissan Shi.
I'd be tempted to take Root out of the attack after this over and go to Leach. Let the lefties.
He's done his job.
Yeah, exactly. He has done his job. I don't think it's.
I'd be inclined just to give Wood a couple of overs.
Yeah, possibly. That's true. We got options. Might as well use them.
Yeah. Because I mean, the ball's still only 30 overs old.
Yeah. Why are you making him go finer? That's just gone squarer. Is that Crawley down there, I think, at long leg / fine leg? There's a lot of yapping going on about one field plating.
Bear, can you let Krish in, please?
I let him in ages ago. That's not. That's
oh,
old.
Sorry, I just saw an email from him. Sorry.
Root.
Missy Ahmed.
Kyle Rahul says something about people behind the bowler's arms, just as Root was about to deliver that ball. That's Hartley down at the man on the 45, and now he, after moving around, he ended up roughly where he was before. Root comes in, third ball the over, round the wicket to Kyle Rahul. Just don't like this line particularly. It's difficult to get wickets, I think. The pitch isn't. There's not massive turn still, is there? I mean, the old one goes a long way.
No. Yeah.
But it's still reasonable to bat on, I think. Next ball goes across Rahul, but it's too short. He's able to go back and just push it out to cover.
I think the
There's
first
no
one to figure out how best to bat on this pitch was Johnny Bairstow. I think he was doing a really good job.
Yeah.
Right back to the stumps and
Root wangs that in flat and fast. But too short, and Rahul just goes back, plays it out to mid wicket. No run, end of the over, 30 gone, 145 for 2.
So Leah has an answer for us. Thanks, Leah. She said they started to cover the pitches at least partially in the 1930s, if Wisdom is to be believed. The modern practice started in the 70s, I think.
Yeah,
I was talking more about county cricket. I was asking more about in the counties.
Nitin Bajaj says, morning folks, Jaiswal gone, doomed. Great day for cricket, public holiday today, full house on. Are you at the game again, Nitin? Of course, it's India's, what is it, the 75th anniversary?
Right, it's the Republic Day of the Republic.
Yeah.
Right, well, 1950, so 75th, I guess.
Are you at the game, Nitin, again?
No, Shubman Gill is going to continue facing up to Hartley. It's too full, just worked into the leg side. Mid wicket, can't get across to field it, and it'll be a single to him. And Hartley has definitely settled into his game a little bit better today. Well, he's been allowed to, really, I suppose. The batsmen haven't come after him in the way that Jaiswal did yesterday morning. And, you know, there's been some chances this morning. Instead of fielders in the right bloody place, instead of too wide.
That's cricket.
Well, that is cricket, I know, but I mean, a couple of those ones were ballooned up, and wouldn't have been.
Miraculously had fielders every time the ball.
Yeah, all right. Well, it's fucking early. Shut up. Played out to mid wicket, quite ristily by KL Rahul, trying to whip it into the leg side, but can only hit wide mid on. He's on 19 off 27. Shubman Gill is 17 off 56. Hartley has just defended out to the offside. They'll go through for a quick single. And another poor throw from 10 yards means that Folks takes the bails off and palms it out towards mid wicket. India closing in on 140.
Aren't we?
Huh?
Yeah.
We'll change at the end of the 7. Is Jacob in the waiting room?
He is. He has just arrived. Yeah, it was a poor throw. Who was that? Duckett.
I think the bails went off with his pad.
Yeah. That's clipped out into the leg side, where Stokes fields. And it'll just be the single. Another fucking terrible throw. What's going on? There's a wicket keeper. You do this all the time. They probably practice it a couple of hours a day.
Yeah, they're all over the place as far as the throws are concerned.
I'm advocating a change in the bowling. I'm Rehan Ahmed might be worth a little go as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right change to make at this point.
Hartley around the wicket. 2 flat cuts, missed into the gloves of Folks. One of those ones that.
Sorry, Nitin Bajaj is in Clover. He said, yes, I'm at the game. Some advantages of being VVS Laxman's former neighbour. I scored access to some la-di-da hospitality box with a local cricket association. Grand Poobah. This is the way to watch, to be honest. Yeah, it's not too hard, is it?
No, it is the way to watch. Around the wicket, Hartley tosses it up, comes forward. Does KL Rahul just knocks it square in front of point. Rehan Ahmed is fielding, and they'll get through for another single. It's all a bit of a lull. That's the end of the over. Time for a change.
Okay. You're on tweets. We're up to date on tweets.
Oh yeah, I'm on tweets. That's true. And we're joined by Krishna. Morning.
Hi.
And Jacob.
Hello from Melbourne.
Hello from Melbourne. God, it's daytime in Melbourne.
It is. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. I've just had my cup of masala chai.
Nice.
And nice and sunny.
Cool. And good morning to you, Jacob. How are you?
I'm well. I'm in North London. It's dark, it's cold, it's wet, and I have to go to work soon.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I have not had a cup of tea yet. So the complete contrast to Krishna's day. Hello, Krishna.
Yeah.
Hi, Jacob. I haven't spoken to you before, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And I imagine it's about 30 degrees in Melbourne, isn't it? Or more?
No, today's quite pleasant. It's 23, 24.
Oh, that's
A
perfect.
little bit of cloud cover. So it's pretty cool for the tennis players, actually.
Yeah.
I think you just heard the score was 6-1 in the first set.
That's tops off weather in round our way there, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good temperature.
They've made a bowling change, but in my opinion, they've changed the wrong man for the wrong man. It's Leach replacing Root.
No, I'd have taken Root out of the attack, but let's give him a jingle. And then I'm going to go and make a coffee whilst you describe the first over.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach.
My uncle said on Twitter he looks like a bobblehead.
On Jack Leach.
And here is Jack Leach. So for now, unless Hartley's changed next over, we've got 2 left-arm spinners operating two right-handers. This is kind of the plan that England were going for with this attack, although obviously Hartley's been battered about a bit. But here comes Leach, floats one up, and that's driven nicely by Rahul. It'll beat the field and go out to the man at deep point, who is Ben Duckett. He'll throw it back into Ben Folks, and that was actually quite a decent throw this time, as opposed to some of the absolute dreck that Folks has had to be dealing with in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him actually. The fielding's been pretty woeful, the throwing anyway.
Although he did put one down, so he deserves it, obviously. And they just got a single, so Gill's on strike. That's a full toss from Jack Leach. That's a real loosener, and Gill treats it with all the disdain and disrespect that it deserves, whips it into the leg side, and it'll run away for 4. The bear is coffeeing, so we do not have a 4 jingle. So Ichni Sanshi. There we go. That's your 4 jingle.
So that ball that he dropped would have been not out because they'd run out of reviews,
Umpire gave byes.
and the umpire called it byes, so he didn't pick up the edge.
This is true, and it's a source of deep frustration in Gorilla Towers, I have no doubt. So here comes Leach again. That's a little shorter and better. Gill just propped forward in defence. A little slower from Leach. That was 86.1 miles an hour. Hartley's been operating up around the kilometres per hour. Sorry, Hartley's been operating around the 90. 86 miles per hour from Jack Leach. That would be impressive, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That's driven by Gill, but he'll only find the man at... Oh, God, they went for a single there. It was a bit tight, actually, but a better throw might have had... Not quite them in trouble, but a little more jeopardy there. They went for a single and got through, even though it went directly to the man at sort of a deeper mid-off.
Question for you, gentlemen. If Harry Brook hadn't returned home, I assume he would have played. Who would have been kept out of the England team?
Well, that's a tricky one, isn't it? I think
the answer is we don't know, and we're not meant to ask.
exactly. It would for me. It's a choice between Brook and Bairstow with what you've got out there, facilities-wise.
Shorter from Leach, back cut by Rahul, extra man again at deep point. They'll take a much more comfortable single this time, and throws back in, folks. Both batsmen are on 23. Gill 23 off 60. KL Rahul 23 off 32. So Gill the more watchful of the pair. India only trailing by 90 runs, as they're 156 for 2. And England will want the wickets to start falling soon, but that's a little shorter and cropped forward in defence from Gill. Again, slower from Leach, 85.4 kilometres an hour. And a little bit of turn, but we haven't really seen any of the England spinners spin one big yet in the way that Ashwin and Jadeja and even Akshar Patel were doing the other day, as that's the end of the over, 156 for 2. And we
That's
throw
how
it to the
the TalkSport commentators were lamenting yesterday evening how English spinners weren't able to turn the ball as much as the Indian spinners, for whatever reason, I don't know.
Well, weirdly, when they had the graphic up, yeah, Jadeja and Ashwin have turned it more, but both English spinners have been turning it more than Akshar Patel. I think the old one grips. I think. Well, I was just wondering now, do they roll the pitch for the morning?
They do, and apparently
Yeah,
they
they do,
do
yeah.
down for the first sort of half an hour. So hopefully for England,
Exactly. I mean, I imagine
England
that
start to
keeps it
go-
quite flat for a while, and once that eases off.
Yeah, only a day 2 pitch here, but as we saw last time out in India, that is no guarantee that it won't turn at 90 degrees.
I mean, yesterday was an excellent day, though. 350 plus runs and 11 wickets.
Yep.
I mean, that's a great day.
Yeah,
for Test cricket.
it's a very good pitch this time. In fact, as Hartley's in and just fires one in towards the pads, that's going well down the leg side. But Rahul just gets forward and defends it. They've got the run rate for this morning up above 4 now. And last check it was about 3.7. So I'm not sure about this with Hartley. I mean, Ben Stokes obviously persevering with him. It would have been awkward if he'd got a wicket there as Rahul defends. But he has, you know, I understand trying to instill confidence in him. He's not bowled well. It's not just been a case of excellent batsmen taking him down, although there has been a bit of that. Sometimes he has just bowled badly.
Yeah, I think part of that is when when a batter is attacking you, it's you know, you keep changing your length, and the batsman does get on top of you. He's certainly settled better this morning.
Again,
Yeah, it might be heresy.
Rahul.
Might be heresy talking to two Englishmen, but is there a little bit of ego involved with Ben Stokes here?
Probably.
quite possibly. It's, you know, I've picked this lad and
Exactly.
got to carry on with him. But I mean, it just seems like yes, they picked him to be a sort of Akshar Patel figure, but it kind of seems like he's just firing them in, not getting much out of the surface, and hovering around the same speed most of the time. As that beats diving Ben Duckett at short cover, and they get through for a single as it's mopped up in the deep.
And the funny thing is, if you look at the Indian, the way they use their bowlers, Akshar Patel bowls the least out of their spinners. It's mainly Ashwin and Jadeja.
Because someone like Akshar and probably someone like Hartley do the best when the pitch is turning huge.
Yeah.
When it's really, really turning.
Second
And that's
innings,
massive turn.
second innings going to be more effective when the pitch is broken up, assuming it goes long enough.
As Rahul, as Gill this time, sorry, falling in defence. Yeah, absolutely. That's probably his best chance, and yet he's the English spinner getting through the most work. And I think we've only seen one over of Rehan Ahmed so far, and that was last night, right at the back end of a testing time for England.
And there's a whole day ahead, but I'd have changed it up a little bit probably.
Another defensive shot from Shubman Gill. And that's the end of the over. Just one from it. 157 for 2.
Right. We have a couple of tweets, or no, not tweets anymore, they're X's now. Josie X says, morning all, what shit show will we get today? I don't know, Josie. We got the early wicket at Gilesville, which slowed things down a little. Gives us some time to settle in. Tom M says, Brock could have had Pope's spot. I can't remember the last time Pope looked good against a team that isn't called Ireland. He did alright in the Ashes, to be fair, until he got injured.
He does seem to have this thing with spin, though.
Yeah.
He immediately becomes just... cat on a hot tin roof doesn't quite do it justice. It's a very boiling tin roof. It's
he's very frenetic when he first comes in. And to answer your question from earlier, Krishna, that problem was solved by Brook going away, because certainly at the start of the series, if they were going to play Pope, it was a choice between Brook and Bairstow if Folkes was going to keep.
So that's defended by Rahul.
So I thought the choice was between Bairstow and Folk, and if Folk went, then they would use Bairstow to keep again. But maybe they're not going to go that way.
No,
anymore.
It's an easy decision in England because keeper doesn't have to be as good. But if you're going to be on spinning, turning tracks, you really can't have Bairstow as your keeper. It's going to cost you too many chances.
Another defence from Rahul, and yeah, you can imagine that drop catch earlier. The discourse that would have been around it had that been Bairstow rather than Folkes. You know, for Folkes this is an aberration. For Bairstow, we've seen him drop, 8. I think it was 7 or 8 in the first few Ashes tests, and a narrative has developed around him that he doesn't take these sorts of chances, especially up to the stumps. As that has popped up, but I think it's just bat into the turf and then it's popped back up. No.
Follow-up question on Folkes: is he expected back in India later in the series?
He's a pretty good bat. He's not Bazball. He's not a classic Bazball player, but he's got a couple of test tons, I think.
As that's tucked into the leg side for a single. So did you say was Folkes expected to bat, or was Brook expected back?
No, I framed my question very badly. I meant, is Harry Brook expected back in India later in the series?
They ruled him out for the series, didn't they?
Although I did read that if he wanted to come back, there was the opportunity to go back. But at 6 weeks, I mean, the thing is, no one really knows what's going on, do they?
I seem to remember when they made the announcement, they said he was out for the series, as that's defended by Gill. Whereas when the announcement came about Kohli, I think they explicitly said he was just missing the first 2.
Yep.
And then on the English side, when it was about Bashir and the visa, they said he was missing just the first one. So
yeah.
If they say he's out for the series, I imagine that means he's not coming back unless he really wants to. As Gill flicks that into the leg side, but only far enough to find mid-wicket. No run to end the over, just another single from that one. 158 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd have done something stupid, they'd have told us and he'd have been sent home, not gone home for family reasons, wouldn't he? So there's obviously some illness that's cropped up in his family somewhere, you can only imagine, that's unexpected and sudden.
And of course, if that is the case, we Harry Brook the best, and indeed Virat Kohli, who is out of these first 2 tests in similarly undisclosed personal circumstances.
I thought they said it was his mum, didn't they? I think it's his mum is ill.
We're now getting Ravi Shastri on spin on the TNT coverage. Wasn't he a pace bowler, Ravi Shastri?
Yeah,
no, he's a spin bowler, left arm spinner, just like Hartley. What I've seen so far from Hartley, he reminds me very much of Ashton Agar from the Australian team. He just is not, Ashton Agar is not a test player. Hopefully Hartley turns out to be one.
I don't think he will.
As he's in, and that's off the back foot, but only as far as short point from Rahul, and no run. Yeah, it'll be interesting especially if he doesn't come good in the second innings. If they continue with this 3-spinner policy, did they bring in a second seamer, or did they bring in Shoaib Bashir for the next Test match? He is now available.
I see.
As that's fired in again from Hartley, and I think it just beats the inside edge of Russell's bat and maybe goes edge onto pad and just out into the leg side, but no danger of anything there.
Or maybe you do get the second seamer in and you decide that you're going to actually use root as your third. I don't think you need 4 spinners, and if you're going to use root effectively, and it's a reasonably effective spinner against the left-handers and they've only got 2, then you go down to 2 frontline spinners and get an extra seamer in.
Right. Yeah, I've never seen Root bowl badly, so as a third spinner, I think he would be fine.
Yeah, he's limited, but he's effective. Gets wickets, so why not use him? You know.
You must never forget the 5 for 8 out here last time.
Well, exactly.
The KL Rahul just props forward and defends that one, and we must never let anyone else forget either. There.
Well, no, there's always. Yeah, but it's what Michael Clark had something stupid like 5 for 14 out there. Alan Border
6 for 9.
Alan Border had some stupid figures out there. You know, I mean, there's always. This is it. If the wickets are conducive and you can put it on a spot, you can have a day.
And here comes Hartley, and that's just played out nicely into the leg side. They go for a quick single, but the fielder is sufficiently pushed back that they make it quite comfortably, and they get through for that one. As we're having another look, replay now on the Ashwin dismissal of Mark Wood.
See, the hardest thing. The hardest thing is getting the revs on the ball to get it to be able to drop, and finding the length in India, because the pitches are slow. So you over pitch it, it's too easy. Pitch it too short, it's very easy for a batsman at this level just to go on a back foot and play it. So you've got to get the length right. And I think England are not doing that. I think they're dragging them when they're dragging them forward. It's too full, and if they put it short, they're getting hit. That's whipped into the leg side. He's out.
He's got him.
Wait, oh,
He's got
Christ.
him.
Yes. Shipman, I thought he'd hit.
Gill.
I thought he'd hit that into the ground, and he'd just been fielded at mid wicket.
And that's a first wicket in Test cricket for Tom Hartley.
There we go. He's going to get 5 for 8 now.
Yeah. You'll put him at 5 for 88 there.
Well, yeah. Well, eventually, but yeah. Let's have a look at that. Oh God, yeah. He's just dug it out.
The blue and tried to whip it very forcefully into the leg side, really kind of helicopterish, and it's just gone directly to the right hand of Ben Duckett. He just had to take a step to his right, reach out and take it, and it's gone.
Indeed. Let's give him a jingle.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
I mean, congratulations to Hartley. Shubman Gill turning out to be a bit of an enigma when it comes to Test cricket. He's averaging less than 30 after 20-odd tests, but he's so pleasing to the eye, and his one-day white ball form is just amazing.
I remember when he first kind of came into the team as an opener, and he got completely cleaned up by Mitchell Starc a couple of times in Australia. Back on that famous tour when India, with their
third 11
reduced
won the
team,
yeah.
we do not wish to heap misery upon our Australian fans and say it was the third string team, but a team missing a few of its stars, and yeah, he didn't always do the best on that tour, and I seem to remember Mitchell Starc very dramatically going through the gate with a pink ball, as Mitchell Starc often does and is doing to the West Indies.
Yeah. When he started, he started in India, and he started in his first 2 or 3 tests. He got off to an absolute flyer, didn't he? And it's gone all downhill from there. There's a lot of players around the world who are very good at white ball cricket who just don't make it at Test cricket.
And we have this man at the crease.
Ah, yeah.
Shreyas Iyer.
And he sounds like this. Oh, he's got a great jingle.
Diving away at the edge of the play, it's so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic. And you and your burning desire, you took my place.
Genius.
I love his earrings.
Tom Hartley very kindly waiting for that jingle to finish.
Oh!
Shreyas Iyer. That's popped up. They've got one of those They've got 2 slips at the moment. One of those interesting slips, which is a bit closer and on his knees. That's just one off the over and the wicket for Tom Hartley. He gets a good high five from his captain. And we're India 87 behind. We've seen so far in this game wickets fall in clusters, a couple for 5 or 6. That gets England right back in the game.
Yeah.
59 for 3 with 87 behind still.
I think India's in the game now. England's in the game now.
Jadeja's in next,
just
isn't
batting
he?
at 6.
Yeah.
And there's another change as Mark Wood is replacing Jack Leach. Ben Stokes ringing the changes after that wicket.
Interesting.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy? Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
He does indeed. And hopefully he can get into his gallop. First ball, he's only had 2 overs. He opened up. First ball was smashed before by Yashashvi Jaiswal. It was a left-hander. But he's now replaced Leach. And do they see a match-up here, England? That was a very quick and decisive change. Do they think that Shreyas has a particular issue against high pace?
Oh, they might well do, I guess.
Because it seems a very kind of instant reaction. They got that wicket, and immediately Stokes went. Leach, who was kind of in the middle of the spell, Hartley's bowled half the number of Hartley's overs in this spell, and straight away Wood's on. So here he comes to KL Rahul, and that's left alone outside the off stump. It almost feels odd to be commentating on pace. So I now have to fill a gap while Mark Wood.
We can actually talk a little bit.
Yeah, we can.
Well,
Some quick stats on Shreyas Iyer. He's played 12 tests, 700 runs, and he's averaging just under 40 with 1 century.
As we take another look here at the wicket of Gill, and it's just gone straight to Ben Duckett. It's again, if he turned
caught
it,
Duckett.
Maybe that's the Akshar Hartley effect. If he turned that, it's quite a good shot. That's an inside edge, and it's gone past the stumps, and it's going to run down to the fine leg boundary for 4. An attempted cut shot by KL Rahul, and he's just got a tickle on it.
That's what Pate does.
Yeah, we saw that wicket of Shubman Gill. Oh, there we go. We saw that wicket of Shubman Gill. If it was turning and he was playing it straight, quite a good shot. But because it was just fired in at his pads and he's gone with it, he just chipped it straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Stokes shares a wry smile with his bowler there as he goes, that was a little close. That's shorter from Wood, and it's punched off the back foot by KL Rahul. It beats the man at point. Ollie Pope valiantly running for it, but he certainly doesn't want to be diving back in the outfield at this point with his shoulder, and it's 4 run.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
So this is the other side of the pace coin in India. The runs, gets a bit more pace onto the bat. The runs just starting to flow a little, but maybe England see something here.
Yeah,
KL Rahul scored that incredible century in South Africa on that really tough pitch in that series that was squared. Gavaskar called that the best century he's ever seen. So he can handle the bat against pace.
And he's in form.
As that's coming back in at KL Rahul, and it leaps a little bit off at length, and he misses it. It kind of hits him around the hip area and just drops into leg side. I think that might be a bit of recency bias there from Mr. Gavaskar, dare I say.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Mark Wood's hitting 144 k's here, so he is got some serious heat happening.
Yeah. You wonder though whether, if you're right, Jacob, they'd have waited till the over when Shreyas was actually on strike, or planned to give a single so that he could have a go at him.
Yeah, well, the field is relatively spread. They're quite deep on the leg side. As that's short, and he's just got enough on that to send it down to fine leg for 4. He didn't look overly comfortable, KL Rahul. He sort of hunched his shoulders there, but he just managed to steer it round the corner.
Yeah, he just sort of ducked into that, didn't he? Flapped at it.
And I think that's now 12 off this Mark Wood over. It's been 4-4-0-4, but there's one ball. I think it was 0-4-4-0-4, and now there's one ball there. And it's all been faced by KL Rahul. So if they did see a match-up, it's not arrived yet. And now they take the single with the final ball of the over. It's a relatively tight one, but Stokes doesn't quite get there in time to trouble them. And KL Rahul takes the strike for the next over, which we imagine will be Hartley. A bit harsh to... It would be harsh to have the young man get his first wicket and then give him the old shepherd's crook, but we shall see.
No, I imagine he stays on, doesn't he? Farong says, greetings all on this Australia and India day. Hope everyone is well. Lunchtime for me, so no rum. Quick wickets later, I hear. Someone could emulate the mighty cherries of last night in bag 5. Who are the mighty cherries? What? Bournemouth scored 5 goals last night.
They scored 5 runs.
Yeah. No ducket bowling equals same result as the Ashes. Loss. Cheers. We didn't lose the Ashes. We morally won them, Farong. You know that. Tom M says, Hartley's heading for future pub quiz territory with the likes of Mason Crane. Probably. Leah says, that poor Irish lad getting spit roasted by 2 Indian uncles is a very niche porn genre. Huh? Okay.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you, Leah, yeah.
That's
not what I don't need that image in my head at whatever time in the morning. Thanks. Tom M says, I'll take credit for that wicket, seeing as I've just been rude to young Tom a second beforehand. Yeah, you can do that.
And here is young Tom, and that's played into the leg side again. They've now taken out that catching mid wicket who took the catch from Gill. It almost looked as if they were maybe giving up a single there.
I think so.
Mean, it was quite spread, and maybe they are trying to keep Iyer on strike. Shreyas Iyer on strike. Say that 3 times.
Yes.
Trying to keep him on strike for Wood.
Last time England were in India, Dom Bess was part of the bowling attack. Is he still on the county circuit?
Yes, he moved, didn't he? Moved to Yorkshire?
Yeah. Apparently he's come back reasonably well, hasn't he?
Anywhere near the
He
test
was
scene?
with the Lions the other a tour or 2 ago, but I don't know if he's out there with them now.
I don't think he is.
If anyone remembers Matthew Potts, he played a couple of test matches in the West Indies, didn't he? Or was that Matthew Fisher?
Potts
played a few more. He played in
Yeah.
England. He's cleaning up at the moment for the Lions. As that's defended by Shreyas.
Didn't he play against Ireland last year in a test? He played a test last year as well, in English summer.
He did, yeah.
He played an Ashes test.
Yeah, that's what I thought. First one, wasn't it? And someone was injured.
Another defence there from Shreyas. No run.
Matthew Potts has actually played 6 tests in his career.
Yeah.
23 wickets.
He did alright. He started off really well and then he got quite unlucky, I thought.
Yeah, he had a good series against New Zealand, didn't he? He had that summer where he picked up Williamson and Coley quite early on, and we all went, oh, this lad's got a bit of something. It was Matthew Fisher who did those couple of tests in the West Indies, the disastrous ones, but he played quite well until he stress fractured his back, didn't he? As Shreyas defends again. During the great stress fracture crisis of 2021-22, where literally
everyone,
bowler, even the spinners, started getting stress fractures of the lower back.
Yes.
Jack Leach got one.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you have to be doing as a spinner to get a stress fracture?
I don't know. That was very weird.
As Shreyas Iyer again defends the no run, and that's just a single off the over. Maybe it was the stress of Jack Leach's selection situation which caused his back to buckle.
Yeah. Quite possibly.
I think we're having drinks now.
There'll be a little change. Let me just catch you.
Indian.
Let me just catch you up to date with some of these tweets. The cricket snout says, ha ha ha, that's some wild imagination right there from Leah about her spit roasting, I guess. MB says, right, collapse on, Ashwin and Axar, only hopes. And Leah says, I said it last night on my roundup, 2 to 3 wickets in the crucial first hour and England might just get back into this. They may well do. We're going to have a switcheroo. Tone's going to come in for me. Messers is going to come back. Jacob, you're hanging about, I believe.
I am. I'm shifting to the sun.
Hello, Jacob. Thanks,
Hello,
Chris.
See you later.
I will see you.
Spare. And the GPL is on today.
It is on today.
There's £93 in the pot. You can go to gorillacricket.com/competition. /Gorilla Prediction League. And you can win up to, well, it's probably going to be more than £93 by the end of the day. You get a selection in by lunchtime for however many runs may be scored today. £1 a pick. And if you're on the money, you get the pot, or you share it if someone is on the same as you. And £93 would be handy just at the moment.
Is that the GPL? £93? Hey, that's all right
indeed.
now.
It's a one-click solution to the cost of living crisis.
Well, that might be a... You work for the Sun, don't you?
Yeah, I don't.
There you go. I think we could tell right there a bit of red top tabloid thinking from.
Well, we've got
Jacob.
to pull in the advertising revenue somehow, Tony. Bless you, by the way. Good morning.
I think that
Super
deserves one of
click,
these
super click.
immediately.
So 14 overs in the hour, 50.
We're back live, aren't we? No, we're not. Carry on.
We're not
4 runs.
live.
Oh, well done, Tony. That didn't take long. Welcome.
In my defence, it's very early in the morning.
Yeah, I get it. 54 runs, 14 overs, and 2 wickets. It's fun, isn't it?
Well,
Really good.
not prodigiously, but yes. The good news from an England perspective was the 4th ball of the morning. Joe Root just got one to hold up a little bit, and the Jazz whale flicked the ball back over his head, and Root leapt up like the proverbial salmon, and that was the end of him. And of course, perhaps even better from an England perspective, Shubman Gill flicked Hartley Hare to mid-wicket, caught by Ben Duckett, and young Hartley has his first wicket. It's come at a cost of 80 odd, isn't it? 83, 84. But the most important thing really for him is all of that hard work. Don't look at the runs column, just look at the fact that he's got now his first test wickets, 1 for 81 for him. Root, I think, has been terrific, 1 for 14. You do have to say he's looked our most dangerous spinner, which is not a great situation to be in, really, is it, Jacob? I don't think.
No, I mean, I'm holding out for a hero in the form of Rehan Ahmed, who's only had a couple of overs. They've gone quite expensively, but that was at the back end of a long and weary day yesterday.
It was.
So I'd be interested to see him, especially getting his googly going on this pitch. I've also noticed a pedantic scorecard alteration in that they're now billing Bharat as S Bharat, where I think...
Is he not KS Bharat anymore?
If memory serves, he used to be KS Bharat.
He was KS Bharat, yes. Well, he's Srikanda Bharat, isn't he? I think is if I'm right, I can check my notes in a minute.
And I have no idea why KS was the abbreviation.
Well,
not
Mark
SK.
Wood back into the attack. He's bowling to KL Rahul, right arm over, short, pulled down to fine leg, where the what I think we can now describe as the unmistakable figure of Johnny Bairstow, which seems to be getting more unmistakable as time goes on. Is there to field, and they take a single.
Is it an urban myth that the KL in KL Rahul stands for King Legend?
It is. It's
Well, he was the one who defined it.
Did he? Oh, is that what he wanted himself to be called? Lord, that's a bit of an overclaim, isn't it?
Yes.
Especially when you're in and out of the team and averaging just under 40. It's King Legend is a bit of a hard billing for yourself.
Yeah, I should bring you up to date on other events. Mayank tells us that Djokovic is getting wrecked, 6-1, 6-2 to Sinner so far. It's about to be over in 30 to 40 minutes. And the West Indies have added 30 runs for no loss in the first half.
Well done them. What is young Josh on?
Josh got out yesterday.
Oh, did
he? 76, 79, something like that.
That shows. I actually did a whole podcast discussing that at about 4 o'clock yesterday in my tired state, and, and I couldn't even remember. 72 is what India trail by here at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium. Wood in, he's beaten the outside edge. Has he taken the outside edge? No, he hasn't. It was a very half-hearted appeal. They can discuss it all they like, Jacob England, can't they? But they can't review, so you might as well just crack on.
No, they can't. I think it's actually come back in and gone. Oh no, it has just passed the outside edge.
Yeah, just possibly held its line just enough, and
But,
it was a genuinely beat him.
On the evidence of one ball, maybe I was right in England. Yeah,
we have literally. Ben Stokes literally has just gone. Do you want to review? He's done the T symbol and then gone. Oh shit! I've literally just realised. Oh, I can't, can I? Anyway,
they do see a match up here.
Woody will be encouraged by that. He's in again to Shreyas Iyer, who gets a little bit squared up, a bit sort of squirty off the outside edge, and it rolls its way to short extra. And there is no run, just one run from the over so far. 174 for 3. I mean, it's the time to be asking what's an acceptable lead to concede. Not that you want to concede a lead at all, and who knows, there might be the dump style collapse of South Africa yet in India, but I think that's unlikely. What would you think keeps England still in the game, Jacob?
I mean, I think the general standard is anything under 100. I'd like to see it kind of under 50.
I said 75 earlier. That one's short, and Shreyas, I think, started to think he might be pulling that, and very quickly thought better of it and sort of ducked out the way or leant out the way. And there's no run.
England have got something here with Shreyas Iyer. I think that's the reason they pulled on Wood so quickly. He does not look comfortable.
He doesn't like it up him.
He's early in his innings, but he does not look very comfortable against this pace.
Well, to be fair, Tony, not many people like it up him.
I went all a bit Corporal Jones there, didn't I?
We don't discriminate here, messages. Some people do.
Right.
West Indies have just lost their 9th wicket with a run out.
Okay.
Oh, cracking.
In comes Wood. That forward short leg is still there. It's pulled quite close to. Is it Duckett who's the man there? They'll take a single to backward square, and the score moves on to 175 for 3.
I always prefer tail-ender run-outs because they tend to be the most hilarious. I don't know what it is about when you get bowlers running between the wickets, but it always seems to be the ones which result in 2 people running into the same end or something like that. It's always...
What do you say that? I think Inzamam ul Haq might take issue with your...
Inzamam ul Haq is a special case,
yeah, the capability to have crazy run-outs.
Although Joe Root loves a run-out. He's very good at a run-out.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake anyone can make. There are definitely pairs of players who get very familiar with each other. I thought Root and Bairstow, when they were together yesterday, ran beautifully together, but as they would normally do. In comes Wood. That one holed up a little bit, goes a second bounce, but really died as it went through to KL Rahul. It was a clever, I think it was a cleverly disguised slower ball. It's the end of the over. It's just 2 runs from it. Yep. And it's 175 for 3 with India trailing by 71. Messers.
Leah says apparently the torque forces put through the lower backs of spinners are nearly as violent as those for pacers. It makes you wonder about their actions. David Stump says pot 6 for yesterday for the Lions in Ahmedabad. He took 6 for 125 in a fairly strong thrashing of the Lions. And yes, I think I mentioned earlier that Matt Parkinson went for none for 129, something like that. Leah tells us the full name is Kona Srikar Bharat. I don't know why they dropped the Kona, but I don't know much about Indian naming conventions.
I like people with, I like the concept of a all initials name. I always used to like MJK Smith and the likes of those. It's a sort of a uniquely cricket thing to have those multiple initials. As forward stretches Shreyas Iyer. Hartley has his hands on his head. But has he been? Is it my imagination, or has he just found a little bit of extra control this morning? as Hartley. I think he has.
We just saw that ball again from Mark Wood, 147 flicks. It just died in the
It did,
in the
and that
paint
one
as well.
is flicked away towards wide mid-on, and they'll take an easy single. First run of this Hartley over, 82 runs conceded, but crucially for him, he has that first Test wicket. It was a good one too. It was Shubman Gill. He'd probably have preferred.
I think Jaiswal really got in his head, didn't he?
He did, and it was a deliberate policy, and it was quite horrible to watch. You know, for a young man, it was tortuous as he comes around the wicket, well defended by KL. The slip and forward short leg have hands on heads, but he played it tidy enough. The psychology of that whole period yesterday for at the start was fascinating to me. They so clearly had him marked as they were going to go after him. You know, he has a sort of a Bambi-like innocence about him somehow, and you just genuinely feel sort of sorry for him as he's getting absolutely battered. And the bat is dropped on this. Hartley goes sprinting across. They have to hurry, but they get back safely enough.
They
didn't. Did they turn around? I'm not sure they did. It's given as a dot ball, so they must have turned around and not run for it.
Oh, well, they're having a look.
Well, Marius Erasmus is the TV umpire. He is having a shufti. England, of course, can't have reviewed it, and he is well. He makes you wonder. When you look at it in replay, you go, well, why on earth are they looking? Unless they think he might have, because the ball did hit the bat on the way through, didn't it? As he grounded it.
And you never know if he's, you know, if he's got his bat in, but the bat bumps off the floor or something. They always like to check. So
it was a single, and 69 is now the deficit for India. They're 177 for 3. The tall Hartley is in. Down the track comes Shreyas Iyer, and it's going to be just brilliantly stopped by the ever exuberant Rehan Ahmed out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, who hurtled across, flung himself without care for life or limb, and I think saved poor Hartley 2 runs there.
Interestingly, they took the short leg out, put him in at silly mid-off, and straight away Shreyas Iyer felt able to come down the track without fear of kind of bumping one into the leg side.
Yeah.
Leg.
But what I really liked yesterday, and I'll just hold the thought until Tom Hartley wheels in, decent ball, pops up a little bit on Shreyas Iyer, who just dabs it into the onside. There's no run. 179 for 3 at the end of the over. Before we go to Messers, just the very England-like or very Stokes-like captaincy that just kept going. I know you're getting battered, son. I trust you. Keep going. It will come good. Trust your process. Trust yourself. We're not going to give up on you. And I thought, good for him. It was horrible to watch at times because you felt so much for the lad, but also, well done, Ben Stokes. Anyway, Messers.
Well, I don't think well done, Ben Stokes. He should never have been opening the bowling in the first place.
I agree with that.
Shelley was taking credit for that 3rd wicket, and she says, India fans, the only way to get me out of here, super check Guerrilla Cricket.
Oh, Shelley.
Send us some money, and Shelley will bugger off and stop taking Indian wickets.
Wow, that's a double-edged sword.
Afternoon all.
We don't want Shelley to bugger off.
Well, the pitch is very much the same as it was yesterday. I think keeping a little bit low from time to time, is it not? But I think it's a perfectly good day 2 wicket, and it's not turning fast. It's a good wicket to bowl on. It's not a bad wicket to bat on, is my judgment. What do you reckon, Jake?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a couple keeping a little low, as we saw Mark Wood one dying, but we saw that yesterday. I think it's not degraded too much, and it'll be the back end of the test where we maybe start to see some of the more prodigious turn. Also, did you just blackmail our Indian listenership?
No, we have weaponised Shelley. It has to be said.
We need every cent we can get our hands on.
She is very much the the nuclear warhead of our strike force when it comes to to taking wickets. Mark Wood is tossing the ball from hand to hand. He's going to be bowling to KL Rahul, who's on 42. KL Rahul is just doing a spot of gardening outside of his off stump, flicking at the shoulder with his Adidas strip shoulder.
On the Hartley situation, I think I agree with Messi Jez in that either Root, who they initially mooted for opening the bowling, or Rehan Ahmed, who can turn it both ways, could have opened against the left.
Mark Wood gallops in, short, pulled. There's a man at deep backward square. It's the tall Zach Crawley, and they'll take a single. Bring Shreyas Iyer, who's being fairly cautious at the start. Just 4 for him off 14 faced so far.
Doesn't look happy with those. He's ducking his head right into it, and the bat. It's always a sign when the batsman's not in control of the pull shot that while he is playing it down, the bat is above the line of his head, so he's not in control of his arms and his eye line.
Yeah, 183 the
That's
score.
That's very KL Rahul, though,
3,
isn't it? I mean, he doesn't.
he doesn't bother with things like controlling the ball. Doesn't bother with such mere mortal aspects.
It's got a great eye. I mean, the fact that
Wood shot ballsy. That was a terrific ball. Again, it was that ball that just on a length that then just doesn't really prodigiously move away, but just shapes away enough, and Shreyas Iyer had to lean back. I think he'll claim he left that. Possibly it was short of a length. It certainly made him leap, and through it went to Ben Folkes. It's been playing in the Ranji Trophy, has Shreyas Iyer for Mumbai. 48 versus Andhra in Mumbai. Andhra following on and lost by an innings, so he didn't get to bat again.
We've just seen a graphic illustrating that I was correct. Shreyas Iyer averages, he's played 15 innings against spin, 17
Wood
against
in! My word, now that was a terrific delivery. The perfect ball to follow up the one that just slightly went away. Was the one that was dug in and nipped back into him and tucked him up and caught him under the rib cage. It was a fine, fast, aggressive delivery from Mark Wood, who's on his game this morning.
So they've just shown a graphic.
That was inside edge into his boxal region. Poor lad.
15 innings against spin, 17 against pace, out 9 times to each. Averaging over 50 against the spin, 28 against the pace. So they do clearly see a match-up for him against Mark Wood.
Wood, that's speared down leg side. Ben Folkes tumbles away to his left. But it's crucially a dot ball, 180 for 3. He made 53 versus Australia in the T20 series, 52 versus South Africa in an ODI, 31 and 6 in the test at Centurion, and none and 4 did Shreyas Iyer. Not exactly spectacular stuff there. But he did average 66 in the World Cup and 128 against the Netherlands. So he's in decent touch in certainly with white ball cricket, but this is not white ball cricket. Decent crowd starting to form as this one is worked away off his legs by Shreyas Iyer down to square leg. Crawley fields. They take another single. The score moves on to 181 for 3. Just the 2 runs off this Mark Wood over. And you just do feel still that England left 50, 60 runs on the table that should have probably would have made this game just look give it a different complexion, I think.
It's interesting because Ravi Ashwin last night said that he thought as far as India were concerned, England got 50, 60 too many. And that I think that that's a real recognition that wickets can fall in clusters, and
well, that certainly did for England. Yes, but you're right. I was saying that the difference between in the game is likely to be one player who goes on and posts a big score, We thought it would be Gieswell. It wasn't, courtesy of Joe Root this morning. That one is defended. Mark Wood acrobatically flings himself goalkeeper style to his left. There is no run. It is the end of the over. It's a decent one from Mark Wood, just the 2 runs from it. And we can go back to Messers.
Jeff Perkins suggests that we're shellying the enemy position. Mog says, I'd offer up a bribe for Shelley to wreak more havoc. To wreck more Indian hopes and dreams, but Super Chats don't appear to be working for me currently. And Shelley says, Tony has me on air first thing tomorrow morning for Guerrilla Cricket. Watch out any team batting in the first session tomorrow.
Well, unfortunately, you'd hope it would be England, which may not be. Don't forget, I may change the rota then. If we've really decided that if we're absolutely convinced about the catastrophic effect that the nuclear Shelley can have, it could well be that we have to tactically deploy her.
I can tell you, West Indies just got it all out for 311. Sinclair just stumped for 50.
I think it could have been worse. Hartley back in the attack, flicked away past square leg. Jack Leach lopes after it.
He's not back in the attack. He's still in the attack into his 18th over now, Hartley.
Yep. Well, he certainly put in the hard yards. He will get that 3 figures, which no bowler really wants against their name. But crucially, he does have the 1 wicket now. He could turn that to 2 or 3. How different will life feel for him? In the meantime, that was 2 runs taken there as 183 for 3.
The cameraman tactically cutting to Rehan Ahmed there. Are we seeing wait for him a little bit, or are they waiting for a particular matchup? What do we think? He's only bowled 3 overs.
Well, yeah, I mean, he has rather interesting. I think they feel he doesn't have perhaps that control. They're trying to keep Hartley in the game, but yeah, he does seem to have been somewhat underbowled. Hartley throws this one up, and it's defended back to him. Again, there is no run. Joe Root's in chirpy form. Doing a bit of shadow batting. He would have been buoyed by the wicket. 4th ball of the morning, remember. The Jazz Whale finally blew his last trumpet blow, which was held above Root's head in a return catch.
But surely if you're looking for control, you have Leach bowling most of the overs, because he's going under 3 at the moment, isn't he?
He is. Round the wicket comes Hartley. Back steps Shreyas Iyer. Hauls Hartley up. And does it go over mid-wicket? I have a nasty feeling it did. Yep. Up go Paul Rifle's arms. And that has gone for 6 pennyworth.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
There's just no margin for error, and he just dragged that down, dropped it too short, and relatively speaking, all the time in the world for Shreyas Iyer. That was a much better ball. Good comeback by Hartley, who gives it more length and throws it up just that touch more. But he needs to be able to do that consistency, and that has been the challenge for him throughout his baptism of fire. There's a slip.
I tell you what,
there's a backward point. There is a short cover mid-off, mid-on, and we're now looking at Hartley, so I can't really tell you too much more. There is, as well as this one's defended, there is the silly mid-off as well, who has come in very short. But it's the end of the over. It's 1 for 93 for Hartley. That horrible 3 figures gets ever closer. 189 for 3. India. Messers.
What's weird to me is there's 4 spinners in the team. 41 overs have been bowled. 18 of them by 1 spinner. That seems nuts to me. Leah says, I always like the joke of Rain Pereira being player of the match in Sri Lanka during a washed out draw. Yeah, that's kind of nice, isn't it? But Burko says, Tony threatening to have Shelley removed for, quote, personal reasons, quote, like he did a couple of players.
Yeah. If you just can imagine if she really did have that power. I mean, who's to say she doesn't?
Mm.
What else
I
could
think-
we?
I
What
think we're
else?
missing
Where else
Harry-
could we deploy her?
I think we're missing Harry Brooks bowling on this pitch.
As
at
that
this point.
one is steered away, helped on its way really around the corner. Ben Folkes has to skip across. They'll take a single. Mark Wood straying down leg there. I mean, think of other things you could get Shelley to do. If I say you're having trouble at work with your boss, who's being a bit of a tosser, making your life difficult, you just say, Shelley, just sort him out for me. And then one day, just one day, he just wouldn't turn up at work, and everyone would go, "Where's he gone? Where's that bloke gone?" No one would know. He'd have been Shelleyed.
Are we suggesting that Shelley is some sort of hit woman?
Yes.
And
yes.
she's
You've got the
taken
bit.
out-
You've worked it out. Yes,
She's
indeed.
taken out Harry Brook and.
Oh no. Well, no, I
strategically
don't think she
shooting
does that. Oh, that one
Indian
kept low.
players.
Available to the highest bidder.
Shreyas Iyer sort of had to jump onto his toes and then almost drop the back down on that. It's one run pushed away into the offside is the net result. 55 is now the lead that England are trying their best to protect and get wickets before it's whittled away further.
Oh, we have a super chat.
Hooray!
From Ian Southcote Want, who sends us $20.
Oh,
thank you so much.
wow,
Ian.
that's
He
generous, thank
says,
you.
Will super chats buy more wickets? I'm okay if it goes to the beer fund as well. Excellent. Thank
Well,
you very much.
So the best
Ian.
result for us now is there is a wicket and we just keep getting the $20. Just keep sending the $20 super chat. It's the only way. It's the only way for England. But thank you. That is very generous. Short and wide, and again it kept a little bit low, Jacob, didn't it? It wasn't. It sort of seems to sort of bumble its way through to Ben Folkes. That wide of outside of off stump from Wood.
It went to the second bounce. Although again, KL Rahul, maybe it's just KL Rahul things, but he seemed to pull the bat above his head, then sort of go for it, then drop it down, and then.
He was
the bat
dangerously
almost
close to
vertical at one
periscoping
point.
it, wasn't he? At one point, he sort of waggled the bat. What have we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the leg side, on a very sort of deep backward square for KL, and that deep backward square is Tom Hartley.
Almost a
Yes.
sort of ring field. They've got them in a straight line on the leg side, three fielders, but other than that, it's kind of like a circular.
Woody's in past gaffers, and it's defended by KL out towards cover, and there is no run.
Shelley says, Ian, legend, thanks for the super chat. You've
Oh,
bought my
yeah.
powers until 6 a.m.
Where are we now?
Half an
Oh, it's
hour-
another
you've got
half hour.
Half an hour to prove your skills, Shelley.
It's basically the morning session then, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll have a run out because one of the Indian batsmen has been shot through the knee by Shelley's sniper rifle as he tries to make it to the other end. Has Tom Hartley been sent out to the deep boundary in shame and punishment as he's?
Oh, I don't think it's shame and punishment, but
he's been whipped off.
I think he's been given a rest. Woody, it is for now. Strays a little bit onto leg. KL just plays it off his pads out towards mid wicket, and there is again no run. 141 shade over kilometres there for Woody. Number 28 for him.
I will
I see a picture
191
of the
for
commentary
3.
box
India.
with KP sitting miserably in the middle of it. It occurs to me, Mog has composed a KP-free jingle for Gorilla Cricket, which hopefully will appear in someone's inbox.
I've not seen that yet.
Can we have
but
the
I'll be looking
klaxon
forward to
jingle
it.
because Rehan Ahmed is warming up. Alert! Alert!
Oh, okay. Well, we'll certainly have a jingle when he does appear. Gary has loomed large into my orbit, and that one is through to Ben Folkes. End of the over,
if
just
you
2
have
from it.
an orbit-
191 for 3.
Tony, does that make you the sun? I thought that was Jacob's.
No, Jacob's the man from the sun.
No, Tony is the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
I think we'll have to go
Oh.
red top Jaffa.
Oh God! I will quibble the shame and punishment of Tom Hartley as Rehan Ahmed comes on because
It is gonna
as
be
someone who's
Rehan
played
Ahmed.
as a spinner, when you get changed off, regardless of if you've got 6 wickets or none, it is universally and always because the captain personally hates you. That is the reason. It is always.
Mog tells us his KP free jingle was sent in about 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. his time last night, which would have been about
Maybe
I
I haven't checked.
11 a.m. your time.
Are we due
so
a
it's
change
probably
as well?
I think
Not
we
in the-
probably are. It should be
okay.
the dulcet Liverpudlian tones of our Gary.
Oh God.
I'm going to slip into Messrs' seat, metaphorically, and Tim should be joining us. He certainly should be, because I've just let him in.
I'm here.
Delighted.
Hello, Tim.
Ninton Bajaj. Ninton is the next tweet for you, Tony.
Wicked. Thank you very, very much. Gary, over to you, and how are you?
Well, I'm well, and I'm feeling better because Rehan Ahmed is getting a somewhat delayed bowl. I think Hartley bowled some decent deliveries today, but I think he's been kept on for too long. We're now going to see the ball being propelled by the wrist, and indeed going both ways, leg spin and the googly and the top spinner from Rehan Ahmed.
Here he is.
Is a mission from the original squad was to guard Rehan Ahmed from dubious jingles.
And immediately he lands the leg break, and Suresh Iyer was pushing towards that like he's an England batsman, not an Indian batsman. Just went straight on there. Bit of natural variation, as they call it, from the pitch. I don't think it was the top spinner. And folks had the bails off pretty quickly. And immediately it looks different, Tim, with the leg spinner on. I'll come to you in a moment. Oh! Well, that was another lovely delivery from Ahmed. He pulled the batsman forward. There was an edge was taken from Suresh Iyer, and Joe Root came forward at slip, but he couldn't quite get his hands under the ball and took it on the half volley. But already, yeah, that was a decent leg break. This looks promising for England, Tim.
I'm with you. Quite a very strange they've taken this long to bring him on.
Yeah.
But early signs are good.
Yeah, forward again was Suresh Iyer, and early signs, 3 deliveries that Rehan Ahmed has pulled the batsman forward onto the front foot, which is what a spinner is looking for. That looked a bit more of a top spinner, and indeed it took the glove. So 3 deliveries, he's got plenty out of the pitch already here as young Rehan. He's in again now. This is more on the stumps, and it's just defended back to him, and there is no run.
He's the type of cricketer, isn't he, who's something always is likely to happen, Rehan Ahmed. He's just a bundle of energy.
Yeah, we saw him fielding round the boundary, and he's very athletic in the field. Doesn't look it, but he is. This is a short ball. That's, of course, the deal with the leg spinner, and Suresh Iyer jumps all over it and hits it to cow corner. Just one bounce for the 4. Ben Stokes gives a little round of applause there as he takes the ball back from the crowd, but that's the deal with the leg break. There will be the odd drag down, and these Indian batsmen are not going to miss out. We seem to have gone to an advertising break partway through the over.
That's really... Well, I can tell you, Nitin Bajaj had said Djokovic is under the cosh, down 2 sets to love. Called it yesterday.
Really?
Sinner giving him a hard time. Leah has said, just imagine India batting the whole day, amassing a lead of around 250, and then declaring overnight, so Shelley can torment England tomorrow. She also says, so what you're saying, Jacob, is that Shelley is a bad sniper, as snipers generally aim for the centre of the mass?
I think we missed some deliveries, Tim. Did we miss some deliveries there? I only saw 4, but
That's what it felt like to me, but it did get through it quite quickly, so it might have been 6. But it definitely looked at least a ball too short for me.
Yeah.
I'm with you. It didn't feel right to me either. I thought, hello, why am I suddenly doing socials? I thought we had a couple of balls left.
Hartley is persisting here. It is remarkable that he's bowled 18 overs of 43. You know, I mean, he's not Shane Warne. He's a left armour on debut, and he's bowled some decent deliveries. But as all England spinners have done, with the exception probably of Graham Swan, he's bowled his fair share of hit me balls. But it's so inexperienced, this spin attack for England. The remarkable contrast in the stats between the 3 Indian spinners and the 3 English spinners. but he's working hard for his captain, and he's kept his head up, and that's good to see. And that's a decent delivery. Left arm round the wickets, just defended by KL Rahul, who's on 44. India approaching the 200, 195 for 3. I'm going to ask you a boring question in a moment, Tim. There isn't much chance between deliveries. This
no
is
worries.
Punched to Ben Stokes, who is giving away this single too often, I would suggest, at mid-on. Not his fault. I think he just needs to get tighter. So KL Rahul goes to 45. What kind of lead can England concede here and still be in the game?
That's a tough one. Well, I suppose technically it depends whether the pitch flattens out. Sometimes these Indian pitches do flatten out. But I suppose about 100.
Oh, you think as many as that? Wow.
Yeah, between 80 and 100, and they're still technically in the game.
This ball is defended into the leg side. I'll come to you in a sec, Tony. I think anything beyond 50 that England concede, I think it's a very long way back from 50. I wouldn't really want it to be more than 30. Tony, what do you think yourself?
Well, I think 75
Hartley is in.
tops.
Just punched into the leg side, and a single is milked to the man running in from the mid-wicket boundary. Ben Foakes takes a horrible throw off his gloves. 197 for 3 now. India advantage is 49 runs.
So I did a little analysis yesterday, or mathematical calculation of the two spin attacks. Ashwin, Jadeja and Patel, 175 tests between them. England 36, 35 of which, of course, were Jack Leach. 815 wickets for Ashwin, Jadeja and Patel, 131.
As this ball is cut to the sweeper, who is Jack Leach, and KL Rahul helps himself to an easy single. He goes within a boundary of his 50. He has 46.
Yeah, 815 test wickets, Ashwin, Jadeja, Patel, 131 England, of which 124 were Jack Leach. It's genuinely men against boys.
Yeah, which kind of makes you think what England have been doing to develop spin bowlers over the last 5 years, which is nothing. As this ball is punched to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. 198 for 3. Your tweets?
Jersey Oak says, Gary looms large. Can he loom any other way?
True.
Nitin Bajaj says, Rehan bowled a wonderful 5 balls and then a half-tracker. He needs to be careful he doesn't fall into the Stuart McGill mode of bowling versus India. A few great balls and then a couple that are absolute filth. Well, yes, it's all about control, isn't it? As well as, penetration.
I think that's the deal with the leg break bowler.
That is true.
It's much easier to control things if you're somebody like Ashwin than you're somebody like Rehan Ahmed. Much easier.
Yeah. South Africa's spin attack, it's a bit of a backhanded compliment, but South Africa, for a rare time in certainly since readmission, they appear to have a better spin options than England and perhaps some other test playing nations.
They certainly do. They certainly know that is true. But they certainly do. It's going to be interesting to see how they could go in this World Test Championship, but they do, at least on paper. That's certainly true.
I'll come back to you on that, but Tony.
I was just going to say that Jeff Perkins has just written 2 words: Smith gone. Smith gone. So it sounds like the first wicket has fallen in Brisbane, and it's Steve Smith. So it was.
The experiment so far of Smith opening is not working. I wanted to ask you, Tim, whether South Africa had done anything different, or shall we say planned, in order to generate a better spin options than Nicky Boyer or something, because it may just be the natural order of things that you get spin bowlers coming through, or was there a change to pitches, regulations, anything like that? But we'll come to it after this delivery, because Rehan is in. That's a horrible full toss, which is so high that he can do nothing with it, KL Rahul. No run. Tim?
Short answer is absolutely not. Nothing at all. Slightly longer answer is Faf du Plessis was the best spin captain we've ever had.
Yeah.
Whichever spinner he had, he made him feel as if he was part of the team and an important cog in the side.
Yeah,
which he was.
In his early days, Faf was a bit of a spinner himself. That's short from Rehan Ahmed, but it does turn, and KL Rahul had gone back and ended up just jabbing the bat down on it.
Smith was LBW to Kemar Roach, by the way.
Oh, good bowler, Kemar Roach.
That kept it didn't keep low, but it was really pushed through. A little bit of extra speed as well as a bit of turn by Rehan Ahmed. Then,
yep,
it was a fine ball.
He does have variations. So between natural variations and intended variations, he's got a bit going for him. That's just a standard delivery outside off stump, and KL Rahul waits for it and just pushes it into this space in the covers and takes the single.
So a little look at Ultra Edge there. England, of course, don't have any options, do they, review-wise?
Good ball from Rehan Ahmed. That dipped and just had a little bit of drift in there, demonstrating revs, and it also turned a little, took the outer portion of Shreyas Iyer's bat. So there's definite encouragement here for Rehan Ahmed. He's in again. Comes forward, does Shreyas Iyer, and he was again reaching for that ball, so that suggests to me he's getting some dip here, Rehan, but they're through for 2, and very good return coming in there. So Shreyas Iyer goes to 21. We're getting the full 6 balls from Rehan here, not like the previous over, we only got 4. India have the 200 up, they're 201 for 3.
We're not quite at the end of the over. I was going to give us a couple of messages, but I will
come to those
fire
in a moment. 82 runs so far from 21 overs. India came out, they lost Jaiswal early on, but they kept the attacking going. And again, there's some turn there for Rehan as the ball takes the outer portion of the bat. But England seem to have their fielders saving one, too deep to save one. Johnny Bairstow's quick over the ground, couldn't stop the single there. India go to 202 for 3. Yes, Tony.
Well, Mayank was updating us on Smith being out 6 for 1 first over in Brisbane. Upset brewing by West Indies. The wonderfully named name that I've been familiar with before on our Twitter feed, the Ocelot of Doom, is with us. So good morning to you. Do you know how you titillate an ocelot? You oscillate its tits a lot.
Oh dear,
It's probably the only reason I mentioned Ocelot of Doom was that it gave me the opportunity to...
Don't!
Oh my lord, we got Frankie Howard next to me now. Oh! Super chat! Sup Nerd says, Big Brain 61. Ian Southcote want again, very, very generously. Thank you so much, Ian. Well, it's not an England wicket, but it's bloody Smith, so that counts in my book.
So here's the tall Hartley, left arm around. It's just defended by Shreyas Iyer. No run. What should England be doing differently here to break this partnership, Tim? I'll come to you after this delivery. This in again is Hartley, and this takes the outer part of the bat. I mean, that is... He's done that since he came in, Shreyas Iyer, which is close the face to try to work the ball into the offside. And this pitch, you can't trust it to the extent that you can close the face. But there's no close catcher. Is that what England need, Tim?
I just thought with that delivery, I just thought that's what they need. Particularly with Ahmed and Hartley on at the moment. Bowling well, bowling consistently. Give them a chance, give them a close infielder.
And there's the benefit there of turning the previous ball, because that was a half volley from Hartley, which early on would have been tonked to the boundary, but it was just defended back to him by Shreyas Iyer. But there's only one close catcher who is Slip. You really need, I think, a second man catching close on the offside with the ball turning. Again, it takes the outer portion of the bat, but soft hands means it just goes down to backward point, and it is no run. 4 dot balls. This is a decent over from Hartley.
Oh, it's all kicking off in Brisbane. I'm going to have to wait to the end of the over. But it's worth waiting for.
The psychology part of having the extra catcher plays into the batsman's eyes.
I completely agree with you. This ball is defended and there is no run. This part of the genius of Warne, but plenty of spin bowlers have done it, is to give the impression that they're bowling a set of jaffers and the ball's turning square and spitting and everything else. And part of creation of that mythos of the turning ball is to do with getting fielders round the bat. First of all, telling the batsman it's happening, and secondly, showing the batsman that the captain thinks there's a catch coming at any moment. Once you set a field without close catches, you're saying the ball's not going to take the edge, either the inside edge onto the pad from the one that slides on, or the outside edge from a spitting turner. But Hartley's in to finish this over. It's been a good one, and again he's slightly hesitant as Shreyas Iyer, but England, despite having no close catches, are just conceding a single through the covers to Rehan Ahmed, who's sweeping. It's the end of the over.
Well, over on YouTube, Shelley was very kindly thanking Ian for his awesome support on the super chat, but then she's pointed her death ray at Marnus Labuschagne, and it's done the trick. So he's gone as well. A couple of people, Jong Xing and Yayan Ariyaratramnam, is pointing out he's been out-caught by Sinclair Bold Alzari Joseph. Shelley Messers was asking, are you watching at the Gabba as well? And obviously the answer is yes, Messi, I am. So her powers reach far and wide. Yeah, Mayank's updating us on Twitter. Labuschagne gone for one. Hattie, the mad old Batty Atkinson. Well, good morning, she says.
Rehan's in, and this is defended into the offside, but with sufficient force to take a single. England are conceding far too many easy singles here.
Good morning, said Hattie. Just logged in to hear the Ocelot joke. A strange start to the morning. we try and entertain.
We're seeing the release point of that delivery, and it was very much the googly there from Rehan, but he over-pitched it, and therefore it was an easy dab into the offside. It was ball coming out of the back of the... Well, it comes out of the back of the hand, but you see the back of the hand with the googly, whereas you see more of the side of the hand with the authentic leg break. 4 men in the offside field. They're all, I would suggest, 2 or 3 yards too deep. But Rehan's in again, and KL Rahul this time gets the inner portion of the bat, but it goes back to the spinner. The current partnership is 45. When you take, in these conditions, Tim, when you take a wicket, I'll come back to it in a moment, as this is punched again to the man sweeping. So many runs conceded through the covers for England. Through for 1, that's 205 for 3. In these conditions, it's really important to do what India did, which is when you get 1 wicket, you've got to push on and get another one pretty much straight away, because once the partnership gets established, it becomes much easier to bat.
Yeah, you've got to suffocate them.
Yeah.
You've got to keep that pressure on. If you don't keep that pressure on, they will eat you alive.
And we kind of know in the second innings that there'll be a mini collapse of a couple of wickets, or a major collapse of 4 or more for England, which is why it's so important to cash in. It's a full toss from Rehan Ahmed, but he can do very little with it. And Shreyas Iyer picks out Ben Stokes at mid-on. This time he does save 1.
Well, it's gonna be interesting. I'll cut you off the delivery.
Yep, this is outside off stump, no run.
It's going to be interesting of how much baseball is actually implemented throughout the 5 tests.
Yep.
If it's implemented 90% of the time, England's going to lose, in my opinion, and massively. But if they use it smartly,
the googly from
they've got chance.
The googly from Rehan takes the inner portion of the bat and goes down to fine leg. There is no run. It's the end of the over. England are 205 for 3. India 205 for 3.
You know, Hyderabad claims to have the biggest snow theme park in the world. Snow theme park, yep. Snow World is a theme park covering an area of around 8,000 square metres, and is the biggest one on the planet.
Well, I know there's one in Dubai, isn't there? Because my kids learn to snowboard to some extent in Dubai's snow area. I point out that I was not in Dubai. I wouldn't go there, but
I've worked there for a while.
I don't much care for. But yeah, I've worked in Baku, so you know these these things come around. Well, a change of bowling here. We're getting England's. Well, if we're going to continue with this attack with Joe Root replacing Tom Hartley, we're getting England's two biggest spinners of the ball together, which I think England should try and bowl them together more often. Of course, both of them are more likely to serve up a 4-ball, but there comes a point when you've got to be less interested in holding an end and more interested in making a breakthrough. And Root has a wicket already this morning, getting rid of the very dangerous Jaswal before he could create carnage. And he's back for a bowl now. It does take a long time to get an over on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does, especially that part of the world. Somehow, even when it's the opposition, it just feels as if it takes an age.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't need much overtime to bowl the requisite 88 overs yesterday, 2 overs taken out of the day's play by the change of innings, but it does seem that it takes such a long time. Anyway, Root's ready now, round the wicket, right arm to the right hander, and that's just a horrible full toss outside off stump. And again, there's such acres of space in the covers that KL Rahul is able to help himself to an easy single. And Scrappy from England in the field there, but there's no concession of buzzers. I mean, all these things matter, I think. You know, we saw Jadeja and Ashwin very quick in their bowling, and if you keep that tempo up with the deliveries, it's suggesting that, you know, you're the one who's setting the pace, yeah, and that you're expecting a wicket at any moment. If you let the game drift as Root is in again, and this is defended, there is no run, then it's kind of saying we want to get off, we want to bowl as few overs as possible in this session, as opposed to we want to bowl as many because we're going to get you out.
Yeah, it definitely feels as if England want that lunch break to just recharge the batteries. Definitely gives that impression.
Short from Root, and that's kind of slashed it to. It was a square cut, but he went well in front of square. Indeed, it went through extra cover, and Shreyas helps himself to one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that was a real hit me ball as well. And I mean, I'm trying not to be too negative about England's spinners. I'll come back in a moment here. That's a decent ball from Root, just a foot or so further up pitching, which made it more difficult for Shreyas, but he does defend that. Because they haven't had much in the way of warm-up. They are inexperienced. Root is obviously not a frontline spinner, although he's a very useful spinner in India. I'm trying not to be too negative. This is a half volley, and he can hit that wherever he likes in the covers, and it's Rehan again getting through a lot of work in the field. They take a single. Shreyas Iyer goes to 29, 6 so far from the over. I mean, Tim, is that being too kind to England's spinners?
Well, I don't think the problem here is the spinners. I think the problem here is that the experience in terms of a bowling spin are the guys that were not selected. People like Mason Crane. Now, he may not be where he wanted to be in terms of Test cricket at the moment, but Mason Crane knows his game inside out at the moment. He's at that age where he understands his game, whereas Ahmed, less so.
Goes back to that delivery from Root, and again there's an easy single in the covers there. England can't defend the boundaries, can't defend the singles at the moment. 212 for 3. Well, I wouldn't be on the Mason Crane boat. Oh, we should say that's 50 for KL Rahul off 72. A strange innings of stops and starts, but look in the scorebook, he's got 50.
He has indeed, here it is.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
And meanwhile, we have a supersat. It's from Hattie the Mad Old Batty. which is very, very generous and kind of you, although it's abbreviated to just Hattie the Batty for super chat purposes, but I assume it is she. Yehan Ariatnam, I'll keep trying to get that right, Yehan, I know I'm not. Australia is scoring at 7 and over, a cum ball he's called it, which is... yeah, slightly. I know what he means.
Not sure about that. I think that's a very good point, though, Tim, is that if you've got... you can take a chance on a young, super talented spinner, and that's what England are trying to do with Rehan, who's bowling now. It's defended no run. But I don't think you can do it with two. And although I wouldn't necessarily pick Mason Crane, picking a spinner who's got more miles on the clock, who, as you say, does know the complex art of bowling spin, it would be paying off, I think, more than today's attack. That's defended, and there is no run. I think so. We could do with someone who's got sort of 1,500 overs in first class cricket. I doubt whether Rehan Ahmed and Tom Hartley have got 1,500 overs between them.
No, well, as we said, those very stark figures tell that story, don't they? Just the massive golf in experience that exists between the two spin attacks.
There's something else about the spin attack which I'll come to after this delivery. As this ball is very full, and yet again there's an easiest possible single conceded in the covers. I mean, it's good batting to find the gaps, but there do seem to be a lot of them as KL Rahul advances to 51. With the ball not spinning for England here, and we've seen it spin quite viciously for all three Indian spinners, Rehan Ahmed is in again, and that does turn. Takes a bottom edge, and the ball jumps up and hits Ben Foakes on the helmet. We don't really need Ben Foakes. I mean, that's kind of controversial so far. I mean, maybe it'll change in the second innings. But if the ball's not spinning, we don't need the wicket keeper to be such a brilliant technician as this ball is defended. There is no run. So when Harry Brook comes back, if the next innings, if he does come back, the next innings that we're seeing here, if it continues like this with England spinners not finding vicious turn, we don't necessarily need a full-on wicket-keeping skills. As that's a half volley, and it's absolutely smashed by Shreyas Iyer to the boundary, and an otherwise relatively tidy over that had conceded a single now goes for 5. India 217 for 3.
I'll come back to you after messages from Tony.
Yeah.
Well, I was just very importantly going to remind people that as lunchtime approaches, you've got 4 minutes to jump onto the GPL, gorillacricket.com/competition. Guess how many runs are going to be scored in the day? It's a £1 per guess or estimate. It's a game of skill, but you can have as many as you like. If you get it on the nail, you win the pot. That pot is currently at 93 English pounds, so it is well worth winning. So jump onto the GPL. India started the day on 119 for 1, so that's the basis of any calculation to start with.
I know I upset people when I start saying that we need to replace Ben Foakes with a batsman keeper rather than the keeper batsman. But Tim,
I will always defend your right to have your opinion. But for me,
sorry, here's Root again. Just turned off the pads, and there's another single there for India. Go on, Tim.
I will always pick the better keeper, providing I believe he will average 30 with the bat, 30 and over. He can do that, which I think folks will and can do, and does do currently. I will always pick the better keeper.
Well, that's a prevalent view, as this is a half volley from Roos, and Ben Stokes does save the single at mid-on. He hasn't saved many, to be fair, because he's been too deep. But there probably was one there in a one-dayer, but India have got half an eye on the clock as well, and this is probably going to be the last over
more
before
news,
lunch.
More news from Brisbane too. More news from Brisbane.
We should switch over. As Root's in again, and that's an arm ball, or almost a kind of John Embryo-like drifter, and it fucks Shreyas a little, because he sort of poked a a bat at that, but went straight on past the outside edge.
A horrible shot.
Yeah, it was a horrible shot, I agree. I'm less interested in the average of a keeper, but I want a keeper who can make a 50 when we need it and the occasional 100. Well, proper attacking field. Joe Root has a forward short leg, a leg gully and a leg slip as this ball is punched into the space that they otherwise would be occupying, and Ben Duckett comes round, conceding the single. India 219 for 3. Yeah, there are times, especially the times of Matt Pryor, when he made such crucial 100s for England and often crucial 50s. And I know Ben Folkes has 100, he has 100 in India, but I just don't see that happening with Folkes. Another kind of drifting arm ball from Joe Root, and it's Duckett again doing the fielding, this time sprinting from short mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket, and they're through for 2. It's very easy for India at the moment, it really is. 221 for 3. I think this will be the last ball before luncheon. I'm sure it will. Root with 1 for 25 as he's approaching the end of his 6th over. I'll come to you for a summary at the end of this session, Tim, so if you want to gather some thoughts as to where the match is, where it might be going. As KL Rahul is on strike, it's another kind of drifting delivery, and again there it's Duckett who's too deep this time, and far too many singles have been conceded by England. It's 2-2-2 for 3 with KL Rahul on 55, Shreyas Iyer on 34. India very much in the box seat, just 3 wickets down with a deficit of 24 and the licence to push on in the afternoon session, and we could be in for some carnage in the evening session. Tim?
Yeah, it's undoubtedly in this session they'll be much the happier side. But England fought hard there. They certainly did try various things. They tried to get a wicket. But going forward, they need to be more attacking in the field placings. They need to try and put pressure on this Indian setup, because the Indian setup actually on spinning wickets isn't the best at playing spin. It's shown that over the recent times. So it's not over, but you certainly rather be India at this stage.
Yeah, I fear Jadeja. There's a group of all-rounders between wicketkeeper Bharat, Jadeja, Ashar Patel, Ravi Chandran Ashwin, all of whom have ability with the bat, none of whom are front line necessarily top 6 batters. But if Jadeja comes off this evening, if he comes in with a lead of 70 or 80 and starts hitting the ball from these inexperienced spinners, it could be very grim indeed for England.
It could. Let me finish off on some messages. Well, the news was that Travis Head, I think, is out. Shelley said, Messers, nah, do it for the Windies, Shelley. Says Jeff Perkins, I better go back to the tennis, says Shelley. Ian Southcote says, Aussies in a shambles after that devastating moral defeat to England last year. Heads off, said Jeff. Wow, utter collapse, says Shelley's vicious spin a bit like Vichy Suarez, asked disinterested handjob. Yehan Ariatnam says Australia finally under pressure at home. Disinterested handjob wants to know, have you ruined the Joker yet, Shelley? Is Shelley to blame for the political stuff too? Says Perko. Let's not get into football. My team has had lean years, says Shelley. I'll just quickly look at chatter. Twitter is what I meant to say. And I think we're pretty much up to date. No, Mayank, 24 for 4. Head gone first ball, edging down leg side. Roach on a hat trick. It's all happening in the Hannah. Well, there you go. We will see you after lunch. The Bear is here to find us some highlights. What are we going to put on? Bit of Bish and Bear? Can we stick a bit of Percy on? If we can find it. I'm watching what you do, because I'm going to have to do this tomorrow. Although I'm hopefully got Jason for company. Oh god, I hate it when you have to go to the website and find stuff. So you literally don't do anything other than find it on the website and press play. Which one? Is that part 1? That'll do. Go for part 1.
You wouldn't block the paws on your face.
Right,
so
here we
why
go.
block your
Bit of
outfits? It's good to
my
sweat
conversation
naturally.
with
Say goodbye to antiperspirant.
Percy Fender's
Make the
two
switch to
grandsons,
Biotin. It's a
John
deodorant
Surtees
that
from
allows
Surrey
your
and
body to
Dan
aspire
Norcross,
naturally,
formerly of this
meaning
parish,
no more block pores,
discussing
no
the
more parabens,
career
and
of
no
the
more
great Percy
aluminium.
Fender. Tim,
In
thank
fact,
you very much
nothing
as
all day
ever
freshness.
for your
Go
company.
ahead.
Always a
Let's
delight.
sweat the
I'm going to go and
small
get some breakfast.
All armpits,
Oh.
all day, all fresh. Biotin.
Spark your creativity with The Sims. Sometimes you might feel like you're not creative and you have to go in search of your creative spark again. Maybe this is catching up with creative friends, experimenting with a new look, or trying out a new recipe. And thanks to The Sims, inspiration is just one game and one spark away. Ready to spark something? Download The Sims 4 and play for free.
No surrender, Percy Fender. No surrender, Percy Fender. No surrender, Percy Fender. No surrender, Percy Fender. Guerrilla cricket.
At Guerrilla Cricket, we are big fans of Percy George Herbert Fender. He has a starring role in our theme tune, after all. Often presented as a divisive, comical Bertie Wooster monocle-wearing figure, he never did wear one, but his wife did. He was, in fact, the polar opposite. He was sharp, witty, principled, forward-thinking, a master tactician, and someone who fought for inclusivity and fairness. Perhaps he did more to reinvent cricket than any other person of that age. A brave, a Renaissance man, he wrote musicals and books, and it now turns out was an impeccable archivist of his own life. This year, Percy's son Peter sadly died, but from that has emerged a treasure trove of papers, memorabilia and photos that Percy had assembled and Peter had lovingly kept. Much of it goes to auction on December the 5th, but before it does, we've had access and sight into the contents and with an insight into Percy's world, including a remarkable series of never-be-heard recordings that Percy made in the 60s for his son Peter and for posterity. They chart his life, his career, his feelings, and perhaps most tellingly of all, his role in the Bodyline 1932 series, the year in which cricket went to war. Much more of that, and some mysteries around it later. The auction takes place on December the 5th in Exeter at BHL. I can give you the address. It's St Edmund's Court, Oakhampton Street, Exeter. But all the information that I'm giving you here is going to be on the notes that obviously accompany the podcast wherever you are listening to it. Most importantly as well, it will be simultaneously online. You can go to auctions.bh&l, that's auctions.bh&l, all one word, .co.uk, and simply type Percy Fender into the search bar and then select sporting equipment and memorabilia. And all the details in the notes, as I say, will be there for you. I am honoured and delighted, though, here to be joined by Percy's grandsons, Guy and Nick. Gentlemen, a very warm welcome to a chat about your granddad.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
Good morning to you. Thank you.
And I'm also very happy to be accompanied by two sages of both cricket and Surrey, where Percy spent so much of his career. Dan Norcross from BBC TMS. Hello, Dan.
Hello, lovely to be back.
Indeed, yes, a return for you. And John Surtees, Head of Community Public Affairs and Projects at Surrey.
Hello, thanks for having me here.
Well, you are most welcome. Now, we're going to start by letting Percy really introduce things. And we're going to play his introduction where he actually says why he did this and where he went and got his tape recorder.
Oh, well, happy memories. Lots of them. Pete and I went up to the city today to try and get a birthday present for Pat, who on Saturday. And while we were there, of course, I got inveigled into buying this machine, so as we've got it home, I thought we'd make a start.
We'll make a start, we will, Percy. Thank you for the introduction. Let me start with you, Guy and Nick. Just talk a little bit about your Percy as a granddad. Let's not even think about cricket. Just your memories of him as a man and how he came into your life.
Well, shall I start, Nick?
Yeah.
I arrived a few years before Nick, we're only a couple of years apart. But the thing was with Pop, as we called him, and I'll call him Pop from now on, or Percy as you wish. But we called him Pop, and he was a big figure who would appear in our house in South London when I was very little, in his extraordinary Bentley, with known as Jeeves, had number plate JVE. You probably remember the rest, Nick. And he would descend for Sunday lunches, and it would be a wonderful occasion. He was quite formal, but he was always very interested and encouraging. So, and then when I was 6 or 7, I was put on the number 16 bus to go and spend Saturday mornings with him in his office in Balfour Mews, where he ran his wine business. And it was there that you had an inkling there was something else going on other than just my grandfather. There were portraits, there were pictures. There was one of the king and him wearing his Surrey blazer. And it wasn't fully explained to me at that stage exactly where he fitted into the cricketing firmament. But bit by bit, you sort of acquired that knowledge, that background, and he was totally modest with me and with us, I think, and my sister. How about you, Nick?
Well, I think it really comes down to two parts, because there's part when he lived in London, when up to the age when I was about 12, and as you say, he was a very big figure, not only physically, but a big character, and at the time, to me, somewhat distant. Then he moved down to near Horsham, where we lived, and he came to live with us for several years, 7 years or so, and then actually we became really quite close. And obviously used to see him daily, and used to talk about all sorts of things, except the war, which was probably a fairly normal sort of thing, but lots of cricket talk. And of course it was at that time that, or during that time anyway, that Richard Streeton wrote his biography, and so there were many visits from Richard who came down, and I was actually able to sit on some of those conversations, which was amazing even to a young chap at that time.
And there's one particular memory that I think you had in the Jubilee Test.
Was indeed the Centenary Test.
The Centenary Test, yes.
Yes. So March 77, where Pop, as Guy called him, and I called him as well, was invited out to the Centenary Test out in Melbourne. And at that time, he was almost entirely blind. And he's always one for original ideas. He said, Nick, why don't you come too? Well, there's only one answer to that. And so I did, 13-year-old. Just finished some school exams and managed to wangle everything in the diary, and so off I went. And there were some phenomenal names, as we know then, of days gone by and the current teams at that time.
Well, you mentioned a couple of things there. I mean, you mentioned Jeeves. He played against Percy Jeeves, scored 140 when Percy Jeeves, who became the Jeeves, as inspired by P.G. Woodhouse. And I think Percy got 140 that day against Warwickshire. So there's already a link to history. Getting back to links to history, just tell us a little bit about the tapes and the discovery of them and everything that's going into this auction. Tell us a little bit, A, how you discovered it all, archived it and got it all together, and B, what some of the sort of the most exciting things that you think are going to be in that auction. What can people really look out for?
Yeah, well, so my father, like a lot of people, was I don't know about a hoarder, but he didn't let things go, and these were really important things, as well as items of furniture from his grandparents' days, when they were bombed out of Beecham Gardens in West London. These items came with them, and as did as much of his father's memorabilia, residing with my stepmother and him in Exeter, and stored away in boxes for a long time, not really to be seen or discussed until the time came to sort out his affairs after he died 18 months ago. So, and all credit due to my stepmother, Catherine Fender, who has essentially curated for auction all of the items that are easy to see on the website, as it happens. So in amongst all of these things are cricket balls that have commemoration silver tags or plaques, significant games that he played in, I think 8 wickets for 84 against Glamorgan, a South Africa Test ball, all significant moments. And there are a couple of cricket bats there, one of which is his working bat, so it's unsigned, but another bat which has got the Surrey side on it from the 20s. In amongst that are his England jackets, his Surrey jackets, his Surrey jumper, playing jumper. So long enough possibly to be the one in the caricature, but in amongst that is many documents. And there's one particularly interesting document, which I'm sure we'll discuss at length, which I think probably sheds new light on the Bodyline series. But yes, no, there are many interesting things there, all cricketing related. And the discovery of that has been a long, I think, painful process for my stepmother. I had tried to help a little bit, and Nick came down, and we spent many times sort of poring over, actually getting roadblocked. Actually, you sit and read a document, and you just, sit in awe of the documentation, the record keeping, the attention to detail. I mean, I've got in front of me a couple of things that have been in my possession for a while. I have, from 1912, the athletic secretary's book from St Paul's when he was a schoolboy. All the scores here against Isingari, which is now the Civil Service Cricket Club. That's from results lost, scored, so on. So there are items like that which are going to auction and to meet legal costs.
Well, you did mention one there, and we are absolutely going to come back to it because it's central to our story, I think. But it's a letter that Percy wrote just a couple of years, I think, maybe less than 2 years before he passed away in October of 1983, and he sets the record straight about his role in Bodyline, what the rights and wrongs of it, who did and didn't say what to who. He certainly talks about how information was passed by the Australian Press Corps to him, which in turn then ended up in a meeting with him and Douglas Jardine in Leafy Walton on Thames. It's even got handwritten at the top in Percy's hand, "Don't forget Bertie Oldfield," and he talks about Bertie Oldfield. So that item is very much part of the auction. Let's move on then a little bit, because you mentioned his school days is quite interesting. There was one or two things I picked out from his school days with the help of Richard Streeton's excellent book. He went to St George's and then St Paul's. Here are some things that really struck me, because he was even ahead of his time, I think, at school. One school report said he's a good bowler when he chose, but too fond of affected peculiarities of action. So in bowling his leg breaks, apparently, he was a little bit flamboyant in his style, but clearly effective. With his batting, and Dan probably thinks, well, how many times might I have said just this about England players sometimes? Still inclined to take liberties before he's really set. I can hear you saying that, Dan.
Well, yes. I mean, I've said it a few times about the likes of Kevin Peterson, but of course that's now very de rigueur, isn't it? I mean, it's sort of Bazball before its time. I mean, look, one of the things that's interesting there about 1912, you've got to put it in context. This is a sort of seen as a golden age of cricket, and people are really experimenting with all sorts of things at this stage. This is when leg break bowlers have come to the fore, the likes of Aubrey Faulkner and whatnot. So you've got a sort of arms race that's taking place in cricket, and batting has suddenly become super eminent in the latter part of the 19th century, largely because of professionalisation, largely because of the ability for people to play more and more games, and so the skills in batting start to become too strong for the bowling. A little bit like the development actually of women's cricket at the moment, where you see the batting dominating over bowling. And so he was being brought up at a time when people had to think harder about how you were going to take wickets, and I think he is a product of that. He's a product of coming to school, in that period, in the 1900s, if you like. and going up through towards the end of the First World War. So if he had a keen mind, he would have been putting that to the problems of his age, and the problems of his age were that batting was getting too strong. So how are we gonna overcome it? And that's probably where his experimentation comes from.
No, very much so. He even got told off once, I believe, for heading a football at school. Scored a goal with his head.
Is that not acceptable?
Well, no, that's the sort of thing the professionals do. We don't want that sort of thing here, Fender, was what he was told. You know, so.
Well, he was a goalkeeper, so I suppose he was scoring, scoring a goal with his head.
Not all of his career. He went off, didn't he, Guy and Nick? He made his money in the paper business originally through working in, his father's business. It took him not only to Manchester, where I think he stayed with a family called Polkinghorne, which is a wonderful West Country name.
Yes.
But then it took him to Belgium, and he spent quite a lot of time staying in Belgium. And we're going to play a little clip, because it says, I think, a lot about him as a man. He'd got very friendly with the family that he was staying with in Belgium. And the children, the two boys, I think, of that family, were very interested in English soldiers and particularly the Scottish soldiers. When Percy had returned to the UK, he'd sent these boys some Scots Guards, tin soldiers. Sadly, only to find a heart-wrenching story of what happened to those, and the fact that he recalled it and the humanity with which he tells the story, I think, is absolutely fascinating, and it says quite a lot about him. So this is Percy's very sad tale of what happened to those tin soldiers.
When my visit to Drogenbosch was finished, and I came back to England, to London, where my mother and father lived, among other things, I thought I would send a little present to the two little children of the estaminet, and I did so. I sent them some soldiers which I got from Hamleys in Regent Street. You know, those little leaden soldiers. The kiddies in the course of talk had been very interested in the Écossais, and so most of the soldiers I sent them were either Black Watch or some Highland regiment. Most unfortunately, though, that had a very unhappy result. I only learned about it years afterwards, in fact after the war, after the First War, when I went back to Drogenbosch to see how they had fared and to pay a visit and to have a bit of a holiday round there, and there I heard the story of those soldiers. It appears that when the Germans swept through Belgium, as they did in that war, they came to Drogenbosch, and most unfortunately they found these two kiddies, who then must have been about 8 and 10 or something like that, playing on the floor with some of these Scottish soldiers. And I'm told by one or two, in fact more than that, several of the survivors to whom I talked about it, that they just shot up everybody in that estaminet and burnt the estaminet, and, well, the most unfortunate result of what I had hoped to be a pleasant gift to some people who had been very, very kind to me indeed.
So he spent his early days at Sussex, didn't he? Due to his grandparents, but he made his first-class debut for Sussex against Nottinghamshire. Can you remember his summary of what he described as his debut? If not, I can tell you. He said he got one run, one wicket, one catch in the first innings, and in the second, I didn't do quite so well, which which I thought was the measure of the man. And the other story that really struck me was he had to dash he didn't think he'd get picked for a second game, and he had to go and play at Worcester. Didn't get the train overnight, ended up staying in a hotel, and wondered why he kept getting knocks on the door by young ladies asking him if he needed anything. It was only subsequently that he found out the nature of the hotel, which somehow he'd been recommended to go and stay in as a young stripling of a lad. There's also a wonderful story of him batting for the first time on his, I think it might have been his debut, but he was playing the Australian touring team with Ranjit Singh, whom he describes as a genius. and they used to apparently. CB Fry, they'd find ways to keep Ranji interested by challenging him to do various things, otherwise he'd drift out the game and not bother and kind of lose interest in what was going on. So can you hit it here, can you get it there, but you can't put a 6 over the fence. And this would apparently sort of prime Ranji to actually go and do the things they betted him he couldn't do. But this clip I'm about to play you here is a little tale of from Percy about the first time that he and Ranji batted together.
Very soon after Ranji went into bat, both Chaplin and Killick were out for a very few, and I was number 8, and went in to join the great man. I shall never forget that as I came down the pavilion steps to go into bat, Ranji started walking from the wicket towards the pavilion, and he met me about halfway to the wicket. And, metaphorically speaking, of course, put his arm around my shoulder and said, well, now, young man, don't worry about these chaps. They're just ordinary human beings like you and me. Now, you keep your end up, I'll get the runs.
But off he went then to join Surrey. So
just a quick one though on that clip, because that's such a modern clip, isn't it? Really, in a way, it has you in mind that not just of baseball, but of how modern cricketers think. They think about anticipating how a bowler's going to bowl and where he's going to put the ball. And Percy's obviously astounded by that. I mean, he is immortal when it comes to his actual cricketing skills. He's a good player, but he's not a genius. And the fact that he's sort of in awe and wonder of the fact that Ranji can say, right, we're going to test out Kellaway, isn't it, on the boundary, and then we're going to test out McCartney, and one's at deep third and the other one's at long on, and you're going to run 2. And it's almost like he's orchestrating and managing the game. I mean, I think it's such a modern way of thinking about cricket, and I think that's really important part of understanding what Fender becomes as a captain. You know, this is a really early influence on his life, on his cricketing life, and it's opened his mind into ways of thinking about the game that are so different from the slightly stultifying, regimented way in which most of county cricket and English cricket gets played between the wars.
Well, we'll find out a lot more about that. You're dead right, Dan. And some of the things that Percy says later on, as we go through this chat about him, really does show that he'd have been very at home in the world of baseball, let me tell you. He even says so, almost, without using the B word, but he pretty much describes it. Did he ever talk to you, Guy and Nick, much about his time in the First World War? Because obviously his early Surrey career got rudely interrupted pretty quickly. And I think in the game against Notts, Arthur Carr got a telegram, said, I'll just bat one more over. But it was basically his call-up. He had to go and join his regiment the day war broke out, trying not to sound too like Rob Wilton. And off went Arthur Carr. I think Percy played another couple of games, but then he went off to join the army initially, but with the help of... oh, goodness me. Who did help him? I've had a mental blank. Pelham Warner. So a bit of a who was at the War Office. That's what got him transferred to the Royal Flying Corps. So he became a pilot, taking tilts at Zeppelins for a while. Did he ever talk much about those experiences to you two?
Actually, to me, very little indeed. There was quite a lot around his flying jacket. Actually, outlived him, or at least what was left of it. But he still used to wear that daily at home. And there were some other bits and bobs around from the war. But to me, actually, no, he didn't talk about the war at all. I don't know about you, Guy.
Well, there was a conversation, and that conversation came back to me several times. First of all, we had at one time his RFC tunic, flying tunic, his Sam Brown, and we still have his flying boots. And so there was this enigma. I mean, he joined the Royal Fusiliers, but hadn't gone to France, as far as I know. But I never had a conversation with him about that part of his experience of the First World War. But because I was studying medicine, he thought I'd be interested to hear his story of getting cholera. And so he was posted to the Eastern Front. And now the Eastern Front in those days was Afghanistan. But he only made it as far as Kolkata, I think, because there was an outbreak of cholera on the ship. they made it into port. He was hospitalised with a lot of other military personnel, and he was the only one in his ward to survive cholera. And that was profound. And of course I was interested, but I was really interested to know what he was or would have done in the Eastern Front. And I subsequently know that they were just, taking biplanes up and dropping bombs out of the cockpit onto whoever.
Very early
he missed out on
biplanes
that.
too, some of them, yeah.
Yeah, very much so. And he, and that was the end of his First World War.
I mean,
That was the end of his.
The Royal Flying Corps, people have some misconceptions about it, don't they? And often think that would be the cushy number in the First World War because you're not in the trenches. But actually, the life expectancy for people in the Royal Flying Corps was much lower. Your chances of death were much, much higher there than they were out actually on the Western Front.
Yeah, I think some of those misconceptions are based on what people view as people see as a plane in 2023 in the 21st century. Essentially, these were timber and canvas held together by rubber bands and horse glue, and you were sitting alone in the cockpit with an incendiary device that again from 1915 was probably not as secure. You didn't necessarily, you wouldn't 100% have faith that you had control into when it was going to go off.
There wasn't a little button, was there, that would release at the right time?
Well, there wasn't someone who would release it for you either. You had to pilot the plane and release it at the same time.
I think in the Streeton book and in the tapes, he does talk about. I think this might have been when he'd first gone to Europe, and he'd taken a plane up. And the first thing Percy wanted to do was make it loop the loop. Which of course he gave a damn good go at doing it, and he kept trying, and everyone on the ground, probably I can just picture them in front of sort of a Nissen hut going, what the earth is this bloke doing? Because he kept trying, eventually got this plane over, and it had never been done apparently because it was a training plane with a massively reinforced undercarriage, so it was heavily weighted underneath, and it had never in its life before ever sort of done this manoeuvre that Percy somehow got it to do, which I guess is sort of a measure of the man.
It sounds about right. I was just going to say the thing I just wanted to bring in on the Royal Flying Corps element of Percy's life as well is it's funnily enough in the modern era. Simply because of the location of where a portrait's been hung, it is how a lot of people at the Oval, certainly the people who work behind the scenes in the Oval, view Percy, because there's a portrait hung in our committee room at the Oval, in pride of place by just to the left of the club honours board and to the right of the board that commemorates all our 50 Wisden cricketers of the year. It's a huge portrait of Percy, resplendent in his Royal Flying Corps uniform, and that remains probably the biggest remembrance of him at the Oval, and committee meetings are held in that room, and it's a big room as far as the club is concerned, and Percy's there resplendent in this amazing Royal Flying Corps uniform. So I think a lot of people at Surrey in the modern era will very easily remember that period of his life because of that
I rather
portrait.
like the idea that the Surrey board are sitting there. So shall we renew Kemar Roach's contract this year? And looking down is Percy, kind of thinking whether they do or don't.
Well, Percy would say yes, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I think he would on that score.
But can I just ask his grandchildren just a question that sort of burns away when I heard some of the tapes. He gets so close to death on so many occasions. He talks even about when he goes to Belgium and he just decides that he's hungry, and so he skips the train that he was going to get and gets the next train instead. And the train that he would have got crashes massively into a goods train, and he just sort of he talks in the vernacular actually of my grandfather who fought at Gallipoli, which is to sort of brush off your near-death experiences. You mention them, you go, well, that was a bit of a rum do. That might have copped on then, but didn't. And it seems that, was the fact that he had so many brushes with death, and a lot of people in that generation will have done, obviously, because of the war and whatnot. Did that, do you think, affect his persona with you guys, and actually also make him a bit more risk-taking in his later life?
I'd certainly agree with that, absolutely. The risk-taking and the innovation and the, if we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? So let's just get on with it. And so he was always keen on trying almost anything, whether it was in the cricketing world or his business world or the civic world, a variety of other sports as well. I always had that impression that he was just keen to get on and try things because you never know whether tomorrow is going to happen.
Yeah, an example of that was extraordinary because his flying days didn't actually end there. So in the Second World War, he was an older officer, ultimately I think a squadron leader, but he was in logistics. But he told me this story, and I may have got the wrong location, but I think it was set in North Africa. And he was on an airfield doing something or other, but there was a squadron of Typhoons, and he was friendly with the commanding officer, and he had the opportunity, as he put it, to fly one of these things. So he took off and very, very quickly circled and landed, and then told me he'd never been so scared in his entire life. He terrified himself completely, and then he never flew again.
Good Lord. But I mean, just to do that, just to think of, you know, I can't think of how old he would have been in the 1940s. But I mean, he was, you know, long past cricketing retirement. So you know, 40 plus, and just to see a Typhoon lying around on the runway and thinking, I've got an opportunity to get that thing in the sky. It takes a pretty extraordinary. I mean, you know, 1% of the 1%, I think, you know, would look at that and consider it an opportunity.
Well, that's sort of what the crux of my question to you guys is. Do you think that he had a kind of sense of invincibility? Because so many things had happened in his life. He had such a varied and dangerous life for a lot of it. Did that sort of make him reckless or just adventurous?
To me, he seemed extraordinarily, sort of attractively exciting in that sense. But you know, all these stories of, you know, the layers have been peeled back over decades, and we're still discovering things now. And he had an incredibly rich life. I mean, I have to say, I think he probably saw an opportunity and said, "That's for me." His father, when he went to Bolton after school, he didn't go to university. He was sent into the paper trade with Mr. Polkinghorn as his landlord and manager. His father took him up to Bolton, took him to I think it was a sort of not a bed and breakfast, but anyway, rooms, took them all the change that he had in his pocket, put it on the bed and said, "There you are, it's over to you now. That is the end of my support for you," effectively. And instead of being downcast or whatever, he took and ran with it. He was working in the dirtiest part of the factory, in the rag room, as it was called. He nearly got his fingers nipped off in the roller. So he had.
And they were numb for the rest of his life, weren't they? After that.
That's right, and you know, and extraordinary. And yet he worked his way, and he was determined to work really hard. He took, you know, ordinary everyday opportunities and managed to make something out of it. And I think he was always like that, because there was adversity in his personal life, with his first wife dying, and when the children were quite young, our parents were young. But he was determined to not only look after them and his ailing parents, but also continue his career. So I think a very determined man who had a lot of, you know, sobering experiences, but still had a sense of fun, a huge sense of fun.
Nick, is that chime with you as well, that recollection?
Well, it does, absolutely. And thinking of him as an adventurer, but also an entertainer. Entertainment was very important to him. And you know, in years gone by, I've thought about the traditional game of cricket, which he used to play, and he was somewhat radical in his thinking and keen to experiment and to try things. And then when 2020 came along, thinking about what would he have made of it? Would it be the case of, oh no, the game's changed, it's just not what it was? And I think actually he would have embraced it right the way through. Something new, entertaining, short, fast, rapid, with many.
Gents.
Good afternoon.
Before we get into this, Matt, can I just take a pause? There's some sensational events going on in Brisbane.
Yeah, tell us.
Indies have Australia 24 for 4 at the dinner break.
And who's taking all the wickets?
Extraordinary. Kimar Roach is 3 for 13, and when they come back from the dinner break, he's on a hat trick.
Oh, is he really? Right.
The David Warner retirement is causing all sorts of havoc with Australia's batting order. Steve Smith is failing dismally as the opener, and Cameron Green isn't faring much better either.
And they had Windies, 50 odd for 5 or something, didn't they? So
They did, yeah, and West Indies ended up scoring 300 plus.
over 300, yeah.
And looked like they've discovered another good young player in a guy called Kevin Sinclair, who got a half century and took a screamer of a catch at third slip.
Well, good morning both. How are you doing?
Top of the afternoon.
Hey Mog, how are you?
A long time no see.
Yes, indeed. We're missing some cricket in Australia.
And cricket I'd probably actually want to watch for a change too.
Yes, absolutely. Seeing the Australians struggle a bit is a nice change.
It's balm for the soul.
Yeah. Let's wallow in it a little bit longer, because the India-England test match is not really going our way, so...
And the tennis is interesting as well. Djokovic has pulled back a set. So
Yep.
it's 2-1.
Yeah, the great comeback has begun.
Yeah, we're discussing that. I think if it goes to a 5th, I would put my money on Djokovic to win that. So he doesn't often lose, that boy, does he?
He's number one still, I assume. Isn't he?
Yeah, comfortably, I think. Yeah.
Not really much of a tennis aficionado.
I don't watch it very much, I must admit, but I just follow the scores, so just register it in the old head.
Yeah, it's only interesting when there's more jeopardy when you start talking semi-finals and finals. Why is this game starting late?
I don't know. They're only just ambling out now, so we're not ignoring the cricket for anybody who's tuned in to hear what's happening in the post-lunch session. But Ben Stokes is leading his team out onto the field. The Indian batsmen are strolling out as well, so we will get some action, I'm sure, in the next couple of minutes.
Another great session, nearly 100 runs and 2 wickets.
Yes. Shreyas looks like he's just getting into his work at the moment, isn't he? Starting to bat really nicely just before lunch. Lovely day in Hyderabad. Well, I'm getting both India, England and Australia, West Indies. Is that another wicket, or are they just highlighting?
They probably... No, it's not.
No, it's the highlights. It's the highlights. Kumar looking very, very confident, I must say.
Oh, the hat-trick delivery coming up.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Kumar. Let's have a bit of fun.
TNT Sports enjoying Australia struggling a bit, right? Put it on.
We don't often see it, do we?
Cameron Bancroft being one of the smuggest people in the country currently.
Oh, they've taken it off screen now, so I can't see what's happening. If anybody's got it up, let us know. So anyway, Rehan Ahmed is going to continue. Going to open the bowling in the afternoon session. India trailing by 24. Sorry, I'm India, sorry.
No hat-trick by the look of it.
Oh, was it? Oh, well. Anyway, Rehan into KL Rahul, and that one does. Been a little bit of spiky bouncer on this track, and that one just rears a little bit, just drops it down in front of him. Folkes comes from behind the stumps and fields. England need a little bit to go their way this session, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's still on a hat-trick because that was the end of the over, his last wicket. And so he'll bowl the second over after the break.
The second ball beats the outside edge of Rahul's bat. It's a beauty. Lovely little leg break, just breaking away, sadly just missing off stump. Folkes gathers a little bit of turn in that, not a lot, but enough to beat the bat. Ambles in again. This one's a little bit short off break this time, and again it rears quite high, and Rahul doesn't really play it very comfortably. He managed to poke it away into the offside, but another dot ball.
That was a big turning googly.
went a long way and leapt as well. So there's something in the pitch. If they can bowl it in the right places, they'll get some reward. He's in again. This one's a little bit short, and Rahul has plenty of time to punch it straight to the cover fielders for no run. Jimmy Anderson subbing.
Getting a bit of Hyderabad sunshine.
Nice to see him bowling actually, but that's not going to happen sadly. Right, Rehan again, and again just a push down into the offside by Rahul.
Did England play a warm-up match in India for this test?
No.
They did a few days in the UAE or something, didn't they?
I think they went out there, but
they were in Abu Dhabi.
They played some silly games, nothing. Certainly no games in India anyway.
Why would you?
Going to be there long enough for 5 tests, aren't you? So, and the last ball is just poked away to the man behind square in the offside. That's a maiden. First over after lunch. India remain on 2-2-2 for 3. Any socials?
Messages says reasons why guerrilla cricket is an essential service exemplified in 2 locations simultaneously. KP in Hyderabad, Hayden in Brisbane. Thank the Lord for the mute button. And over on YouTube, Leah says India still have a 6 for none collapse in them, which should put England right back into it. It's only a matter of time.
Well, we can but hope. Jimmy Anderson has now left the field. His subbing duties finished. I don't know.
Somebody's still on the toilet when the...
Obviously, when the bell went, it's probably why they were late coming out. Jack Leach is going to be coming in. Let's give him a jingle.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Oh, it's nice to get the full. Yeah, it's nice to get the full version of that. England are still sorting out where their field is. Leach is now ready to start. No, he's not. He's just practicing his run-up still. A little bit of left arm round to Shreyas. He's moved to 34 off the 57 balls he's faced. Starting to look very at home on this track. Let's see what England can do to upset that. Just the one slip, Mr. Root. As Leach starts his 12th over. And Shreyas just prods it back down the track towards the bowler, who fields off his own bowling.
He didn't look very threatening in the pre-lunch session, did he, Jack Leach?
I didn't watch any of it, so I couldn't tell you what he was like. So I'll take your word for it. This one is just outside off stump, punched square to cover point. No chance of a run. Ollie Pope's had a sort of a silly mid-off to Shreyas. There's a backward point and a man behind square on the off as well. So a bit of a ring here for Shreyas. Chatting away with Ben Folkes. Good to see a bit of conversation going on. Leach is ready and strolls in, left arm round, and this one is punched into the leg side. Man from mid-on just comes forward, fields it, adds a single to the score, 2-2-3 for 3.
So yesterday Hartley got hit for a 6th birth ball. There was lots of discussion about has that happened in Test cricket before, and it has 2 other times. Did you guys talk about that yesterday at all?
Not while I was on.
So if anyone hadn't heard, the other 2 instances were Gavin Robertson in India, the Australian spin bowler, who's now more famous as one of Brett Lee's band members actually.
Spin bowling legend.
Oh, yeah. All one comes off the inside edge of Rahul's bat and just dribbles past the off stump and ends up between Ben Folkes' feet. Was the other bowler a spinner as well? I guess it was.
Well, it was a part-timer. It was Faf du Plessis in his very first test in Adelaide. David Warner hit him for 6.
Right.
First ball in his first test.
That's
Lucky.
right. And this one's much fuller from Leach, and Rahul has punched this, but the man at cover is able to cut it off, diving away to his right.
In that test, Duplessis did redeem himself. He scored a match-saving century and batted all day and kept the Australians at bay.
So the game got better and better for him. Good. He's a good man,
But
actually. I
still,
think.
first ball for 6.
This one's outside off stump and sort of hung out there, and Rahul plays it. Probably didn't really need to, but anyway, poked it to Pope at City mid-off. End of that 12th over from Jack Leach. 1-4-33. His figures, India 2-2-3 for 3. Any messages? Any comments?
Further up to what she said just before, Leah carries on by saying she means India becoming the first team ever to lose 6 wickets for no run in South Africa, yet still winning the test was the height of comedy. Black comedy, possibly,
Yeah.
if you're South African.
Funny things happen in these long games. Why we like it?
No, I like it because of the commentary.
You say the nicest things, Mog. Rehan to continue. Shreyas surveying the field again. Quite a packed offside. A sort of a silly mid-on as well in position. Probably Pope all padded up. Gary Naylor expressing his concern that people fielding in these positions because they're so protected. But, better than the injuries, I would say. First ball anyway, and Shreyas has punched away into the offside. It's all been a very quiet start, really, hasn't it? This post-lunch session. They must have had quite a big meal, I think, from the look of it.
Bit of a post-prandial slump.
Yeah, post-prandial, yes. Rehan in again, and Shreyas presents pad, bat, everything, and defends it.
Rehan should be looking for a refund from his hairstylist, I would suggest. Not a very nice haircut.
Maybe recommend him yours.
And Shreyas.
Yeah, have a look at my head.
Yeah. That's it. England have actually taken a wicket. Shreyas has gone for the big hoik over mid-wicket, and I don't know who the catcher was. Might have been Hartley, but he's just holed out a yard inside the boundary, and England actually have their 4th wicket.
The crowd says, you're out.
Collapses
Poor shot
on.
by Shreyas.
Yep.
Yeah, collapses on. Poor shot. I mean, it was the googly. He picked it, and he picked out the only fielder out in the deep on the mid-wicket boundary.
Went straight to him, didn't it? It was Hartley, I thought it was. Anyway, Shreyas has gone 35 of 63 balls. India reduced to 223 for 4. We've gone to an advertising break, so we better have some messages if there are any, or some comments.
Mog, I'm interested in your background there. Have you got what is it that you've got in your background on your screensaver? Oh, we've lost your audio, Mog. I think you're on mute.
Typical. That's some armour. It's a pauldron and articulated plates on this side of me, and it's chainmail on that side.
Okay.
Of course. Why wouldn't it be?
So we're into the Indian tail now. Jadeja's in at number 6.
We all know he can't bat.
That's a long tail if he's coming in at 6. I think we're hopeful of it there, aren't we, Aminda? ...100 innings for Jadeja in Test, averaging 35.95. 1950s, 300s. That's a good Test career. 2,800 runs. For a tail-end batsman.
Leah's hoping for more wickets so Bumrah can make a maiden ton.
Yeah. I can't believe Bumrah hasn't got a ton already, actually.
Absolutely shocking.
So Rehan to continue. First ball to Jadeja. The left-hander comes well forward to defend that one. Just watching a replay. Yep. Shreyas certainly went for that one. And absolutely holed out. One person, he didn't even have to move left or right. He went straight down his throat. Not a good shot at all. Rehan in again. More flight on this one. Straight in at the stumps. And again, Jadeja gives a lot of respect and defends it firmly.
It's been a very subdued beginning since lunch, isn't it?
Well, I was saying it was subdued. Then Shreyas actually made an attacking shot and promptly holed out. So I suspect they'll probably go back in their shells for a couple of overs. Try and prevent the 6 for naught. Another dot ball. The completion of Rehan's over. 1 for 37. His first wicket in this match. Congratulations. India 2-2-3 for 4. Sorry.
He's had a bright start to his Test career. Who has he played against so far and taken wickets against?
Who? Rehan?
Rehan, yeah, he's got 8 wickets and he's averaging 21, so not bad, but very beginning of his career. So who's he played against so far?
I'd have to look it up.
Well, the stats showed he took a 5-for in his first Test. This is his second Test.
Well, we could do with him taking a 5 now, I have to say. A lot of England fans out there. Seems to be enjoying it. Rahul on 55 looking to move towards 3 figures from this position. Again, Leach in, and this is poked away into the offside by Rahul, who has certainly not come out of his shell since lunch. Been very mindful. Leach, left arm around, and this one actually does jag away from a nice little leg break from Leach, jags away from Rahul, pokes it out into the offside, not with any great degree of confidence, but the ball does get to the England fielder.
Looked like it kept a little bit low.
Mm.
So maybe we're starting to see some variable bounce as well in this bit.
We've certainly seen some balls jag up. That's a bit of a misfill from looked like Rehan actually. So gives Rahul a chance to add to his score. Moves on to 56. Just replaying the Shreyas wicket. It was 23 metres in the sky and went 66 metres, but straight to the fielder. Much to Ben Stokes' delight. Leach just...
They're one of those wickets you
Go on.
don't put down to good bowling. It's just poor shot selection
Yeah.
by the batter, or poor execution by the batter.
Hadn't turned his brain back on after lunch.
Leach is busy sorting his fielder for the new batsman, Jadeja. 3 balls faced so far, all dots. And he strolls in his quite laconic style that Leach has. This one is right in on off stump, and Jadeja again very forward in his forward defensive press. No chance of anything other than a dot ball with that approach. He's got a very... I'll go through the field in a minute. This one's... Whoa. That's turned a lot. There's a big appeal from the England players. Umpire looks completely bemused by it. Jadeja doesn't seem to be that interested either. Obviously just flew up off his pad. But he got some turn there.
Review it. Ah, what a shame.
They've run out of reviews. They appeal for LBW and then the bat pad catch as well, I think.
Leach in again outside off stump, and Jadeja forward a long way just to poke that down the track, and that's the end of Leach's over. 1 for 34. India 2-2-4-4-4.
Leo has effortlessly slipped into the role of statistician and information package
Good.
by saying that Rehan took all his wickets in his only test against Pakistan. She also tries to start an argument by saying, from an aesthetic standpoint, Japanese armour is superior to Western armour. Which is wrong.
Yeah.
It's objectively wrong.
I'll leave that to your expertise, Mog.
Lacquered iron. Boring.
So yesterday when England were batting, I noticed that Bairstow didn't have any stickers on his bat. Is he going through some sponsorship transfer?
I don't know, I noticed that. He had a completely naked bat. It was quite bizarre. All you could see was a wood. So I don't know whether he's in dispute with his provider or he just doesn't like the bats that he's been offered and has gone back to an old favourite. It looked quite worn as well, didn't it, the bat?
Yes.
Rehan is into Rahul. It punches this quite firmly on the leg side, but deepish mid-on is there to field it.
In the current series in Australia, a lot of West Indian batters don't have any sponsorship. I think because no one knows them yet.
Yeah, all too new. This one's a fully flighted ball from Rehan, and Rahul digs it out, punches it quite firmly down the track, and Rehan is forced to move to his right and field. Promptly does. Didn't gather the ball neatly, but certainly stopped it going anywhere that might result in runs. A little bit of a movement in the field now. They've brought a slip in. There's a man behind square on the offside. Backward cover point. Still got this city mid-on in position as well. Rehan in is a little bit too short. Gives Rahul time to just rock onto the back foot, punch it away through the gap, and that one is going to beat the fielders to the boundary.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, it's a good
It
shot.
seemed to keep low again, that ball, didn't it?
It did, yeah. But it was very short ball anyway, so it got what it deserved. Well positioned. Two England fielders herring after it, but no chance of cutting that off. India move on to 2-8 for 4. Rehan in again, and this time Rahul dances down the track to meet it, punches it to mid-off, and gallops through to add another single to the score. A little bit more aggression from Rahul coming here. It's good to see. What do we think the lead's going to be, boys?
100.
150.
I think England might take that, actually, at the moment. But still, a couple of wickets might change all of that. Rahul has moved on to an unbeaten 61 at the moment as Rehan comes into danger. This is on his pads. He clips it away. A very short leg in there, but it went past him far. Ollie Pope went past him far too quickly. Anyway, they've added a single to the score. India have moved on to 230 for 4. Oh, went underneath Ollie Pope's hands and between his legs. So probably not quite a chance, but a fleeting moment of opportunity for England.
Anything on socials, Mark?
Hang on, we've got one more ball in this over, which has just been dispatched by Rahul to the boundary. Yeah, any socials, Mog?
Brian in Brisbane says that the view of me looks like a young Hendo, which, given just how handsome young Hendo was, I'm going to take that as a compliment. Leah says the thing that should tell you everything about the quality of Bairstow's batting is that the sponsors are more willing to throw money at Bumrah than for him to get a sticker on the blade. Or Bairstow, just because he's useless. And Twitter, which is a filthy, festering pile of crap. Mayank's asking me to talk the way I tweet. So, fuck you, and go get fucked.
That cheered him up. I think that...
well, Ben Stokes has no confidence in Jack Leach at all, because I think he's given the ball to Joe Root here.
Joe Root, yeah, going back into
So he gave Leach what, 1 over?
2 no, 2. Here's a jingle.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Joe Root, actually. So he's already bowled 6 overs in this innings. 1 for 26 for Mr. Root. Bowling to Jadeja has moved to just the 1 off the 7 balls he's faces, getting outside off stump and firmly just prodded away on the offside behind square, and Jadeja can double his score. India move on to 235 for 4, trailing by 11. The Indian fans looking very, very confident, aren't they? Enjoying what they're seeing from the batsmen. Certainly not making the England bowlers look dangerous or threatening at the moment.
I heard an interesting factoid the other day that Hyderabad has now become the 2nd wealthiest city in India.
On the back of what industry, do you know?
Yeah, it's IT.
IT.
Of the giant snow park Tony was talking about.
This ball is punched away by Rahul, and Joe Root makes a really quite pathetic effort to stop it, misses it, and enables Rahul to amble through for a single. Joe Root this innings with bat, 29 off 60. He hasn't batted this innings. Don't understand that caption. Anyway. He's in again, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, just jabs it behind square on the offside, just sort of a deepish fielder comes dashing into field, but plenty of time for the Indians to jog through for 1 more run. The lead is reduced to 9 runs at the moment.
Maybe those runs for Root were how many he's given away in the field.
Yeah, I think. Certainly on the basis of that last bit of fielding from him. This one's hit the pads of Rahul as he's rocked back. Big appeal from Joe Root. I have to say the umpire completely unmoved. I thought that probably pitched outside leg.
Go on, review it. Oh.
I haven't got any left. India have got 3. Just watching it again, and no, I lied. Bang on middle stump.
Wow.
Just probably going over the top of leg stump. It cut back a little bit. It's a good ball. England fielders are certainly interested in that one. Repeats this one. This one drifts across Rahul rather than jag back into his pads, but clipped it away. Easy opportunity to add another run to the score.
Like watching cricket pre-DRS days, isn't it?
Yes.
No reviews. Just take the umpire's decision as it comes.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll show us ball tracker. That at best is going to be umpire's call, I think. So he's in again. This ball sort of jags away from Jadeja, and he follows it and doesn't really hit it properly. Just managed to get a bit of bat on it to play it down into the offside. Dot ball. End of the over. Any socials, messages?
You're on mute again.
God damn it. Josie Oak says that Hendo was never young. Fuck. I've already lost what I was saying. Hendo was born old. That's the gist of it.
Oh, right.
Also, coffees are on the way, Guerrilla Towers. Bear has the code.
Oh, right. Thank you very much. Who was that from?
That's from Brian in Brisbane.
All right. Thank you, Brian. You're always very kind.
Marsh is out. Australia 55 for 4.
Oh. Yeah, but it was just clipping the top of the stump. It would have been umpire's call, so they wouldn't have got an overturned decision had they had a review available to review it with. So all is as it is. India trailing by 8 as Rehan comes in, and Rahul greets him with a full swish of the bat, straight back over his head, and has gone for a maximum.
from his slumber.
That was a good shot, that. Yeah, just one step down the track, head down, straight through the ball. No England fielder on the 5th row of the stand, so always safe. Rehan
Moved into the 70s, Rahul.
in, and clipped away by Rahul. Yes, he's moved in onto 73. It's been a good innings so far. I don't think he's given away any chances either.
You could say he's gone into the 70s with flair.
Yeah, it was 24 metres high and went 87 metres. Big hit.
I like that.
Another dot ball punched away into the offside.
And I had some flares as a young lad in the 70s.
Did you go the giant lapels as well?
Oh no, didn't have lapels.
Disappointing.
Some weird colours though.
Rehan in, and very full ball, and Rahul's almost made that into a Yorker, but it gets the bottom of the bat on it. Folks jogs from behind the stumps to complete the fielding. Ollie Pope's running around. I'm not quite sure why. It's not the end of the over yet. So having a chat with his skipper, who doesn't seem that impressed. So end of conversation. Rehan in again, and this is a horrible half volley, half bunger, and that's gone over the ropes for another one of these.
2, 4, 6.
And with that, India take the lead.
Yep. And that's the problem with these spinners, right? They're so inexperienced that every over they're going to give 1 or 2 boundary balls.
Yeah, players like Rahul are not going to miss out on those opportunities. We're going to have a change around. Bears moved into greet me. I think we've got Messers coming on.
No, we've got Forthy.
Forthy, Mr. Forth.
Hello there. Thank you very much to Mog. And oh no, you got one ball left, boys.
Yeah.
Morning, Mog.
Yeah.
Morning, Mog.
Steady on. Slow down.
Stop shortchanging them. Rehan is in, and again Rahul, rather than dispatch it for 6, just prods it into the offside. End of the over. India 250 for 4, a lead of 4 runs. Thanks, guys. Enjoyed that.
See you later, Jen.
See you later. And morning, Forthy. How are you, mate?
Hello. Yeah, very good. How are you going, Bet? Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you. It's been a little while, has it not?
Yeah, I think I did a little bit of the West Indies mid-December, but yeah, first time since then.
Exactly. Test cricket. How are the Aussies doing?
The 5th wicket's gone down.
The 5th wicket.
Mitchell,
5th wicket. Who's gone?
Mitchell was out, I believe.
Mitchell's.
I heard Aminda mention it in commentary. So.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
58 for 5.
Can I have the iPad?
iPad. You can have the iPad. So what do you reckon, Forthy? Where are England's problems? Where are woes?
Well, we've gone significantly undercooked. I'm sure everyone's made the same observations. We've gone in with 2 spin bowlers who are green, wet behind the ears in these sort of conditions. It's rather meat and drink, isn't it, to the Indian batsmen? Well, that's the source of the problem. And we've gone in with 1 strike bowler who's got express speed, but I kind of think we'd probably be better off with someone like Robinson in these conditions.
More than likely. There's an appeal for LBW, maybe pad first before it went on to Jadeja's bat, but I think it's probably going down leg side. And there's no run. Yeah, the problem is that I don't know, it wasn't. It was a massive inside edge onto pad. It wasn't even a pad first, so I don't know what they were appealing for. That's the problem, isn't it? Where are we going to find 2 other spinners? Or actually, I only think. That's another one. That has inside edge onto pad, ballooned up, and folks came on trying to get it with his one hand, but he couldn't.
I think to win in India, you've got to have 4 world-class players at the top of their game, and we had that once about 10 years ago. I think we had Swan, Panesar, Cook, and Peterson.
Yeah. Well, some people say Panesar was not great at the time, but that was defended back down the track and there's no run. Yeah, I think possibly you could use Root as the third spinner, and then you only need 2 spinners and you could have 2 seamers. probably Robinson would be quite effective if anyone's going to be, plus one other.
He's if he put a bit more effort in, which he can't because of his batting. I'll hold off.
Defended back down the track. There's no run.
Then Root could be an absolutely very presentable spin bowler because he's a very talented sportsman, but you just don't have that. I mean, Jacques Callis did it, I suppose, but he was a medium pacer. It's rather different.
Yep. Rooty tosses that one up. It's full toss though, and it's driven by Jadeja down the long on. Oh, there's no one there. I thought someone was going to field that. It's going to be a single, but nope, there's no one there. It's 4 runs. Yeah, I mean the problem is we're never going to be able to compete spinning wise, are we?
Yeah, it's a tough ask.
No, it's a once in a generation opportunity to get someone like Swan, and you've got a couple of decent batsmen. But am I right in thinking India have won 16 home series in a row now?
Yep, they've only lost 4 tests since that series that they lost to us.
2012, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
that's
a long time.
Yep. Left alone by Jadeja last ball of the over.
Morning, morning, Forthy. How are you?
Yeah, very good, Steve. How are you?
I'm okay. Happy New Year to you and all that sort of stuff.
Happy New Year. Yes. Lovely to see your calm presence there. It's good. We've got a very calm team here. It's good.
Yeah, we're looking at missed chances, and there were a few, weren't there, at the beginning of the bloody day? Rahul was.
Well, I think that Folkes one wouldn't have been given anyway because it was given as a leg bye, and we'd run out of appeals, funnily enough, even though...
Yeah, we have run out of reviews, it's true. We wouldn't have been able to review it. We blew all our reviews in 13 overs, which is fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's funny, their first day of a series, Ben Stokes seems to slightly lose his head.
He does a little bit.
The same in the Ashes.
Bowled Hartley for too long as well. But there aren't any real solutions, are there? That's the problem.
Not a lot of alternatives.
No, that's right. It's like who are the Tories going to pick next as a leader? Well, there isn't anyone left. It's a bit like that.
It is a little bit. It is a little bit. Yeah. I think we'll bat all right for the series. I think by hook or by crook we'll get scores that represent something defendable on all these wickets just playing Bazball. I mean, there was an interesting tweet by Andrew Miller yesterday when everyone was complaining that England had, should have got more. But by comparison, in the first 2 tests, in the test that spun on the last one after the first test that we won, we've been all out for 118 in 20 more overs, and by the time we got to the same score yesterday that we got in 20 overs, we were all out or something. in one of the tests as well last time we were over there. So it's a legitimate approach, I think, and the batting will work. I just don't think we might. One test they might get it all together, and the bowlers will match theirs. But our spinning capabilities just aren't commensurate to the Indians, and that's where we'll lose it. Ahmed is in, Rehan, and that's a lovely shot by KL Rahul, who's cruising on towards 100. He elegantly drives that through the covers. It's chased down by Zach Crawley, but they'll get back for 2. Comfortable.
Good fielding.
Comparisons are always a little invidious, but can either of you remember a weaker spinning attack that we've sent it over to India?
Who did we have last time we went? We had Root, we had Leach, and we had Don Bess.
Yeah, that's not great either.
That wasn't great either. And this is the thing, I think we've gone probably one spinner too heavy. I think they just... this is the thing, it seems a bit daft if you've got Root in your side.
Yeah.
Is to not include him as the 3rd spinner and then just go for 2 spinners and then 2 seamers or pacemen. That's defended on the leg side, and there's no one. At least it gives you options, especially if Stokes isn't going to bowl. It'd be different if Stokes could bowl.
I was going to say if Stokesy was actually bowling, I think that would make a little bit of that changes balance a lot.
Exactly. Well, it may not be this series, or maybe later in the series we'll be able to bowl. Who knows?
What does Dan Lawrence bowl?
Florgan Blender spinning too. He's arms and legs everywhere, Dan Lawrence.
That's right, yeah.
Rehan Ahmed is in. Ooh, that was driven hard back.
He half stopped that.
Could have easily knocked it onto his stumps, which would have been quite interesting. But instead it's driven past him for a single.
It's a good thing he did half stop it, because I think that would have gone to the boundary quite comfortably.
See, a lot of England's bowling is either too full or too... they're not getting the length right, are they, really? Let's be honest.
It's so variable, isn't it?
Yeah,
all over
and you've got to get it just right, and then you've got to stick on that length, or try and stick on that length to create a bit of pressure. But England are generally bowling Either a little bit too full or a little bit too short. But I do like Rehan Ahmed, I've got to say.
Yeah, I've quite enjoyed watching him bowl.
I think they should persevere. Oh, now that one
that's a
popped
beauty.
up off an outside edge onto Jadeja's chest. Onto his head, actually. It looks like he's rubbing his cheek. But unfortunately, it didn't bounce far enough off his cheek to go to short leg. And
Ollie
therefore there
Pope,
was-
Ollie Pope looked excited
He
there.
did there for a minute. No run. At least all the bowlers have got
Yeah.
a wicket, haven't they? Apart from Woody. But he's played enough that it's not really that problem.
I think
Full
it's a
toss.
fair enough wicket. It's not too. It's fairly Goldilocks, isn't it? Not
Yeah.
too- yeah.
I mean, it's going to. You can imagine it's going to break up if it went to a fourth or fifth there. It'd be pretty bloody hard. But I don't see it getting that far.
No.
I mean, if they get a lead of
150,
150 by the end of today, you can't. It would be touch and go whether it goes into Sunday. To be fair, that's a good shot by Jadeja. Though too short that one. Last ball of the over, and means that the over goes for 7.
Shall I do some messages?
Yes.
Josie Oki says, we're doomed.
Yeah, he always says that.
Taking that. Armchair Cricket Podcast, after looking iffy for the first 4 or 5 overs after lunch, KL Rahul coming into his own against the spinners. A bit disappointed to see Shreyas Iyer get out to a trap after being so judicious with his stroke play before lunch.
Yeah.
And Sam Phillips says, get Ollie Robinson in and he can be your second seamer and third spinner.
That's true, he bowls a bit above off spin,
And
doesn't he?
Kiwi by Day says, calm is good, I agree. Helps to listen your calm covered while we paint the kitchen. I hope the painting's going well, Kiwi.
Yeah.
What colour are you doing?
White.
I bet it's not.
A white box is always good. Makes it easier. You don't have to worry about edging on the ceiling.
There talks the property owner.
This makes
the
it quick.
landlord.
Makes it quicker.
You can
Is
wipe the mess off
avocado
faster.
Is avocado making a comeback?
No.
Not in England. I don't know about Australia, Forthy.
Magnolia is out. Leach is going to bowl to Carroll. He's worked it into the vacant mid-wicket and he gets himself a single.
Avocado, the fruit, is permanently in style here.
Oh yeah, well, always here as well.
Smashed avocado on toast for all the hippies.
Yeah.
I mean, the yappies, yeah.
And hippies.
Yeah.
And hippies. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of universal here, smashed avo.
Smashed avo
Yeah.
on toast.
Especially with bacon and toast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Tends to be a little bit of feta, and a little bit of the feta woven in, and maybe a little smoked salmon or something.
Ooh, that sounds quite good.
Yeah,
I'm not a big
smoked
fan of
salmon,
avocado,
yes.
but the
Smoked salmon and smashed avo I've had
Yeah.
many times.
like a bit of feta.
Feta compli. with this match.
Well, there you go. Jadeja, 11 off 19, facing up to Leach. India 262 for 4 in the 60th over. And Leach is over the wicket. Down the track comes Jadeja and launches it. They're going to go on the attack now, aren't they? They're ahead, and they've got 6 wickets in hand. And that was just slammed over wide, long on for 6 runs for Jadeja.
Six.
They've also got a very substantial lower middle order with Patel and Ashwin to come in as well.
Yeah, and KS Bharat as well. I presume he's a keeper. They usually come back. He's next in.
Mogg assures me Bumrah's playing well, so.
Yeah, well, Bumrah can slap it around occasionally, especially against us. Didn't him and Shami put on 90, didn't they, in England in one of those tests?
Well, Bumrah arrived at the start of that series with a batting average of 2.
Yeah,
he didn't leave it with an average of 2.
What was it when he left? 4 or something. Doubled it.
Well,
and all with one innings.
Didn't him and Shami put on something like 92?
Yeah. Someone will tell us. Like,
oh, now that's out.
The big
surely.
shout.
Big inside edge.
And it's given him.
It's been given.
Is he going to review it?
And he's
reviewed it straight away.
Straight away.
Well, England has a bat pad. So
I think Joe said it clipped him, not the bat. Oh,
well, yeah, but he
we'll
might
see.
not. He might not have felt it off the inside edge of the bat. Turned back into him quite sharply. England thought it came off inside edge, rolled up his pad, maybe a bit of arm, but went out to Ollie Pope.
He's very confident, Jadeja.
Yeah, he is very confident.
By the way, Kiwis confirmed it is plain white.
Good.
Oh, okay.
Makes it nice and easy.
No avo. I don't think
it could have hit glove. It could have hit the inside edge of the bat. It could have hit neither. I'm not sure it did hit the bat. It might be more glove.
Looks like a gap there, doesn't it?
It might have grazed the glove there, actually. There might have been a slight movement.
Hopefully before it hit the pad, otherwise you're never going to see the...
Well, you should be able, from side on, you should be able to see whether it's hit the underside of the glove, but I'm not sure it did hit the bat.
I think he's all right, unfortunately.
Nothing there, and it's under the glove. Ooh!
It's hitting the pad, isn't it?
I'm not sure that's not the underside of the glove before it's just hit the pad.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think you can tell the difference because I think they've hit about the same.
Well, he's been given out, then he'll stay out.
But he's been given out, so he should go with the on-field decision in that
Exactly.
case. You can't tell.
Oh.
Unless the BCCI have stuck a few fucking brown envelopes in the box, you know.
What a suggestion, allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. Well, they're saying
just keep
impact
the
in
lawyers
line
happy.
missing. What the fuck?
Oh, come on.
Oh, going for the LB not catch.
Oh, what? Now that is fucking outrageous, actually, because they should have gone to the side view to see also where that spike was. They've only gone for the front view, and you can't say definitively that that is not glove before it's hit the pad. That's fucking outrageous. That is outrageous.
I agree.
I would be
He's given it on field as well. They don't seem to fuss the English. Maybe they've been...
Well, it's not their review, but I mean, surely I'd be very interested to see that from the side. That's wrong, mate. That's wrong.
The bear's on the march.
Well, it might be that he did miss it and it is pad, but at least you have a bloody look at it, don't you?
Yeah, I agree. They're far too quick.
Far too quick. Anyway, it has been given non-out, and Jadeja remains there, 17 off 21. Short leg slip, slip.
That was an exciting little interlude.
Well, at least we had something happen.
Yeah,
hey?
something to talk about.
Yeah, at least England have got 3-4 fielders around the bat now, which is good.
That one, he gets on top of it, Jadeja, knocks it down to the man on the 45. He wants a single. And that's difficult to tell.
A leg slip and a short leg.
Yeah.
I don't think Leachy thought it did either, actually.
Well, you can never be sure, can you? You can never quite be sure, but and that's what DRS is for, really. That's defended on the offside. No run. It's a good bit of turn for Leach. He's got
back in
outside
the
that
attack.
off stump.
He's too good-natured, Leachy, isn't he? Warney would have made that review happen and the decision get overturned.
Oh, now he's gone underneath that. He's hit it way up in the air. It's not long enough for 6. Is there anyone? There's no one out there. Fucking hell. Lands in no man's land out near Crawley between wide long on and deep mid wicket. Got away with that, Jadeja. Things happening.
Yeah.
Entertaining.
All right. Anything happening in the wider world, Steve?
Kiwi did reply, yes, it is plain white just because we're preparing to sell. The rest of the house has some cool colours. Brackets, no avocado though.
Yeah.
Messages is joining us. That wasn't outrageous, Bear. The split screen showed the ball past his glove when it hit the pad.
It
Clearly
didn't,
not out.
You can't tell that from the front. That's my point, Messi. It didn't show it clearly because his pad was very close to his
I've got a vision
pad.
of Messages just wiping the shit off his arms at the moment.
Yeah, he's just having a pop at me, isn't
absolutely.
he? Trying to wind me up. Messi.
Tut tut tut. We know your game, Messi. Fourthie, what's the temperature like where you are?
Very pleasant. It's about 21, 22 degrees. We've had a lovely few days. I've had some visitors over from the UK, which is quite rare from us, and we've been taking them around Melbourne. Had a very nice time.
Yeah,
good.
And before that, we're in Tasmania first 2 weeks of the year. We finally saw a platypus.
Oh, right. And
In
do
the
they
wild?
look as funny as they
In the
look
wild,
on the pictures?
yeah. You don't see much, to be fair. You see a ripple, and
Oh,
you see a
right.
bit of a head. That's it. It's nothing to write home about, but if you've never seen a platypus, it's quite exciting.
You want to see it in a while, flapping about.
And dolphins and
Yeah.
whales and stuff like that? Or you weren't that far out?
I saw a echidna, saw a brown snake, saw a tiger snake, saw wallabies, obviously.
Don't both of those kill you? You want to stay quite a distant. Brown snakes are very poisonous, aren't they?
Brown snakes are the worst, yeah.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been a death from a snake bite in Australia since 1960.
Really?
Oh,
That's
really?
defended back down the track. There's no one. But surely you have to
Oh, no,
carry
that's, that's spiders. We do occasionally get people on, sheep stations and things who can't get to the anti-venom in time.
Well, I was going to say, you need to be near some anti-venom, don't you? For it to
Yeah,
be
you
okay.
do.
Another big appeal for LBW. Nah, pitched outside
Outside
leg,
leg.
probably going down leg. At least England are getting some
Worth a
appeals.
shout, though, yeah. It gets into the batsman's head, doesn't it?
Saw Tasmanian Devil as well, which was good.
Cool. Well, that pitched in line. Ooh, that might have shaded the outside of the leg stump, but it's a bit too fine. That one right forward is Jadeja.
And he does the fielding as well.
And he does the fielding, yeah. Pats up on top.
God, he does everything. Bat, field, bowls. Probably captains as well.
Probably does. Rehan Ahmed onto the leg stump. Clipped out to deep square leg for a single. No, that's all right. Go on then, 40. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying, well, they probably, I mean, they have overbowled certainly Hartley, aren't they? But it's a long series, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't protect them for 5 tests. They've
No, and I kind of guess that Stokesy feels well if I blood him early, and he's in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Get the experience. Yeah.
And he got a wicket.
Yeah.
And Shane Warne, what was he? 1 for 160 on his Test debut, as we always point to.
And whatever happened to him?
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Well, apart from sadly he died of a heart attack in a Thai hotel at the age of 50, whatever it was.
Yes.
Defended into a space.
Not before taking 600, 700 wicket.
Test wicket 700, wasn't it?
A quiet career.
Yeah.
Actually, one thing I did do is have a tour around the MCG when we had our friends over. It's a bit disappointing, actually.
Oh, really? Is it just a big empty bowl, basically?
Yeah, well, it's a big empty bowl and it's very, very functional. It's like a municipal swimming pool behind the scenes.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah,
Supermarkets and things like that? Or?
It's like a supermarket loaning zone. I thought, okay, right. This is where the cars come in. This is the showers. This is quite boring, actually.
Full and wild outside off stump, and man, England's fielders are in the wrong places. That's driven inside the man who's wide at mid-off and goes all the way down the boundary again. Last ball of the over. Rehan Ahmed, last 2 overs. Last ball's gone 4 after a reasonably good over. Its current partnership is 52 or 51.
The funny thing is that actually Jadeja's got a higher average, isn't he, in Test match cricket than Rahul, which seems bizarre. I think Jadeja's average is about 35 and Rahul's 32 or 33.
Okay.
It's very odd when you look at them bat.
Rahul's always batted at 4 and 5 though, hasn't he?
No, he opened at some point, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, he was an opener for quite a while. Struggled in England every time he came here. Opening. He always looks like always very correct batsman. I always liked watching KL Rahul. I always thought he was
elegant.
Yeah.
High quality.
I finally seemed to have junked Ajinkya Rahane. Was he retired? I think they junked him finally. Leach around the wicket to KL Rahul, who just defended it out in the offside, and there's no run. Rahul had a good series in South Africa though, so he must be feeling good at the moment. Jadeja always has a pretty good series.
That was such an easy shot for 4, that one.
Yeah. It's just too full.
And rather worryingly, he's 84 off 109, which is a very high strike rate for Rahul. Usually long about 50.
Well, yeah, England really haven't been able to force the issue, have they? And the pitch certainly doesn't seem to have been England spinners, and not unsurprisingly, haven't been able to. So that's defended out to an off Hayden, and there's no run. Haven't been able to use the pitch in any way you'd like with the same effectiveness as the Indian bowlers.
Indeed, the odd Jaffa.
Yeah. I mean, that ball that got Bairstow yesterday was an absolute peach.
Torture.
Perfect delivery.
Yeah, you can't do anything with that. Even Johnny Best marched off, so we're sort of nodding his head. That was you can't argue with that, can you?
No, you can't. And he was batting well at the time as well. Leachy, it's too short, and consequently Rahul goes back, punches it through the offside. Doesn't quite beat the man at cover. It'll just still be a single though. Oh, did they go for a single? No, they didn't actually.
It's a
I suppose people who don't know anything about cricket would say, well, why don't they just bowl that ball every time? So maybe as a spinner you can explain why it doesn't work that way.
Well, I think that they have tried a bit too much. Well, this is part of your preparation thing, isn't it? You know, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're an Indian and you play on these pitches, you find your length, and it's the length that's the thing. If the pitch is doing the work, That's just worked into the leg side for an easy single by Carroll. It's finding that length that you can drag them forward, but not too full, so they can get on top of it and drive it. So if it does spin, it has a chance to beat the bat. And India have been able to find that, obviously, as they're better and more experienced in these conditions, much quicker. Whereas England have really struggled for me in trying to find that consistent length and then just sitting on it for a little while. You know, it's like trying to make too much happen. If the pitch is going to do the work for you, it is find that line, find that length, and pound away at it. I mean, Jaiswal was very good at, you know, if someone comes at you, like Jaiswal did, and Hartley was new, obviously, so that's just worked down to the man on 45 and there's no run, then you can quite easily get a hit off your length, and you're trying to almost second guess the batsman, in which case you get it wrong and he's slightly slower to react, or in the sense that he watches you deliver, he reacts to you rather than the other way around. That one is clipped to a wideish short mid wicket by Jadeja, no run.
And although there has been more continuity of selection, there is a little trail of 1 and 2 Test spinners, even over the last few years, as Borthwick and Kerrigan and Crane. And
well, it's because we always need someone when we go when we go out to whether we go to Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or Pakistan or India. You've got to have a second spinner or a third one, and so every couple of years or every year when we go out there, someone else gets a go, don't they? You know?
One in.
And why not? Anyway, some messages. This is for you, Forthy. Forthy is clearly pitching for work from the Australian Tourism Board. There are about 2 to 3 deaths from snake bites in Australia each year, and Wikipedia even lists them all, and he's actually attached it.
Yeah, I did correct myself. It was spiders that we had to bite from.
And then Tony Bishop, I think this is from his little boy Louis. Give me a shout out with our new sponsors, and tell the bear snakes are venomous, not poisonous, not now poisonous, not poisonous.
Okay.
Venom is injected, poison is injected.
Who was that? Pedantic fucker?
I think that's Tony's son, Louis.
Okay.
A message from someone called Louis Bishop, Tony says.
Okay.
Venom is injected, poison is injected. I don't understand what the difference is.
Yeah, you can inject poison too if you want to out of a syringe. Doesn't have to be ingested.
That's
We've
Alabama.
all got things we get pedantic about.
Although you can't in Alabama, apparently. You have to go.
Well, no, you have to be gassed.
Yeah.
That was fucking atrocious, wasn't it?
They step backwards.
Hartley's back into the attack.
Oh,
His first ball he shoved down the leg side. It's a miss by K. Rahul. Bounced off the keeper down towards the short third man.
I do.
Here's a jingle.
Hardly a game. You give spinners a bad name.
Defended by K. Rahul. Out to the offside. No run.
I can't help myself. When someone calls an initialism and an acronym, it does make me wince.
Well, that one you've beaten me on.
We have a.
Well, IBM's an initialism. And
that's too wide and full and driven out to the man on the point boundary, cover boundary for a single.
NASA's an acronym. It's got to form a word.
Josie Oakey messages saying, lost by an innings and a lot? Question mark.
What, this? Looking that way.
It does, isn't it?
If they get 150 lead, yeah.
I think you've got agreement there, Josie.
I'd say so.
We just haven't been able to take wickets. And the wicket doesn't look nearly as dangerous as it was yesterday.
We haven't had a centurion yet in this match. Rahul is
closing
approaching it.
Yeah. What's happening?
What did Jaiswal get? 80?
Jaiswal got 80, yeah. No, that was... there's a bit of bat involved in that one. I thought it'd gone behind square, but it ended up actually going out towards mid-wicket.
It's funny, it did look like it was going to be on the 45 there, wasn't it?
Are we time for a change already? That was quick.
When you're enjoying yourself there.
Oh, it was. What is question 40? There's only like 2 spiders that will kill you in Australia, though, aren't there? There's lots of snakes.
Brown and tiger are there, yeah. But I think there are others that can get you.
Well, I mean, it's only the funnel web and the black widow that will kill you. Spiders-wise. Redback, yeah, black widow, yeah. Driven nicely by Jadeja inside mid-on. And there's another 4 given away by Hartley. He's tons up. He's gone for 102 for just 1 wicket and 20.5 overs. So he's dragged it back. He was going to nearly 8 and over, 10 and over for his first
He
four
was,
overs.
yeah.
So he has dragged it back a bit.
A little bit of a recovery.
Who's on next then? It is Andy McLean, who's not here. Gary and Tony. So I'm supposed to stay here now.
Are you?
I think.
All done? Okay. Good fun, boys.
Okay,
Nice. Good to see you, Fourthly. Keep well.
Yeah, very good to see you, Steve. See you in
mate.
half an hour, everyone else.
Okie dokie. See you later, Fourthy. In a bit. Right. So I'll just keep talking because I don't really know what's going on. I'm assuming I'm staying here. Yeah, that's Steve's 2 sessions. He's now off to work. Good morning. Goodbye. He wants the squirty shit. He's still. You're all paranoid, man. You've all had a massive amount of jabs, haven't you, for COVID? Who's doing what, Tone?
I'm doing ball by ball.
You're doing ball by ball. So I'm just summarising, yeah. Okay. Do you want to come and sit here then, Gary? No, you're all right there. You have to do jingles too, you know. Okay, cool. Right, enough of producer nonsense.
Do you remember a song by a chap called Jim Stafford?
Jim Stafford?
Yeah, it's called I Don't Like Spiders and Snakes.
No.
I don't like spiders and snakes, but that ain't what it takes to love me.
The way you used
There's some
to
crazy
do.
lyrics out there.
Yeah.
No, I don't know that one.
Oh, it's quite old. It's an old song from the 70s.
No. See, that's a little bit before my time.
Yeah.
I mean, I was born in the 70s.
And having a go at my son for calling him a pedantic fucker.
Yeah.
Where do you think he might get that from?
Well, I wonder. I do wonder, Tony. You know, it's time for a drinks break anyway, so we don't need to.
Oh,
talk.
we've
We've had plenty of time to have a switch.
To have a go at my boy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not having that.
I mean-
I'm standing up for him.
I mean, this is disappointing, isn't it? I mean, England have not been competitive with the ball. As mitigation, the callowness of the attack, the lack of preparation. But, you know, this is supposed to be a marquee series. It's a 5-test series, and England, you know, they've sent a side here that are not competitive for, admittedly, only a day and a half. But the writing's on the wall here.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can see it's like if we had a decent. Look, I still believe that Jack Leach is a good spinner, right? I don't think he's probably bowled enough, and he's bowled Hartley too much. And I think Root is a third spinner. I've been saying this now. I've been banging on about this for 2 days now. I think probably we only needed 1 extra spinner rather than 2 extra spinners in this side.
But they also need a seamer who can bowl cutters, you know,
Well-
the way Hoggy would do. And
Well, this is the thing. But I think this is the thing. If you'd have had just 1 spinner, you probably could have got Ollie Robinson in this side. I think he could have done that job.
I think he could have done as well. I mean, Wood does look a luxury at the moment. He did bowl some bouncers, but they were called wides yesterday. He's not roughed up the batsman. Of course, he might rough up the tail, but damage is done.
Well, if they could get through to the tail now, I don't know. It's tricky, isn't it? I mean, a lot of scores are similar. We, you know, as Forty pointed out, or Steve, we wouldn't have been able to review that catch had Rahul been caught behind. It was given as leg byes.
And it was a very strange review. I mean, I must admit I'm with you that they zoomed past the checking of whether the ball had tickled the glove on the way to the pad.
Yeah, that was really weird, wasn't it? I mean, you've got
was.
to look at it side on as well, haven't you?
Well, it's Jack Leach. He has 1 for 43 off 15. What I'm disappointed with Leach, and I often am, really, he is the senior spinner, but I'm seeing no drift, no dip here, which suggests he's not getting the kind of revs on the ball that you need your lead spinner to get.
Well, no one else is either. That's well, Rehan Ahmed is. I mean, this is it. Maybe you ditch Hartley, stick with Leach because he's your experience. But I mean, Leach.
You've got to.
Leach got 24 wickets on the last tour, an average of late 20s.
And
So that's pretty decent.
I was complaining on the last tour, but he did come back and he was, as you say, decent. And there's a really good ball. That one did dip a little bit and was pitched in such a way as to bring Rahul forward, turned past the outside edge. And you kind of think that India bowl that ball a couple of times and over, and England bowl them a couple of times a session, and there hangs the tail, really. That was an excellent delivery.
But that was always going to be the problem, wasn't it, when England go over here? You know, we don't have the stocks of these bowlers that we require.
Bit fuller and a bit more leg side, and Leach does well fielding off his own bowling. It's the left arm round to the right-handed Rahul, which is the matchup they want. Again, England have got a right and left combination in here, which seems to be more important in India than anywhere else because spin being so dominant. So it's important to bowl dot balls and try and get 6 at the one target. And there was probably a single there, but Ben Stokes coming round from mid-on. He's been a few yards too deep for me throughout this match there, but he does save the single there. So after the drinks break, 3 dot balls have come forward. I want to make another observation after this as Leach is in, and this is just defended by KL Rahul. India have put together 4-5 now partnerships. None have gone on to match defining. It's not VVS Lachman and Rahul Dravid type partnerships, but 5 substantial partnerships. England have not been able to back up a wicket with another wicket.
No.
Which is the key to playing in the subcontinents. That ball's just pushed to the man at backward point. 5 dots in a row from Leach, so that's a tidy start after the drinks break.
Had a couple of chances earlier this morning when they got Gysel, didn't they? They had that one. This is it. KL Rahul nearly got himself out.
Yeah.
If someone had been in the right place, still don't know whether Stokes lost it in the sky or he was just too wide and couldn't make it across.
You've got to have a bit of luck, and you've got to take your chances.
Yeah.
It's you've got to do that when you're playing away in India, as their record shows. And that one keeps a little low, a bottom edge, but England are on their game in the covers for once. Stop the single. It's a little maiden to start off, and we are in his home city. A VVS Lachman for 4.
Oh right, yeah, 281.
Did we do Colin Rosenthal talking about being pedantic? Can you
No.
remember, Bear? Colin Rosenthal being said, if we're doing pedantic, can we start a flame war on whether it's anti-venom or anti-venin?
Ooh.
Okay. Stephen Kelk says, did I imagine it, or did the Bear say commensurate some time ago?
I did, yeah.
Followed by invidious by Forthy.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get good vocabulary on here.
Yeah.
I may sound like a
Get-
commoner, but occasionally I can
Get
spew out
you.
some big words.
Get you. Yayan says, lol, I'm actually going to the Caribbean and Florida for June for the T20 World Cup. I've never been to the Caribbean. Really excited. 40-hour journey from Perth, Australia to Barbados, though. Wow.
40 hour.
Yeah.
40 hours, man.
But how do you go up there? But surely you just go up via Hawaii, don't you?
Leah, in her YouTube guise, says there's a spider in Australia that is only deadly to primates. What? Members of the cloth?
This ball is defended. There is no run. I'm back with my contrafibulations on the ball by ball.
Christ almighty. There are no indigenous primates in Australia, though.
Yeah.
There's an excellent YouTube channel, actually, which I'll come to, as Hartley left arm over to Jadeja, who takes a sachet down the track and just lifts this all but effortlessly over long off for another long on, yes, I should say, for
Oh, I say, chap, give me any milk.
I mean, one of the reasons why England, and you make a very valuable point there about the control of length, one of the reasons why England have not been able to control length is that the Indian batsmen have been much more proactive in making the length themselves by going right back in the crease and coming right forward, as Jadeja did there, taking 2 steps forward. So it's very hard to keep a consistent length when essentially it's the batsmen who are making that length.
Well, also, if we're not turning as much as they were as well. I mean, look at that. That's not turned.
No.
And the pitch is turning. I mean...
Jadeja, by the way, has gone on to 33 now, and we're off the Lachman. We're at 287 now for 4. India's lead 41. It already looks too much, and they've got plenty in hand to come.
Yeah.
But it makes such a huge difference if the batsmen are able to get down the track and rock the whole way back. And Jadeja does rock back there and just punches it into the spaces on the leg side and jogs the easiest single. He does have 34 from 38. I mean, it's not a game-changing innings, but it's what you need at counter-attacking 6 or 7, and he's been brilliant at that for a decade now.
Very much so. Very much so. That was a nice shot.
Yeah, didn't try and hit it too hard,
No.
but still hit it about, well, thick end of 80 or 90 yards, I think. KL Rahul, who's always classy once he gets in, he has 86 from 122, and he can hit that wherever he likes, because it was a horrible long hop, but he's hit it straight down the throat of deep mid-wicket, who is Rehan Ahmed. What have you done, KL Rahul?
That
You
is definitely
are
there's a
out.
jingle for that one. Yeah. Definitely. That was a doorbell. I'll go and get the doorbell.
That'll be Brian in Brisbane's generous breakfast or coffees arrived for us, which we're delighted and thrilled about.
Well,
Thank you so much.
There's a few jingles I could use, but I'm going to use this one.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
I mean, he really could have hit that anywhere, Tony. I mean, I'd venture to say I could have hit it anywhere.
Taking both of those two statements one at a time, yes, very much so to the first one, possibly less so to the second. But
I'll give you possibly less so, but at least 50-50, because it
didn't seem
sat
much
up.
better than a not quite a long hop, but it just sat up and waited to be hit, and he just didn't really connect.
I mean,
maybe we're being unjust to Hartley.
no,
The
I
fact
mean-
is, he's got his second Test
Yeah.
wicket,
And-
and it's a hugely important one for England in this juncture of the game.
And in the-
Take him as you get him. He's got 2 Test wickets, and no one's going to take them away from him.
And, you know, he's... In the context of the game, I don't think it matters. India are miles and miles ahead, but KL Rahul is... You know, he's got a 100 in the palm of his hands, and he's let it go. But we have got a new batsman. I hope I can find him. Here he is.
The man who used to be called KS Barat.
So KL is replaced by KS.
Except he's now just S, isn't he?
Is he just S?
Yeah, he's not OK anymore. He's just S. S Barat.
And I remember getting a nice little tutorial on Gorilla about 4 or 5 years ago on what Bharat actually is in terms of the meaning in Hindi and where it sits within
You know more than
Indian
me.
culture.
Obviously I know Bharat Army and
Yeah.
stuff like that. What is it?
Well, I regret to say, like so much else in my life, anything that's happened in the last 5 years, I've forgotten. If somebody had told me in 1979, I'd be able to tell you chapter and verse, but
undoubtedly.
They made the error of telling me in 2019.
Yeah, well, gosh, how desperately do England need quick wickets? Quick wickets. I know we've kept saying it. But they need they need something to wrest this game back.
Yeah, I mean,
they need the wickets in clusters that they conceded.
I admire
haven't really been able to get.
I admire your optimism. I can't see it. It's a full toss that Bharat can hit pretty much anywhere, and he decides to punch it through extra cover. There's a great chase there by, I think, Zach Crawley, and Mark Wood tidies up, and they're through for 3. But somehow, that's indicative, isn't it? Somehow you get the breakthrough, you know you've got to take your wickets in clumps, and you just give me the most hit-me ball. Of course, it was a hit-me ball that got the wicket, so...
It was.
And we know what gets wickets. I think that's what the bear was referring to. Oh, here we go.
Oh, look at those.
There is,
Coffee's fantastic.
as they used to say in Spartacus,
pastries.
gratitude.
Messages on YouTube. Sherry J, Sherry baby, says 5-0 in favour of India, brackets, if weather permits. Old Culture says, hi, hello to you, Old Culture. Willow Moon, morning, GC crew. Looks like I've woken up to another nightmare. Well, England have just taken a wicket, but it's not going particularly well.
Yeah.
Pratham Chabra says, why this obsession with the left-right combo? Axar and Jadeja has been India's best batters in India for the past 3 years. I think that one's aimed at you, Gary.
Yeah, it might be best batters in India for 3 years, Jadeja and Ashar. I mean, I know he's got some useful runs. I mean, would you say he's a better batsman in India than Rohit? I'm not sure about that.
Bharat is Sanskrit for India. Jersey Oak says shit takes wickets.
Yeah, that was one I was looking for.
And Mayank says India are just throwing away their wickets. It's been a joke last couple of wickets today. He has a point there.
Here's Jack Leach round the wicket to the new batsman and beats him beautifully. There's a huge appeal. Bharat shaking his head here. England have got no reviews. Ben Folkes was absolutely convinced that that lovely delivery from Leach, which came in and spun off the wicket, had taken the edge on the way through to the keeper. England disappointed. We'll have a look at it again here. It's pitched, it's turned. He looked like he missed it to me.
Difficult to tell, isn't it, without... It's quite close. I'm sure they'll show us something sooner or later.
Leach is in, and this is a very full ball, just defended by Bharat. Yeah, I mean, you can never tell until you get the confirmation from the technology whether it has taken an edge, to be honest, but it didn't look quite right to me. It was a lovely ball, though, from Leach, who is beginning to find the kind of line and length that can pull the batsman forward and then spin past the proffered bat. The Proffered Bat, by the way, one of my favourite pubs.
I was about to say that's a fabulous name for a pub.
Bharat on 3 off 3. As Leach takes this worn like couple of steps and then runs, jogs in, defended by S. Bharat. We're seeing now the ultra edge, and is there anything on the oscillator? No, there is not. So neither the ocelot nor the oscillator is helping us out today.
That was close, but not close enough.
Leach in again, and this is pushing forward defensively, is Bharat. No run. 291 for 5, India.
There are holes in this Indian batting lineup, though, you know. I mean, there's Gill's not particularly sold currently. Rohit's a bit out of form.
Well, it's not Dravid, Tendulkar, Lakshman.
No. No, we haven't just been able to push through them, really, have we?
There's Jack Leach again, and little bit plate in there for his bat and pad is Bharat, and there is no run.
I mean, Leach looks, you know, leaps and bounds ahead of Hartley, really, doesn't he?
Yeah,
In
well, he
terms of
should
control.
do.
Exactly, he should.
No, that's the previous.
That's the replay. Tone. Been done again.
Here's Leach, and that's just defended. He gave that a little bit more air, I thought, looking for a bit more spin, looking for the magic ball that pitches leg and hits top of off, but it wasn't to be. But what is to be is the end of the over, 291 for 5, and we'll have your socials somewhere.
Yes, Matthew Cullen says, if we're being pedantic, my favourite one is that the Big and Little Dippers aren't official constellations, they are asterisms. Okay, Kiwi by Day says, come on guys, don't give up yet. No, we haven't given up yet, we are just mildly pessimistic. Mayank injured, I've said that, haven't I? It's been a joke last couple of wickets today, I think I already said that one. Does Gary think Ashwin is a good number 8, says Jersey Oak.
Oh, yes I do, especially at home.
I think we think so. Leah, Gill will be dropped by the 3rd test unless he makes a double ton in the 2nd one. Yep. That's very possibly true. Let me leap
What
back.
does that... Look, that picture of Stokesy, they photoshopped that. He looks like a gimlet-eyed fucking elf or something.
No, he looks, every time I say, every picture they show, he gets progressively more like Vincent van Gogh.
I'll tell you what he looks like in a moment. This is a horrible ball from Hartley, but it's so high up that Jadeja can do little with the full toss, and he gets a dot ball, which he didn't really deserve. He looks like a Dalston barman. I spent quite a bit of time in Dalston one way or the other, and believe me, there is no end of baristas and barmen who look like Ben Stokes.
Are they all ginger?
Many. This ball is misfielded by Rehan, who's been otherwise immaculate in the field at mid-wicket, and they burgle a single.
That part of town, Stokey and up around there, is an Irish community, isn't it? That's
well,
probably what they're all ginger.
But whenever they then speak to you, they're South Africans or Australians somehow. Given where I grew up, I have to have it pretty much in my face before I see an Irish community.
Well.
It's just the background to where I grew up. This ball is defended. There is no run.
If you can recall it, by the way, MD wants an update on how we lost our reviews. I know they were all within the first 10 overs yesterday.
There was a strangle down the leg side off Woody in the first couple of overs.
Oh, a horrible delivery, but all but dragged on. Oh, that was just bad cricket there. Hartley dragged one down. It was wide of the off stump, and Barrett was through his shot too early, trying to hit it too hard. Inside edge, almost went onto the stumps, didn't. Goes down in the book as a dot, but it was pretty inauspicious stuff from all involved. This ball is defended. There is no running. Stokes is supporting his bowler with a slip and a silly point.
The third one was towards the end. It was trying desperately to get a wicket for Hartley.
Yeah, and it wasn't a bad review.
That was the
LBW on Gill, wasn't it?
Yeah, going over.
Just went over middle stump, but it was the only of the three, the only good shout. I just can't remember what was the middle one.
The middle one was one they thought had caught the outside edge and been caught behind, and it was missed it by a fucking mile.
Okay.
Here's Hartley again. That's a decent ball, and the batter's just jabbed down on it there from Bharat. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. Just a single conceded by Hartley. India 292 for 5. Jadeja, who will be on strike, has 35. Bharat has 3. And Tony Bishop has your tweets.
Well, Sherry J says, bring in Keaton Jennings.
Oh, yes, yes.
Sherry Baby. That was Frankie Valli, wasn't it? Was that Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons? Sherry Baby?
The falsetto that's in my mind suggests it is Frankie Valli.
Yeah, I seem to remember it was Frankie Valli. Yes, Leah confirms what Bharat means. Sherry says, where's Don Bress? He took 5 wickets against India when England defeated India in the last series.
Yeah,
yes,
I think he's only taken 5 first-class wickets since, which is the problem, I think.
And MD says thanks for our 3 old men attempting to recall what happened yesterday, which is, unreliable, but I think between us
it's one of my favourite.
We did a halfway decent job.
Well, 3 old men trying to recall what happened yesterday is one of my favourite podcasts.
Yes.
Yeah. And that all happened within 13 overs as well.
Well, 13 overs it was, not 10. It was a bit crazy, and genuinely 2 out of 3 were not good reviews.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 were bad. We've got a change of bowling here, and it's the bat out of hell himself.
The galloping major.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right.
Well, it's not a drinks break, although it's been about as long as a drinks break getting this over on. It was just an experiment where they only had 45 seconds between overs.
That was only T20s.
Is it? You could do with it in test matches. Quite why we're still waiting for cricket to be played, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a contact lens problem, but I just think England are killing the game.
Presumably they were both maybe helmets on and shit, because they were both batting in caps.
Take that long, can it?
You wouldn't have thought so, but I suppose they've got to come out the changing room all the way onto the pitch.
If we let the teams do this, they will do it. There is no worker in the history, and I'm not having a pop at workers, I'm not saying they're all lazy shysters, but there's no labourer worker in the history of mankind who, given the opportunity of taking more time as opposed to taking less time, takes more time. So unless we put something in to make them play cricket, they won't play cricket. We still haven't got the game on. Eventually, Mark Wood is galloping in, round the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, who gets a half volley on leg stump, but can only punch it to the man at short mid-wicket, and it is near run. So, if you've got Gary complaining about the over 8 on your bingo card, you can tick that off.
Indeed. Well, they're closing in on 300. Still with 5 wickets in hand.
Yes. Power to add and all of that. Wood's got none for 28 off 6.4 and really hasn't really looked like taking a wicket, has he? I mean, you could say that probably of most England bowlers because the wickets have come primarily from errors by the batsman rather than...
I don't know, he beat the outside edge of Shubman Gill. No, not Shubman Gill. Shreyas Iyer when he first came in. I mean, I think that's what they got him on, wasn't it? To try and rough up Iyer, and he didn't look comfortable.
Half volley again, and Jadeja can just prop forward to it, and he punches it to Stokes, who is saving one at mid-off.
England are going to have to do something special in the second innings. They're going to have hope. I imagine that. Do you think there'll be 8 overs of pace at the beginning of the second innings, or just 2?
it's whether they have the personnel to do something special. I think they'll have to take some risks. They'll have to set more attacking fields. There's only one stump for the 90-mile-an-hour man. There's an appeal there, but the ball was surely missing another set down the leg
I
side.
don't know about another set, but missing there, I gotta say.
I think they're going through for a leg bye here. Yes, they are going through for a leg bye. And well, we're having a look again here. It's round the wicket. It's a big angle. It was certainly missing leg stump and possibly another set.
Probably hitting a fourth down the leg, wasn't it?
Yeah, more optimistic than I am. Well, it was a free hit on the leg side, but Jadeja couldn't get any bat on it. There's an element of desperation. Crawley's appealing for that, like it's the most obvious LBW in the history of mankind. Yeah, fourth and a half stump. But down the leg side.
Yeah.
Yes, and he thinks...
Are they trying to get... Do you think Woody's trying to get some reverse swing? Do you think the pitch roughs it up enough? It should do out there, shouldn't it? That tailed in.
Yeah, that tailed in. Well, maybe Wood will justify his selection. That's just punched by Bharat to, again, the man at mid-on, who is the captain. He's very much in the game at mid-on on this wicket. Yeah, I mean, it's the outfield looks very lush, doesn't it? It doesn't look like an outfield that's going to scar the ball as it scoots across it to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, it might be that kind of grass that's quite tough.
Do you think Hartley's bowling these long hops so they can they can rough the ball up?
No.
Yeah. Mohammad Azharuddin stand at one end, one of the great Indian batsmen. This ball is defended, there is no run. I think he started his test career with 3 consecutive centuries, and he was just a beautiful batsman to watch. I remember him getting a century at Lords where he kept taking the ball like Viv Richards from a fourth stump line and punching it through the leg side, either to the left or the right of mid-wicket. It was just fantastic. Of course, he did get himself into some trouble towards the end of his career. You can never be sure, can you, where the current position of...
What, it was match fixing, or was it match fixing, or was it something to do with gambling, wasn't it?
Well, there you can take the rap for that. I would like to make sure that I've got some kind of...
Well, I can't remember, but it was around those lines, wasn't it?
It was something. Wood went wide on the crease there, like Ian Botham in 1986, and did look for some tailing in, but it was a half volley because he's looking for swing, and it was dug out, and they went through for a single at the end of the over.
The cricket slouch goes through the dismissals. Rohit to a misjudged Hoik, Gill to a poor shot, Iyer to a poorly placed Hoik, and now Rahul to another misplaced shot. At least the ball that Rohit got spun a bit, but every one of the other misjudged their lengths or timing or placement. Well bowled, England.
Yeah, and
no, not really. That I think is the point. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Let's hope India doesn't rue giving away these wickets, each against the run of play to allow England back into the game. By the way, speaking of Armchair Cricket Podcast, I had a lovely chat with them yesterday. It should be out today. I'll circulate it when it is. Covered all things, including, of course, the progress of this game. The cricket slouch. Hartley has got to get in the queue here. This is about, this is in response to us sending out the Shit Gets Wickets T-shirt picture. Shakul Thakur is head of the line for that mantra. Okay.
You're not missing anything, because England have taken as long to bowl this over as they did to bowl the previous over. It is a new spell, but you can hardly need to get loose, can he? Because it's going to be this.
Matthew Cullen, by the way, very quickly says Gary complaining on a bingo card is generally called free space.
Could be true. So here's Jack Leach with a slip and a silly point, slightly forward of square, and Bharat just goes back to a ball on leg stump, tucks it to the right hand of Ben Stokes at mid-on, and it's through for a single.
Yeah, Jadeja going along nicely as well.
I mean, this isn't Bazball, is it? Because he was going to say it's not just about batting. It was about always going for the win. Playing aggressive cricket. England have slowed the game down to a ridiculous extent in the last 15 minutes or so.
Finally they've told us which end is which. Thank goodness for that. So Leach is bowling
South
from
end.
South end, isn't it? South end.
He's bowling from South end. Crikey, he's going to have a good arm from there.
Yeah. Well, let's peer into what we can see here, and we can see a slip to the left-handed Jadeja, left arm over is now Jack Leach, and Silly Point have stayed more or less where they were, but they're now a short leg, as that ball's just pushed into the offside, and there is no
But
run.
that south end is also known as the pavilion end.
Right. And the other end is the Azhar. I
And the other end is the north end.
My point about Mohammed Azharuddin is I thought he was a kind of national disgrace before.
Well, that's what I thought.
So it's strange to name a stand still named after him.
Tucked off the legs of Jadeja, but the man round the corner does the fielding. I think there is actually a South End Pavilion. I think it's a venue, the South End Pavilion.
There's the Kersal.
Well, there was a Kersal,
famous
yeah.
Kersal.
Famous Kersal Flyers.
Kersal Flyers, yeah.
But maybe our Essex correspondents can... where's Nestle boy?
Where is Nestle's when you need him?
It's not his neck of the woods in
He'll
Essex.
be drinking beer with his feet up somewhere,
Yeah.
claiming to be working.
Yeah. This ball is punched to Rehan Ahmed, who's in the Ben Stokes position. Well, he's actually at mid-off, I should say, and there is no run. The lead is on the edge of 50, as India are also on the edge of 300. The lead is 49. India's score is 295 for 5. Leach over the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, who plays a textbook forward defensive. There is no run, as we see some Lassie, I think, going round the...
Frozen Lassie, isn't it?
Frozen Lassie, even better. Always has a slightly sickly sweetness to it for me. It's there's a very sweet tooth in Indian food, certainly as served in Tooting. I can't really drink the Lassie.
Also, all the desserts,
It's too much.
It's really sweet, isn't it?
Yeah, and heavy. So much as I love my savouries, I'm not too keen on the desserts. As this ball is defended, just one from the over. 69 gone. India 295 for 5.
Right, I think we're due a change, aren't we?
Oh.
I've only done about 4 overs, but I take the point.
I'm still on again.
You are indeed.
Unless you want me to stay on for you.
I've been on for 2 in a row.
Hang on,
Yeah.
8-10. That means you'd have to do social, Gary.
Oh, I'm not sure I can see my yeah, I bet I don't. It's not really fair to the tweeters. I can't do the YouTube. So
I
sorry.
have to go off because I got to expect.
Fair enough.
Call. Sorry, Bear.
Sorry, Bear.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, take me off one after tea if you got me on for loads. You haven't actually.
I'm already juggling and I haven't. It should be Fourthy. No, yes, no.
Do I need to bring people in?
Fourthy, Bear, and the magnificent Tim.
Well,
should
you
be
talk
your
and
trio.
okay, I like these two anyway. I'll have a chat with them.
Yeah, we'll chat. Don't worry. Hello, Tim. How you going?
Oh, is it 40? All good, man. All good.
Good. Any hope for England here that you can see?
I think if the pitch continues to flatten out, I think there is a chance they can get something out of the game. I do. My worry is that might not be the case, but if it does, I think they could.
Okay. Mark Wood, who's number 29 off 7, comes in. He's bowling to Bharat, who manages to work it away to point where Rehan Ahmed does the fielding. They come through for a single. I'll get the left-handed Jadeja back on strike. So when you ask a relative neutral like yourself, they're always a little more cheerful about a team's propositions than one's own fans, typically.
Obviously, yeah. That's obviously true, yeah.
I don't think you'd find an English supporter who thought England had a hope here, to be honest. But, that's good to hear. Good to hear.
No, I always think we've got a hope.
Yeah, that's right.
And not now in this game, but in the series, I don't think we'll do as bad as we did last time. Even if we do, well, mind you, we did win a test last time.
I remember was it the 81-82 when we lost first? Let's get back to that in a second. Mark Wood's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. He plays that a little way away from his body, hurries through for a single, does have to hurry, just makes it back in time. He moves on to 36 off 49. I think we lost England lost the first test in 81-82, and all the newspapers were saying can't bat, can't bowl, can't field, and ended up winning 2-1 from memory. I think Fowler and Gatting got double centuries, maybe Gower as well. Don't know if you remember. Probably Tim looks a little bit too young to remember the 82 series, I think.
I've read about it, but no, I wasn't alive, but I've certainly read about it.
It wasn't really a golden era, but it was There have been some famous England wins in India in my lifetime. It doesn't feel quite like the abattoir, the graveyard that Australia has become over the years. In comes Wood over the wicket to the right-handed Barrett, and that's left well alone.
Generally, though, isn't it? Because they're lower scoring grounds, because everything tends to tumble. I mean, when we go to Australia, Australia always put on fucking 500, and we always get out for 200, you know.
Also, on these spinning wickets, India are actually not as good as they think they are.
No, I agree with you on that one, especially when it's spinning a lot. If you've got a couple of decent spinners, you can match them.
Yeah, but they had Tendulkar, Dravid and Laxman, who were outstanding on these spinning wickets. It was a different case.
For sure were. Wood in again to Barrett, and he drifts down leg side. That's a good take from Folkes. There were some English wicketkeepers, recent vintage, who might have missed out on that one, but not Folkes. Textbook keeping, kept low, and he put in a good dive. Dot ball. Yes. Yes, so go Bear.
Well, no, I was just about to say, I don't know where we are on tweets, but Armchair Cricket Podcast says I want a lead of 110 to 120 at least from here. India do bat deeper than usual with Ashwin at 8. So, I think 110, 120 would be a very useful lead. Christ Christ is about to search for 3 Old Men podcast, but I'd already forgotten the title.
Well, that one comes back a little bit. And defended by Barrett. Do you think, Tim, that we're seeing a little hint of reverse swing, maybe, from Wood?
I think it is the case, which is very useful from an England point of view. Yes, I do think that's the case.
It's a fairly dry outfield, presumably, so you'd expect a little reverse swing around about now.
It's quite green, doesn't it? I imagine it's quite stiff grass.
Well, Wood always, in one's imagination, is about 6'2", 6'3". I think he's actually only about 5'10", 5'11". He's the reverse of Joe Root, who you always think of being about 5'10", and is in fact 6'1", 6'2". Funny. Anyway, last ball of the over. Sorry about that. Mark Wood in again. That's full drifting onto leg. I think there's a bit of reverse swing going on. He manages to shovel it away down to long leg, and they come through for the single. And at the end of the 70th over, India 298 for 5. Does anyone know if anything is happening out there? I can't remember who's on tweet.
Me. Or it may be Akshar Patel at number 8. That's what I mean. Akshar and Ashwin at 8 and 9 is pretty deep batting for India.
Yes.
Depending on whether they want to keep the right-left combo going, I suppose. What it meant if is Akshar left-handed? I thought he was right-handed as well. No, it might be actually. He's a left-arm spinner, so he might be left-handed. That would be 3 lefties in their lineup, which is okay. Chris the Choir says, not sure if this is pedantry or just trivia, but Southend was named as being the south end of Prittlewell. The railway is to blame. I have no idea.
Cricklewell? Never heard of Cricklewell. Cricklewood? I'm not sure.
Tony says, please ask Tim if he can do the second slot after tea. Can you do the second slot after tea, Tim?
That should be fine. I will message him privately, but that should be fine.
Cool. Okie dokie. The Cricket Slouch says, yeah, just need sensible batting, accumulation, rotation rather than flamboyance. There's still plenty of time, and mind you, as per Duckett's, England are already in a strong position. I don't know about
Very
that.
strong. India lead by 52 with 5 wickets in hand with a dominant lower middle order. Extremely strong position. The only hope would be if the pitch turned into an absolute minefield in the 4th innings. I suppose that is possible. I don't think England have got the spinners to exploit it. One man who could is Joe Root, who's coming back into the attack.
No, I'm not going to give him a jingle. Josie Oak says, it's all a bit flat. Hello to Tim, who I assume is enjoying the South African warmth. Well, yeah, I imagine it's quite warm where you are, isn't it, Tim?
It's 10 o'clock over there, and it's currently 30 degrees.
Nice.
Ooh. Yeah, you've got about 8 degrees more than we've got in Melbourne. Very pleasant, though. That ball's pushed round the wicket from Root to Barrett, who pushes it down to mid-off, no run. Contemplative, I think. Is that Crawley at slip, I think. You never quite know what you get. That was flipped out the fingers from Joe Root, a little straighter. And Barrett flips it in turn out into the covers for a single. Well, I'm not quite sure if that cover fielder, he seems so deep, is he? Having sort of a bet each way, really ought to be. Was straight to him, and they've got a run, so I'm not sure if he is protecting the single or what he's doing there, really.
Yeah, I don't think they've got the field placings right today in general. They haven't really stopped that rotational strike at any point of any of the partnerships we've seen today.
We slightly saw this, didn't we? Mentioned it last time around commentary. Ben Stokes started the Ashes a little poorly with his captaincy. He really grew into it by the end of the Ashes. I wonder if we're slightly seeing that again. He needs to sort of play himself in terms of captaincy, as rather like a batsman plays himself in. That's a dot ball straight back down the wicket from Root to Jadeja.
Yeah, he's coming here really massively over-aggressive, hasn't he? Made some wrong choices from the start and with his bowling changes.
Root round the wicket again. Quite round arm, that one. But accurate enough right in the block hole. Blocked by Jadeja, who's 36 off 51. Pretty good crowd. I think it's India National Day or Republic Day or Independence Day, whatever they call it in India. I'm sure you can write in and confirm which of those it is, which coincides with the fact we've got Australia Day today as well. Root in again, and oh my goodness, Jadeja goes for an extravagant shot, gets the outside edge of the bat. It just falls short of the man at point, is Jack Leach. That's a shame.
Yeah, it was. It ballooned up a little bit, didn't it? Just didn't carry.
I wonder if he was on his heels a little bit.
Ooh, and it's bounced up and caught him on the bottom of the chin.
No, I don't.
No, I don't think he was on his heels a little bit. I just think he didn't hit it hard enough.
It was well short. Well short.
Well short, yeah.
Yeah, well short. A good yard and a half short, in fact. But encouragement. Joe Root actually always looks like he makes things happen when he comes on. He's doing it again. He's only in his 9th over. Perhaps he should have been bowled more, but he's not frontline bowler, of course. Man in high visibility.
Get off. What's he coming on for?
He just seems that. Sorry for that. I was just going to say that he has that sort of knack, routine. It doesn't really matter where he's bowling. He always seems to look like he's going to get a wicket.
He does. Yeah. Got a little box of tricks. Yeah. It's quite round arm. I think he doesn't know what's going to happen. They've gone up for the catch. Paul Rifle says no. Ben Duckett can't believe it. Joe Root can't believe it. Neither can Ben Folkes. They were absolutely convinced that time. It was played sort of bat and pad well outside leg stump, taken by short leg. Paul Rifle completely uninterested.
No
Any
reviews.
thoughts, guys?
No reviews.
I think it might be out. He might have got a clever on the way. I think it could be, just by England's reaction, particularly Folkes' reaction.
Yeah.
Root Duckett looked convinced.
Yeah, exactly.
It certainly would have been sent up to the third umpire, that's for sure.
Joe Root is absolutely chuntering, going back to his mark. That's the end of the over. India. That's the 300. 300 is now up for India. They're 305 at the end of the 71st. They're on 37 and Barrett on 8.
We've had a super chat. Stephen Kelk, €2. YouTube needs some gorilla love. Thanks very much, Stephen. Brian in Brisbane says, Bear, did you get 2 deliveries? Yes, I did. Robbers at Deliveroo were very late. No, they were fine. That came in the middle session. Let's have a look here. That was miles away from it. He didn't touch anything. So they could chunter away. They'd have wasted yet another review. We'd have probably wasted about 5 reviews so far. Would have had them.
That would have been the 5th. That would have been the 5th.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll end up like VAR in football, where you can have as many, the match is divided between the Stockley Park and the greenery in front of you. It's half of one, half of the other in the end.
Well, I mean, the VAR switch has been ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, in the FA Cup, you've got some grounds that have got it because they're Premier League grounds, and then other grounds that don't.
Single from Woods, first ball of the over to Jadeja, Barrett back on strike. Yeah, that seems manifestly unfair.
And apparently the semi-finals of the League Cup couldn't have it because Middlesbrough don't have the capacity at their ground. So Liverpool, Fulham couldn't have it either.
I guess that kind of makes sense. Wood in again. Charges in. Drifts down leg side. All that effort for a rather nondescript ball. And it's just left well alone by Barrett. Lets it hit his top of his left eye. His arse. Yeah, I was being diplomatic. Rather like when Prince Andrew said it was conduct unbecoming. Well, I was being diplomatic. I said he was a convicted paedophile.
Yeah.
Oh, talking of murderers and things, there. Do you remember when we were on in the summer? We talked about the Cork murderer.
The Cork
Remember
murderer.
that?
Remind me.
There was a murder in Cork for which the guy was never convicted, and he sort of walks around the village.
Yes,
in
I do
Cork.
remember you telling us. Yeah.
Well, he's just died, so there'll never be justice for the family, unfortunately. Quite a celebrated case. That was left dangling by Barat, and we just went straight past it. Dot ball. So yes, that rather peculiar incident, which has gripped the southwest of Ireland, will not be resolved. Found guilty in France, Ian Bailey, but not in Ireland. They refused to extradite him. Now he's dead. Very peculiar.
What was the murder again? I can't remember what the murder was, but I do remember.
Murder of a French woman in about 25 years ago.
Okay.
Never been resolved. Wood in again, fourth ball of his over, and that's ended up down at fine leg. And some enthusiastic fielding down there. Who's that? Is that Crawley? I think it's Zach Crawley down there. I'm not sure what he's doing. Or is it Tom Hartley?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think it's Crawley. Yeah.
Crawley. Yes. We'll see what he can do in the third innings, and they've gone for a single. Score ticks over to 302.
But that looks like a handy batter. I know during the South African series, the Indian fan base were terrified that he was going to play in that series on the faster wickets. He didn't, but they were really worried about that being the case. He looks much happier at home.
Right. Wood, I always think my feed has suddenly sped up when Wood advances to the wicket, and now that's his normal pace. Played off his legs down to deep square leg where Rehan Ahmed is fielding. They come through for a single. Wood is being... The breaks have come on, relatively speaking, over the last few overs. They're not getting away, but you've sensed that they're in second or third gear, and they might at any moment decide to go up to fourth, partly because they've got Wood and Root on, not Ahmed and Hartley, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wood's doing the job. He's doing a decent job, but
Yes. Yeah.
You want to get a wicket now, man. He's doing well. He's keeping things tight, like you say. But England do actually need a wicket.
Yeah. In order for this to be any sort of game at all, need a couple of quick wickets here. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I think it's over the hill and far away. Now, did Mark Wood pull out? No, he didn't. That was a dot ball to finish the over. India 335 at the end of the 72nd. Anything happening out there?
Yeah, Armchair Podcast says I want to see the back of this reverse swinging spell from Wood, who looks like he gets clearly pumped up. One with serious place, looks ready to cause a collapse. But a friend of his, well, Josie Oak in between says, from what I remember, Australia Day, it's a really national beer drinking day, which, of course. The Cricket Slouch replying to Armchair Cricket Podcast doesn't believe him. He says, nah. Anything collapsing here is Wood himself after he hits the popping crease. He's got pace at the point of impact on the pitch. The ball loses a lot of speed. Yeah, it's a pretty slow pitch. Messi Jez says, I love how forth he seeks from speaking of Prince Andrew to talking of murderers.
Well, I mean, you join the dots however you want to.
Yeah, well, you know.
It's an interesting thing, Australia Day probably doesn't dint the consciousness in England or South Africa, but from being something where everybody had a good old barbie and enjoyed themselves and waved the flag around, it's turned into the biggest political football imaginable over the last few years. Massive marches and so on in Melbourne today. It's been rebranded Invasion Day by young people and the indigenous, so they're desperately trying to find an alternative day without losing face, the politicians. In comes Joe Root, floats that one up, and Jadeja defends it well enough back to him. Dot ball.
Oh, what? Yeah, because they didn't implement, they didn't
create that space in Parliament, did they, for Indigenous people? Was it that?
Well, that was enormously divisive as well last year, but that's separate from the Invasion Day problem. It's interesting, you know. Even Australia manages to sort of move on, and it's helped by people like Pat Cummins and, dare I say, Steve Smith, who have backed a change of the date as well.
But sorry, whatever day you have, it's going to be Invasion Day for the Indigenous people, isn't it?
Well, not necessarily. If you had a day in which maybe the Constitution was founded, one suggestion is to have it as May the 8th, because that would be Mate Day.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that's totally Australian.
Which would, I think, keep everyone happy, more or less.
Well, yes.
That's a dot ball defended by Jadeja.
Mate Day?
Mate. Quite funny. I don't think India has any of those problems. Do you have a non-contentious South African Day, or is it all okay where you are, Tim?
I think at the early days of reconciliation, it was sort of a hot topic, but not so much anymore now.
No, so it's gone the other way in South Africa. That's interesting. That's a dot ball from route to Jadeja.
But say that, without getting going into deep, but we have very acrimonious, what's the word I'm looking for? We're not all harmonious living in a wonderland. That's certainly not the case.
That would be a miracle after all those years, if that were to be the case. To be fair. Another dot ball. We're on dot ball away from having, well, I think would only be the second or third maiden of the day from memory.
We still have a government that doesn't give us electricity or water.
Yeah, I can see the problem in terms of Maslow's pyramid of human needs there. Drifts onto leg stump, unfortunately, won't be a maiden. They'll scurry through. If they're saying, oh no, I think they've changed their mind, so it in fact will be. No, it won't. It's a single.
Yeah.
So at the end of the 73rd, India 304 for 5.
Christ Acquire says, much as I love the t-shirt, I'd love that much hair even more. I don't know what t-shirt that is. Mog says, and we've only had Australia Day as a thing since the 90s. Really?
That's right. 1994 was the first year in which all of Australia recognised Australia Day.
Yeah. The last line is a rib tickler. Don't know what that is. That's Ariane Serrana to us. He's our writer. He must be writing something for us as we speak.
Very good, very good, very good. I think we've got, let's have a look. We've got 8 minutes, so we can probably get in 2 or 3 overs. I'm sure Gary would say it'll probably be 1 over. But I think probably 2 or 3.
We only had 50 overs in the day. I think there were 23 yesterday.
That's not very many.
No, should have had more than that. Considering how much spin we've been bowling.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. It's Rehan Ahmed back into the attack. They're rotating them. Very stocky, thick-set character.
I like Rehan Ahmed.
Yeah, I like him too. He's kind of his physique. He's a little bit like, I don't know, Fred Truman, perhaps, although he bowls obviously in a very different manner. Yeah,
he's a stocky lad, isn't he? Looks like he's got strong shoulders. What I do think he needs to do is someone needs to get working on his fingers and his deliveries and how he gets the ball out of his hand, because a lot of it he doesn't really rotate the seam, he rotates the ball.
Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to do that because he doesn't want it to turn too much, but I don't think so. I think it's more of a habit from T20.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, the radar's off on that one. Pitch is just outside leg and keeps on sailing down the leg side. Not a bad take from Ben Folkes there, dot ball.
And when you saw Shane Warne bowl, he didn't often bowl with a scrambled seam, did he? I mean, his seam was perfect as it went down.
That's probably the biggest problem of all, is where the contrast between yesterday when the ball was landing on the seam consistently from the Indian spinners, but they're Ashwin and Jadeja, 2 of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
I think statistically, I'm right in saying that's played off his legs down to the man at 45 on the leg side, no run. I think I'm right in saying statistically that the Jadeja-Ashwin combination overtook the Kumble-Harbhajan Singh combination.
Yeah, it did yesterday.
You got that one, did you? Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's 507 wickets between. Oh, it was when they overtook them, I think, between them. It was a partnership.
It's a lot of wickets. And to think that Ashwin, Ashwin doesn't really play in a way series, does he? Just having a little frame saying Harbhajan Singh was India's. It's got a century on this ground against New Zealand, so there's always been quite a lot of depth in the last 20 or 30 years. 20 years perhaps, since the days of Bedi and Prasanna and Chandrasekhar and Venkat, when it was 6 out, all out for India. Those days are long gone. Dot ball again from Ahmed to Jadeja.
Should try googly here, shouldn't he?
Well, again, he's I have to say, he's one ball away from a maiden. Can he pull it off? 5 dots. Oh, a big appeal, but, well, slightly half-hearted. Chris Gaffney says, no, it is a maiden at least. India remain on 304 for 5.
Well, 2 people here. Mog says, Australian pitches a fucking shit show. Australian politics, sorry, not pitches. It's a fucking shit show. And Jonathan Shorland says, Independence Day? That should work. Nice and simple.
Yeah, it's nice. Just having a look at some of those top scores in Hyderabad tests. Harbhajan Singh got 111 on this ground. Brendan McCullum top scoring with 225. No Englishman on that list. Jadeshwar Pujara appears twice in the top 10.
Roston Chase.
Yes, Roston Chase.
What's going on in the match over there? Where are Australia at now?
They're 6 down.
6 down for how many?
About 170.
Okay, they've got it out there.
160.
160.
160 for 6.
They need to knock them over for 200, then it really is a game.
Yeah.
God, I'd love to see West Indies get a win in Australia.
Genius, wouldn't it, if they got a win in Australia?
Well,
it's only a 2-match series, wasn't it? They drew the series.
They've actually been more competitive than Pakistan.
Yes.
Oh, that's got to be a good shout for LBW, isn't it?
Yeah, that one came back and hit Barrett on the back leg, which is why Barrett in particular is getting interested in that one, as indeed are Root and Folks. Just having a look at this again. Okay.
I think there was a little bit of inside edge there, wasn't there?
Well, he certainly did him. He certainly did him in the air.
Yeah.
It was a moral victory for the bowler. That one's a little fuller, defended by Barrett. Smothered. Dot ball. Roots, you would say? Would you say, Tim? Just after, once we've seen this ball, just give your assessment of Root as a bowler today. He's probably been the most threatening, I would say. At Straightons, defended by Barrett. Do you think Root's been the most potent threat? Yeah.
He probably has. Largely due to the fact that people are like, Ahmed, it's a lot more difficult for him to be consistent, being a leg spinner. But you probably say that's true. That Root has been the
probably
most
got a little
likely
more
of the
license.
3 wickets.
Probably got a little more license, Root, as well. Rather like a 6 or 7 batsman's got a little bit more license to chance his arm and might swing a happy 70 or 80. Root can throw it up, spin it a little bit more than the economy that's required of the frontline bowlers. A little bit more flashy in some ways, but that's what he's there for. Round the wicket he comes to Barrett again. That's Fuller. Barrett can't do anything with it. He's getting quite a bit of turn. Joe Root, which in some ways is a bit of a problem for England, who've got to bat next.
Yeah, I mean, you look, they did a shot close up of the ball before. It didn't spin that much, but it certainly took a chunk out of the pitch. And this is what you imagine that Ashwin and Jadeja will take those chunks out of the pitch and it'll move a lot more.
Licking their lips.
Yeah.
And was that an attempt at the one that went the other way? Maybe from Root. Anyway, it's a maiden, so congratulations. The breaks have certainly gone on in the last few hours. Certainly Barrett, who's 9 off 33, has brought a bit of a halt to the momentum that was gathering. India 304 for 5 off 75.
And there's probably just 1 over till tea now, isn't it? I think Jadeja wanted to go off then, or call for some gloves or something, just to waste some time before tea.
The old pros ruse. Anything happening in the universe there?
No, how's folks been keeping generally? Asked Dave Wood. It's been okay.
He did theoretically miss that chance.
Although it wasn't given by the umpire, we ran out of review, so that would have been interesting.
That's right. Given us a leg by. But yes, there's a certain kind of sense that we have a fully proper wicket keeper behind the stumps, even if he does make the odd mistake. In comes Rehan Ahmed to Jadeja and strays onto the leg side, pulled wide of the man at 45 on the leg, goes all the way for one of these.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
I'm not sure I like this line. It's too...
I was going to say that this line got a mate in the last over, but I'm not sure it's going to help him. Certainly not threatening.
No.
Money for old rope, that one. And that one that was on off stump is smothered round the corner by Bharat for a single.
It's Jadeja.
Sorry, my apologies, Jadeja for a single, yeah. He moves on to 45 off 68, so he will have his tea in high spirits. But all the Indian batsmen effectively got in and got out. I think I saw a stat that the top 5 Indian batsmen all got out playing aggressive shots, which was the first time for about 5 years in Test cricket that's been the case, remarkably. And the last time was when England were running up a declaration score against the West Indies. So there's almost a bit of complacency has come over the Indian batsmen when they've been well set. But at 3 and 9 for 5, they might well say, well, we're fine.
Let me just right off the Wonderland. It says, morning, Grillers. Morning, everyone. Are we doomed yet? Probably.
I'd say so.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Probably.
But if we can get 5 wickets for no runs, then possibly not. But if they had another 60 or 70, you'd thought we might be able to make them bat again. But yeah, I don't think it'll be easy.
What's happening here? A bit of a conference. Is someone injured?
No, someone's going to helmet for presumably fielding in close or something.
Man with a high visibility jacket comes out. Not Jimmy Anderson on this occasion.
No, he wouldn't be deemed low enough to take out a helmet, would he?
Well, he came on for an over first up after lunch, didn't he?
Yeah, he did get to field.
He looks like his hair's going back to his younger days. I sensed a little bit of a blonde tinge, or maybe it's just a touch of the sun.
No, they're all doing that. Ollie Robinson's got himself a Foden. Beach Bond.
Oh, God. Those deep eyes. Deep set eyes. In comes Rehan Ahmed over the wickets to Bharat. 3 men round the bat. Defended by Bharat. Stop ball. That ping you hear is Tony Bishop, who thinks he sorted out the evening rota. So that's good news. Some good news for Gorilla supporters. Oh, big appeal, mostly from the man who's in at the city mid off there, not really from anybody else. Ollie Pope. I'm not sure what he's appealing. What's he appealing for? No idea.
Caught
really.
behind, I think.
Okay.
Nice bouts.
He's got. I was looking at Rehan Ahmed's haircut. It's really quite a look of a medieval king. He's got a straight fringe and sort of beard. He looks like Edward IV or someone.
Yeah,
that's
a
left
bowl
well
cut.
alone. Yeah, bowl cut. That's the one I was looking for. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is tea. India lead by 63 runs. Bharat's on 9. Jadeja's on 45. Rehan Ahmed finishes on 1 for 77. At the end of the 76th over, India sitting pretty at 309 for 5. You got any summary thoughts there at the end of the session, Tim?
England need 5 wickets in 5 overs after tea.
Yes, that sounds about right. You got any thoughts, Bear?
What about England?
Well, the state of the game.
We're getting humped, is what I think.
Yes.
And I can't see it really getting any better. I mean, I'm kind of encouraged by this England side. I just don't think we got the bowling capability to. It's depressing because I think Bazball approach with batting will give us some competitiveness really, and in able to get runs, unlike last time we were there. But I think we've got a worse bowling attack than the last time we were there. I think we made wrong bowling choices for this game. I think we could have probably chosen a spinner less and used more of Root as we have in the end. We don't need 4 spinners, 3 will do. Had another bowling option somewhere. But, you know, you learn to see from these things. It's first test. We've done okay, just not well enough.
Great PowerPoint summary slide at the end of the afternoon. So thank you very much. Thank you to Tim. And I dare say our listeners will be seeing you again. I'm going to have my dinner, I think. I think hopefully my wife has finished watching the rom-com she was threatening to watch while I was doing this, and that's be over by now.
Good.
And I'll hand you over to Bear, who'll set us up for whatever's happening next.
Yeah, we'll just go back to a bit of Percy Fender for the tea time. And we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
The similarities, of course, of the traditional game, but I think he would have embraced that enormously. He really was an entertainer and willing to try anything new.
Well, before we move on to talk Surrey, there's one thing I did. He wrote some music hall lyrics, would you believe, in the style of the day, which obviously the day he was in. I'm reckless Reggie of Regent Palace. I'm in love with every girl. I flirt with Maudie and I flirt with Alice. I'm a real live Regent pal. I'm a nut. I'm Aurora. And I flirt with Flora. And I dodge her dud of a dad. I'm a perfect knob if I spend 5 bob. Ha ha, I'm some bad lad. So there you go.
That's Mambo number 5.
I can only say we're delighted he went back to cricket, to be honest. But but apart from that,
I disagree.
It's fantastic. Yeah, it's fantastic.
There's a phrase that is used these days, and you hear some people when you're discussing things like, you know, influencers on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and you hear people talk about, you know, what's your goal as an influencer, and there's a phrase that is used genuinely, I think, these days as a career aspiration by people, which is called, I want to be a multi-hyphenate, you know, which means you're an influencer, actor, musician, singer,
brain surgeon.
He was all of those things.
He was. This is the.
I don't know about the brain surgery, but
he was the original. You know, he was an original multi hyphenate. He was a cricketer, wine seller, paper trade industry, pilot, music hall writer, adventurer. You know, he
journalist. Don't forget,
journalist, of course, and I think we'll get onto this later. But
we will.
Filmmaker. Extraordinarily,
he did first, and only certainly the first surviving film of Don Bradman, which he filmed. Yeah,
it's one of the things that didn't surprise me when the first clip that we heard, when he says, you know, I was taken into the city to buy a birthday present, and I was seemingly forced to buy this contraption that he was making the recordings on, and I immediately thought of the stuff I've read about him. You know, it just incredibly foresightfully taking a camera with him to the Ashes in 1927, 28.
As a videographer of some note.
As a videographer of some note, and, you know, of course, you know, someone who thought to take a camera to the Ashes of 27, 28, which would have been no easy ask. Getting that camera around and whatever. It's not like these days just taking your phone out your pocket. You know, having a camera in 1927, 28 would have been a considerable encumbrance.
No, there wasn't a mobile phone,
and there was no. It was no surprise to me to hear him say, well, you know, someone pointed out a new piece of kit to him, even in the mid 80s, and he thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of that.
Well, let's move on to talk about his time at Surrey. He played for Surrey from 1914 to 1935, captain for 10 years, between 21 and 31, after succeeding Cyril Wilkinson. And made his debut against Northants in May 1914. And, got 26 to avoid a follow-on, I think. So we're going to just listen to Percy talking about that debut.
Now, with a lot of help and encouragement from George Hurst, Birtles struggled along manfully. And, it went on past lunch and past tea, and they had put on over 80 runs before Wilkinson told me that it was my last over, because he wanted to give Bill Hitch one over with the old ball before he went on with the new at 200. Now, I thought I'd been bowling quite well, and I begged for one more over. And Wilkinson said, all right. And so I started to bowl his last over of mine. Well, now, for the first time in a fine innings which George had played, he made a mistake to the goal, and it bowled him. And he was very, very upset and disappointed. and swept his bat round and knocked the stump out of the ground and walked off. One was a bit surprised to see George Hurst do a thing like that, but one could quite understand his disappointment because they were very, very near winning.
So there he is, making his debut for Surrey. John, tell us a little bit. Generation shift. Obviously, we've moved on several from Percy's time. There will be many who will be unaware of his influence. How is he genuinely thought of around Surrey?
I think he's venerated by people that know. I think that as a club we have an amazing history, and it's something we're incredibly proud of, and it's something that we very much still use to inform the way we run the club. That there's an argument that can be made that you can tell the history of cricket purely through events and players that have played at the Oval, and I think it's probably a different podcast for this, but an argument that I would support. And Percy, there are, as you say, probably greater players that have passed through, and there are certainly greater eras that players have played in. That's, I think, one of the Percy's sort of great misfortunes. Surrey is very much a club of eras, and Percy kind of bridged an era in the late 19th century where Surrey dominated the game, and then again in the post Second World War era where we dominated again. That period, 1919, well, the pre-war, the interwar period, 1918 to 1939 was certainly from a silverware perspective not something that overly troubles the Surrey honours board. But yeah, when you dig into the detail of his life and his experiences and his outlook and some of the decisions that he took, I think it's very relevant to how the club is run these days in terms of breadth of thinking and not. I think there's something in Surrey about a lack, not a lack of respect for authority, but certainly there's a phrase that Adam Hollyoake, I think, was a key part of his captaincy, which is, I don't think Surrey, especially at the moment and a lot of times in the past, don't do things the same way for the sake of it.
Well, he certainly was found ways not to do things the same way.
Yeah, just want to amplify that point, is that Surrey actually, when they win, they tend to win through sort of maverick means. They were the pioneers of the early county championship, and John's right, that interwar period wasn't great, and Percy was leading the bowling attack when he was a limited bowler, really, by his own admission. He'd be about he'd be a fourth bowler in a good attack, but he was having to do the bulk of the bowling. But he's kind of felt or seen, I think, by Surrey fans who know, as kind of our Mike Brearley in a way, but a bit more flamboyant. A player whose skills were limited but good enough, more than good enough to hold his own. But a man with such a keen brain that he made up for the things that Surrey didn't have, with his extraordinary acumen and his risk-taking. And I think he's a massive figure in Surrey, actually, because I think he's part of a tradition of captains that Surrey have had. Stuart Surridge and Adam Hollyoake, for example, who are mould breakers, and they win championships in ways that other sides don't. Yorkshire used to win in quite a formulaic way. They'd have a very strong batting lineup, and they'd have Rhodes and Hurst or Truman later on, and they would play in a certain way, and they'd just play it grittily and best. Whereas Surrey are kind of a bit tricksy. They're a bit naughty. They're a bit eccentric. They're a bit, you don't quite know what they're going to.
The spirit of Percy.
Exactly, and I think he sort of embodies. I don't know whether Surrey became that because of Percy, or whether he is a product of his environment again. But there is something there. He is quintessentially Surrey, and they used to go back to Surrey. I don't know how often, but when I was a youngster and I was a junior member, I saw him. I saw him and Andrew Sandham there, and dressed in what felt like sort of enormous pig coats and looking, frail. And he would have been blind by then, I'm guessing, because it would have been the late 70s, early 80s. But you would see him, and there was a kind of veneration, like, oh my God, that's Percy Fender. As a sort of 12-year-old, and you would be genuinely starstruck. I mean, people like him, apart from Roger Moore, I've never really been starstruck. But Percy and Roger Moore.
Roger never talks about anything else, Dan, than meeting you.
He was part of the furniture in a strange kind of way. Even though I imagine he wasn't going that regularly to the Oval, but when he did, there was a buzz.
Well, let's talk about, John, his Surrey career a little bit, because are there any there's lots of highlights, but are there any that really stick out to you, the things that he's remembered for at Surrey?
I suppose this is the obvious place where you need to talk about the fastest 100 in history. I mean, it's a record that still stands. You know, people talk about how the game has evolved, and you know, no one takes their time doing anything anymore, and it's all flash bang wallop, and you're talking about T20 and the 100 and T10 and you know, 60 ball competition in the West Indies and all this. It's worth remembering that in all of this, the record still stands for the fastest ever 100 in any form of cricket. Percy Fender, 35 minutes. It
was indeed. Well, do you know what? I am going to play this one. Here is Percy's recollection of that fastest century.
Altogether, while we were batting together, Podgy and I, during those 35 minutes, got 171 runs. That, I think, is an even more remarkable effort or record than my 135 minutes. It at least goes to show that I didn't get all the strikes, that Podgy had a reasonable share of the bowling, because he must have made 60 or 70 runs during that same period. It was really a most remarkable match, because Northampton made 736 runs altogether in the game, and lost the match by 10 wickets in less than 3 full days' play. That is to say, less than 18 hours play. So that the scoring throughout the match must, on the average, both sides, be somewhere about 100 an hour. I think it's a great pity that we don't see, even for short periods, something of that sort in present-day cricket. It certainly seems to attract the crowds.
There he is, the forerunner of Bazball.
That's astonishing.
Let's just
astonishing. I love it.
Put it into context for the modern listener to try to understand what 35 minutes means, because we count everything in balls now, and you've got to bear in mind that the Oval was massive then, so the playing area is huge. He only hits 5 sixes in that time, so 35-minute 100 now would contain a lot more sixes, but hitting a 6 at the Oval was considerably more difficult then, because the outfield was much bigger.
It stretched halfway back to Tooting.
Pretty much. Obviously it's a flat deck, because Northampton got 736, so it's probably very nice to bat on, but in 35 minutes, if you've got to collect 16 fours and 5 sixes from Percy alone, regardless of what's happening at the other end, there is no way you're bowling an over in fewer than 3 minutes. That's just not going to happen. So what does that actually mean here? It probably means around about 12 overs to score that 170 odd runs, 72 balls. So if Percy faced more than 45, I'd be staggered. Probably nearer 40. It's a shame we don't have the actual ball-by-ball record to be able to quiz it. But
I don't think it is. I think it's great that we don't have the ball-by-ball record, because
Yes.
I think it allows.
Keeps the mystique there.
It allows for more mystique to build up around this extraordinary feat.
I guess so.
Well, I can tell you, Neville Cardus called Percy, claimed he was nature's second edition of Gilbert Jessup. Now, most people wouldn't have remembered until Johnny Bairstow got within 1 ball of his record. Probably didn't remember Gilbert Jessup, but he was known. He was not. Most people, I said, Dan, I absolutely know you did. He got one within. He was seen as the second edition of Gilbert, who was famed for his aggressive approach. There were other highlights at Surrey that I think we should absolutely touch on.
There are a few of those records still flying around, aren't there? So Percy is very much one of those. I think, you know, although as you say, the lack of statistical clarity around it will make it hard to officially break, but you've got the Gilbert Jessup record in the same way that the Ali Brown record is still there and still alive in one-day cricket. And I think, again, for a Surrey fan of a certain age as well, and of a certain experience, the way that Percy Fender batted, I think, you know, is you know, Ali Brown is certainly another player that picks up that tradition. I think one of the other things to move on a little bit that I think, from what I'm told, again, I wasn't around to
Well, yes, not the most seamless of transitions, because I completely got my microphone cable tied up with the headphone wires in a unholy piece of spaghetti anarchy.
It's one of the reasons people love to watch us on YouTube, Tony.
What,
the pantomime of changing chairs is always one of the great attractions of Guerrilla Cricket.
The pantomime of changing chairs, yes, you're right. Right, well, what's this lead? It is 63 for India, isn't it? And 63 is a lot, I reckon.
Yes, you asked what this lead is, and this lead is a winning lead, is what it is.
3 quick wickets, bang, 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 straight after tea. Would you change your mind, Gary?
Given the likelihood of us losing 3 quick wickets straight after tea, or rather a little later after tea, no, I wouldn't.
309 for 5 Messers. Deep down, it's what we suspected would happen, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, and most of the wickets that have fallen have been batters getting themselves out. I mean, which is to be expected when they're being aggressive. It's going to happen. But the strength of the England bowling leaves a great deal to be desired.
Yeah, that I think is ultimately, I pulled up that little summary. It bears repeating, if I can find it. Yeah, here it was. Ashwin, Jadeja, Patel tests combined 175. Leach, Ahmed and Hartley tests combined 36. 35 of which were Leach.
Yeah, I think what's
He's
been
highly bowled. Yes,
he got a couple to turn but quite infrequently.
I mean, I what I'm most disappointed about today, and it has been a very deflating day for an England fan or even anyone who has an interest in English cricket, is that England haven't stayed true to the principles of baseball. They bowled 26 overs in that previous session, of which I think Mark Wood bowled maybe 2 or 3. They really dragged the game down. They slowed it down. England are not playing for the win here. We're only from really the halfway mark of day 2. England have been looking like they're in a forlorn hope of trying to get a draw somehow. It really was, I think, poor to play cricket at that tempo, and very much against most of what Ben Stokes and Baz McCullum have talked about. It's not going to attract people to watch Test match cricket if they spend 5 minutes sorting out a field when there's a change in bowling. It's just not good enough.
Well, 2-2-2 for 3, I think, is what India were at lunchtime. They only went on to 2-2-3 before it became 2-2-3 for 4. They lost Shreyas Iyer, didn't they? Who was caught in the deep, fingers up, Aussie style, very comfortably.
Yes, he should have hit it
by Tom Hartley off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed.
He should have hit it a little higher.
A little higher, and higher, baby.
God. Oh dear, you've been sitting next to Tony for too long.
I do feel an element of guilt at essaying that particular pun.
The not-out batsmen are Jadeja, who came in like a man on a mission. He's 45 off 68, and S. Bharat, as we shall now call him, or not, we might still call him KS Bharat.
I mean, he's been very passive, S. Bharat, and one can't help thinking, and it's a little unfair, that Rishabh Pant, had he been coming in this situation, would be really smashing it as much as he could.
I think Pant and Jadeja together could have been some serious mayhem, wouldn't it?
Well, it would do the kind of thing that kind of Gilchrist, he didn't quite invent, but he certainly laid down a marker that when you're ahead and you've got a counter-attacking 7, you counter-attack.
Yes, indeed. I'm not quite sure why we're looking at 2 things here. We seem to have a bit of both games. That's why.
Yeah, they were advertising the fact that bizarrely on TNT in the UK,
got 2
simultaneous Test matches.
But that's because TNT have got the rights for most overseas tests. Certainly Australia and India.
Well, I've got them both going here.
Yeah, Messers in the cave. I do have visions of it being like the Bat Cave.
Yeah. Well,
with like multiple screens and
banks of weather tracking technology.
Well, I feel like David Bowie in The Man Who Fell to Earth here before he shoots the televisions, because I'm looking at 7 screens at the moment, for a person who struggles with 2.
2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6 here plus my phone.
Well, somehow we're not surprised, yes.
Anyway, England are going to resume, and it is going to be former captain and frontline off-spinner Joe Root, who is going to take up the attack. 63 is what India lead by. I think he is bowling from the north end, if I am right.
I'm going to jingle him up after this delivery.
Well, wait, he comes around the wicket. Well, there's a shout from Root. There's a shout from behind the stumps. It looked to me like there was a huge chunk of bat involved. Umpire Rifle seems utterly disinterested, and as we know, there is fuck all England can do about it.
I hate to be the one who raises the flag of pedantry, but seeing as it was your offspring who did so,
Yes.
I would hope that the umpire is disinterested, but he was also uninterested.
Okay. Well, we're into handjob territory there. We got Mog coming on soon to clarify that one, as this one is worked away to mid-wicket, and they take a single. 310 for 5. The score moves on to the lead. 64.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
There it was, a big fat edge onto pad. Although they were bat and pad were very close together. It was close to simultaneous. Would have gone on to hit. Pitched outside off, impact was in line, it would have hit the wickets.
If only the batsman hadn't used his bat.
But yes, it was that big wooden thing that rather...
The flaw in England's strategy.
There is... So, now that's a much better shout!
Wow. Wow.
Be a good poker player, would Paul Rifle. Literally not a muscle twitched on his visage.
That did feel close, although we have seen the ball going over the stumps more frequently than we might expect in India.
Where did that pitch? Pretty much on line and middle.
This is out.
That looked out to me.
This is out, surely.
That I have to have a huge amount of sympathy. Ben Folkes was leaping up down like a jack in a box. Ain't nothing they can do. There's a slip, a forward short leg, and that's stoutly defended by KS Bharat.
Well, we're going to get ball tracking, I think, very soon.
I really hope we do, because that, to me, looks stone dead.
Yeah, Pistol not living up to his name there.
Yeah. Pistol was not even firing blanks. He just wasn't firing at all. Had nothing to do with it, and I think he may have got that one wrong. That one's defended again into the offside by KS. And there is no run. A lot of the camera focusing on Paul Rifle, the man from Box Hill. Pitches. It would have gone over. Well,
he was right.
Wow.
Paul Rifle, respect and apologies in your direction from me. That's defended again into the offside by KS Bharat, and it just shows there is that little bit of extra bounce in this wicket.
There is. I mean, I'm not used to seeing so much bounce in in Indian wickets. More bounce than you see in English wickets, I would suggest.
True enough. 1 run from the first over from tee, bowled by Joe Root. A couple of moments of excitement. 310 for 5. And new ball, by the way, is due in 3 overs. I'm not sure how important that actually is, really. But over to you, Messrs.
Stephen Kelk's with us again. He says, here we go again. I've run out of butter pies. He took a trip to England recently and got a butter pie, but he's eaten it.
Well, I tell you what, if he's looking for pies, there's a few English bowlers here can help him out.
Ha ha! Boom boom.
Yeah.
Mr. P says, hello everybody, late
Hello.
to the party again. Well, welcome. I've just sent out a tweet to remind people that we're on as they wake up across England.
It's 9:10. If you're not awake by now, you're a bit of a slouch,
Why would you
I
get
have
up
to say.
before 9 o'clock if you didn't have to?
Oh, I agree.
And Mog says, damn right, you must apologise to Mr. Rifle, you bastards.
It was extraordinary. I am, in my umpiring days, as the bear will tell you, I'm very slow to raise my finger. But that looked absolutely.
Oh, it did.
Salmon trout to me. Salmon trout worked away by Jadeja backward of square. He'll take a single. off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed, who is the new bowler after tea. Do
oh,
you want to just gently
yes,
give him a musical introduction?
His mission from the original squad was to guard Rehan Ahmed from previous jingles.
Yeah, my father used to make the malapropism, or whatever the right expression is, referring to people, batsmen, as being plump LBW rather than plum LBW. Of course, the B.
Both ways to sound.
Yeah, the B in plum LBW comes from lead, plumbum in Latin, and of course it's because
as in plumb line, yes.
As in a plumb line, yet that which is straight.
Indeed. Rehan was about to bowl the second delivery of this over, and he pulled out at the last minute in the proven Catholic method of leg spin bowling. And it's 311 for 5. He is going to deliver this time, and it's away into the offside towards cover from KS, and there is no run. He's bowled pretty well. I mean, 1 for 78 off 15. Just 15. He's in his 16th over, isn't he, Ray?
Yes, we're looking for a bit of an innings interruptus at the moment. So.
And again is out towards cover where it is fielded, and there is no run.
My complaint is that there's been rather too much interruptus in the play, which has led to the slow over rate itself.
Well, you're nothing if not consistent with that argument, Gary, as we know only too well. Throws it up a little bit more. Bat is dropped on it out towards mid-on. Bairstow, who would fit the category of a plump LBW, I think, these days, is not quite quick enough, and they are able to take a quick single. He was deep set enough. I don't think that's any real
still
criticism.
Slightly on,
a little bit.
He was on his heels a bit. I mean, he was walking in, but he almost stopped walking in as the ball was delivered, and therefore was pushing off from a standing start.
He did,
and the margins are small, as the cliche has.
Ahmed again. This has just worked into the onside. The man at forward short falls to his right, and there is no run. My favourite little stat, of course, about Rehan Ahmed is Jimmy Anderson was playing his 10th Test match the day that Rehan Ahmed was born, which certainly sort of speaks to something of a generation gap. That's up. Had there been a fly leg slip, then it would have plopped straight into his hands. As it was well short of fine leg, who is, I think, Dan Lawrence.
I think it's Dan Lawrence.
So if it's Dan Lawrence, who is not on the pitch, do we think? We've had a rotation of subs. We had Jimmy Anderson for all of about 3 balls, as far as I could tell.
Well, I rather hope it's Tom Hartley who's not on the pitch and he's getting some coaching in the nets.
Or a rub down with a copy of the Sporting Life and someone just to tell him everything's okay, really. He has got 2 wickets to his name, don't forget.
Yeah, I promise not to bag the England bowlers. They've been given an impossible hand to play.
They have, by the ECB, who decided that letting them practice in the height of summer when you actually get spinning wickets would be a really bad thing to do.
And indeed, having an England representative team in India a couple of weeks before the start of the series was no opportunity to play.
No, indeed, it's all a bit daft, frankly. Joe Root will continue. This one is worked nicely off his legs by Jadeja. He's going to bring up his 50. He should get 2. He does. Well batted, Ravi Jadeja. Fine effort from him. The score moves on to 316 for 5, and I thought he should have moved on to... Was that KS Barat? And I got that completely wrong. It was.
Oh.
Stand easy, Gary.
I shall.
You're not required. The 70 runs is now what the lead has progressed to. Joe Root is in, throws it up. Another huge shout from literally everybody behind the stumps. And no again.
Yeah, not quite the same.
Rifle.
Not quite the same conviction, I don't think, in that shout.
Well, they seem pretty determined to me.
He's going to get out soon, though, Barat, because he's pretty much marooned. He's barely got a shot.
He's certainly not been... Oh, that's dragged down. That's dragged down. KS Barat marooned. He's been unmarooned with the biggest pie yet from Joe Root, who dragged that down. Half tracker. Barat had all the time in the world to swivel and thump it away to mid wicket.
Because you can't build pressure when there's a 4 ball around the corner. And I'm afraid England's plans, mitigation included, are about as impressive as the Coyotes against the Roadrunner at the moment.
Meep meep. I think they need Acme. They need some Acme supplies to do something.
And I suspect we might have a minefield later in the
There's still the
series.
leg gully and conventional slip. That's a good ball from Joe Root that forces KS Barat back onto his back foot right in front of his off stump. I think we're looking here at the decision before it pitched outside leg. Well done, Paul Rifle.
Yeah.
Who now I will hear not a single word against. If
The
Paul
great-
Rifle says it ain't out,
The great,
it ain't out.
The great Paul Rifle.
The great Paul Rifle, indeed.
How quickly you do.
Whose laser sights on his rifle are forever accurate. That one's worked away towards cover. They'll take a single. 75 the lead, 321 for 5 the score.
We reserve the right to be consistent in our inconsistencies.
That's the one thing we're consistent about.
I think it's flexibility, isn't it?
Yeah.
Adaptability.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
The
Playing
ability to adjust the story to your own.
Yeah, reviewing the situation.
That's from Oliver, isn't it?
Oliver.
I better think it out again. Left out wide of outside of off stump by Jadeja. End of the over. No run. Messers.
Farang says, no. What's this malarkey with England being a bowler short? You have a short bowler waiting in the wings. He could probably
don't
bowl
tell me.
right-handed in the same over.
It's not Duckett, is it?
It is indeed.
Yeah, he's
BPL doubleheader today from Silent, London and Bangladesh. Mog is wondering if you've found the KP free jingle that he sent in yesterday.
You didn't. I don't think you sent it to me, Mog, because normally I'm.
It went to the Gorilla Jingles.
Well, yeah.
address.
You see, I don't look at that as often.
Can you give Bear a nudge about that when you?
Well, I have a feeling the bear may have gone into repose for a short while on the green room sofa. That is defended by KS.
Yeah, I think
out towards cover, no run.
I think Farong is in a Mean Girl style trying to make Duckett happen, isn't he?
Just if you talk about it often enough, eventually it will occur. Is that what you mean? 1 for 81 for Rehan. He's over the wicket. Hurried Barat a little bit, but he played it competently enough.
No, in the first very funny Mean Girls, there is a phrase that's gone into kind of meme folklore of trying to make fetch happen.
This one, Folks is up like a shot. Gaffers this time looks impenetrable in his stoic gaze.
It was a lovely.
I think he was right to be.
No, well, I think he was. But it was a lovely googly. He pitched it beautifully. Turned in, a little inside edge, but probably was hitting outside off stump. Certainly going on, I think, to hit the stumps. Good bit of bowling from Rehan.
Forward comes KS, gets himself a single out to cover. Made 6 for India A versus South Africa in Potchefstroom. And 64 versus the Lions in Ahmedabad in that drawn warm-up match.
Who did?
KS Barat.
Oh,
so
right.
there he was. He was getting some practice.
Yeah.
In home conditions even. 76 the lead. 322 for 5.
I saw an excellent Oliver at Leeds Playhouse just before Christmas. Absolutely superb it was.
That's well defended by Jadeja. There's a classic. Who's batting? I don't know where Roger Pineapple is, but he's batting in his Indian cap, and he looks utterly splendid.
He does
for doing so.
He does. I think
still on 49.
I think there's some product in that beard, keeping it as jet black as it is, but still.
Forward he comes again. He wants the single. No, says KS. You stay there. You want to get to 50. You ain't going to try and get it with that run. Just the one run, indeed, from that over. Tight over from Rehan Ahmed and his pudding ball haircut, slightly reminiscent of the first series of Blackadder, I think. 322 for 5, Messers.
Mog says, I mean, it's not an overly exciting jingle, so no rush. Also, it was sent to your usual email address, Tony, although I'm starting to think that the internet is trying to erase me. Quite a few things I've done recently have disappeared into the
I tell you what, Mog, when I'm not on air,
Conspiracy.
I will go and check my my junk mail, and that is no reflection on the quality of the jingle. Just although your stuff doesn't normally go there, so but who knows? I mean, Microsoft does some weird bloody things, as we know. Joe Root to continue coming around the wicket. edged down the track, took 2 steps down, prodded forward Barat, and it took a sharp edge and went past the diving slip, and the 12th man, the slip I think was Crawley, and he's a tall fellow, but it evaded his grasp, and Dan Lawrence had to do the sweeping up, and KS will get the single. That will give plenty of balls for Jadeja now to face, and one would expect to get his 50, but it depends how tightly Joe Root will bowl.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Tony, he's doing long hours at the moment.
That one is cut towards Rehan Ahmed, who's stationed at point, so there's no 50 this time for Jadeja.
It's been slightly becalmed, having got off to a bit of a rocketer to run a ball.
He did. Second new ball is available, but do England think it's worth taking it, really? Root.
Oh, that's
got
out.
To be
That
in front.
is
That's
out.
in front. Jadeja has gone. It kept low. He is reviewing. Well, who's the umpire? Is the umpire, is that Rifle? He's out. He's gone.
Yeah.
Old Eagle Eye is not going to screw that up.
And
if he says it's out, it's bloody well out, Jadeja, on your bike.
As far as the studio is concerned,
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Let's have a look. It nips back. Oh, it's an inside edge.
It's an inside
It's
edge.
a bloody great inside edge. Oh my word.
Well,
we were wrong. Humble pie.
But also, so was Paul Rifle.
And Paul Rifle,
I mean, that was
cannot
a
believe I'm
big
seeing
inside
this.
edge.
Paul Rifle has got one right. I told you he was blind as a bat. Go and sit at the back of the class with Joel Wilson. It's 3:23 for 5. Jadeja is still there. He's still on 49, courtesy of an obvious inside edge, and I really can't understand why Gary didn't see it. And Root is in and nearly gets it this time as it's steered away towards extra cover. Ben Stokes is the fielder there, and there's no run.
I think we're both so tired. I'm surprised I can remember the rules, to be honest, Tony.
Don't let me. I'm not going to explain you the rules of cricket. That's going to be very
Well,
complicated.
not all of them. First 3 might be a challenge at the moment.
Root in again, very round arm, defended by Jadeja. And there is that man, very, very short mid on for Jadeja, isn't there?
And pedant watch, I'm very much aware that cricket has laws, not rules.
We've got Lawrence, who's at sort of deep set gully or very short third man. That was defended again by Jadeja. It's the end of the over, just a single from it. It's the 81st. It's 3:23 for 5. Jadeja still on 49. Barat on 19. Messers in the weather cave with your communications.
Some love for Gary. Stephen Kelk says, beautiful segue by Gary there from butter pies into cricket. But then he goes a bit early. He says, Root!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. When it was
And
really
Mr. Pease-
Rifle.
He's
says,
laughing,
"I
old
regret
Paul
my
Rifle.
root."
He's got a
What
smile
are the
on his
first
face.
3 laws of cricket, says Mr. P?
Oh, good question. 1, the umpire's always right except when he's wrong.
2, the full half hour will be taken at the end of the day's play.
Short. There's a pie. And KS Barat has pulled this away. Is it going to make it? No, it's just pulled up short of mid-wicket. They will take 3, I would imagine, unless they were really, really slow. No, they took 2.
Yeah,
Well,
it was excellent work from Hartley out there.
Very well
Herring
young
round.
Hartley herring. Very
Herring round the
good.
boundary.
Very good. Didn't get himself in a jam.
Yeah.
And
a correction from Simon Tierney, the expert, says Fiddler on the Roof, not Oliver.
Oh, it was.
Was it? Which?
If I were a rich man.
If I were a rich man, yeah. But I was doing reviewing the situation, which is Oliver.
I thought, well, I'm now. You've got me doubting that big
Fagan.
inside
It
edge.
is
It's
Fagan.
Fagan.
It is
yes.
Fagan. Oh, I saw the
Yeah.
show in December. I was there. I interviewed the guy who
Sorry,
plays
Simon.
Fagan.
Oh, did you write it into a very long Guardian article for everyone to enjoy?
No, I wrote it into a shortish piece at Broadway World for a smaller number of people to enjoy.
79 runs the lead, 325 for 5. Off the edge by KS Barat, down towards third man. It's going to be Mark Wood galloping after it. They should have come back for 2. Yes, they have. 4 of the first 3 balls of this Rehan Ahmed over. 1 for 86.
I won't
him.
I won't hog the kind of noises off of the cricket with more talk of musical theatre, but just
That
to
was Michael Frayne, wasn't it?
it
Noises
was,
off,
yeah. Just to say that Lionel Bart, a full-on British genius, mad as a box of frogs. But
now he was
what a
married. Who did
genius.
he marry? Lionel Bart. He married somebody who was also quite famous from memory. That one's guided down towards third man. Mark Wood again goes trundling after it. Once again, it will be a comfortable 2.
Even in the 1960s, I'm not sure Lionel Bart was necessarily the marrying kind, but he may have done.
Was he a confirmed bachelor?
Well, there were a few beards around at that time for sure, but yes, he was a confirmed bachelor.
Oh, okay, that one I hadn't realised. Oh, I know who I'm thinking. I'm thinking of Harold Pinter, who married Lady Antonia Fraser.
Lady Antonia
Yes.
Fraser.
Short, that's a horrible ball. That is pulled away again. I don't think there's any chance this time for Hartley, as sprightly as he may be, to get that. And out to mid-wicket, it's 4 of these for KS.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Can you also let in Josh?
How do I do it?
How do you do it? Okay, Josh, just sit tight, mate. And when I get the chance, I will lean forward and admit you. Which sounded. Perhaps I also have to
say that, did you?
Oh my lord! 333 for 5. Forward comes KS Barat. Squirts off the outside edge to backward point. They don't run on this occasion. It's the end of the over. It's 333 for 5. 87 the lead. And while Messers does that, I will do what is needed.
Are we changing
it's
over?
Just as well for you, Tony, that the pawn bot isn't here. Dave Wood says the first rule of cricket is don't talk about cricket.
Oh, very good.
Render you impotent.
Yes, it's lack of effective fight club at the moment, with England getting hammered, India on triple Nelson.
Of course, the first part of the laws of cricket is all about the spirit of cricket.
No, they're not part of the laws. They are in the preamble.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That the introduction to the rules.
Yes, I think I'll allow that as a precursor. So, are we changing over now?
No. I think we've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
If my timings are right. It's the afternoon session, which are funny ones because you have the 40-minute lunch, then they go back to the hour and a half hour after lunch. 333 for 5. Jadeja still looking for that 50. Joe Root's trying to do everything he can to stop him getting it, and he won't get it on this occasion. Because that's a decent ball by Root. Big forward step and defence from Jadeja.
My mind does feel at the moment a little bit like you often get in The Simpsons, where it homes in on Homer's head and it's kind of chicken in the dust, or there's butterflies flying around in it. It's a little empty, so forgive my errors.
Round the wicket comes Root. Forward comes Jadeja. Only pushes it out to that man at the short bid off.
Yeah, he spent
no run.
Spent a long time on 49.
Has been stuck on 49 for a long time. In the context of the game, when we're only in day 2 and they're building a lead, I'm not sure that matters, and I'm sure he's aware of that. He'll get it this time though. Eases into this, takes a quick single. It's away towards extra cover, and I think there's overthrows, and they're going to get more. And that is sloppy as slop from England.
Sloppy.
And what should have been a quick single to get his 50 actually moves him on to 52, courtesy of 2 overthrows. The flashing blade is presented and waved above his head. Well batted Jadeja, 52 for him.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Ooh. Lord. Joe Root again. The slip and the leg gully, and that forces Bharat onto the back foot. He does get right in front of his stumps and jab down on those very low, doesn't it? Very late and very low.
Well, I must say, whenever Jadeja does his bat swinging kind of Bollywood type celebration, I'm afraid I'm always reminded of Ray Harryhausen and sort of Jason and the Argonauts.
Oh yeah, I can see what you mean with that. Forward again comes Bharat, defended. Something's making Messers chortle.
Oh, it's just the references to things that are 40 years old. You know.
And the rest, I think, with Jason and the Argonauts.
We've had a bit of Shakespeare as well. Dickens, Shakespeare.
400 years old in Shakespeare's term.
Well, yeah.
There's an exhibition celebrating the 400 years of the first folio at Senate House, which I should be going to probably next week. Senate House in Bloomsbury, in London.
I know where you are. Yes. 3:36 for 5.
Mr. P says, Stephen Kelk says, what's the 0th law? Mr. P says, law 1.1 is the number of players. The 0th law is breakfast beer.
Defended by Barat into the offside off Joe Root. No run. 3 from the over. Should have been 1 from the over. It came in with 2 overthrows attached. What should have just been a single. It did get Jadeja to his 50.
Yes.
It's got India to 336 for 5. We are probably due a change now. And we'll let Messers give you some messages in the meantime while I figure out who's doing what.
Yeah, I'm doing ball by ball, but I hope you'll be able to bring Josh in on summarising.
Indeed. Speaking
Kieran
of things that are
Roseblade
40
says,
years old.
morning all. Sorry, I'll just finish this, Josh. Hello. He says, seems like this match is over as a contest. India bat as long as they want, then just the formality of England trying to bat, and then we can all go home.
Well, on that rather depressing note, Josh, I'll bring you in.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. It's I don't know, it's one of those weird positions. This match already looks done, doesn't it?
It does, I'm afraid.
I'd love to be able to say something else, to be able to invent a scenario in which we get, not only an England victory, but also actually a more interestingly competitive game. I just cannot see any route to it.
Well, this ball is defended from Rehan Ahmed by Jadeja. The only thing to do is to get England's coach to pad up and make another 225 in the second innings in Hyderabad, but I feel that's unlikely.
Indeed.
Rehan Ahmed is in, that's the googly, and it's just turned off the pads by Jadeja, and they're through for a single.
This lead's already well beyond what could be described as handy.
Yes.
It's hard to see it as anything other than decisive as game sealing at this point. I mean, obviously it's Test cricket, anything can happen, but it's England in India, and there's most of those anythings won't happen.
Yeah, well, it's been the thick end of 10 years or more since anything did happen and India lose a Test series, and they don't look like losing this match, which will mean it's a long way back for England, as an easy single is hit into the leg side, where Tom Hartley has had quite a break, considering how much bowling he did earlier in the match. Comes in, India advance to 338 for 5, and Marg is here on the socials. Hello, Marg.
Hi, I was just taking a sip from my Gorilla Cricket mug.
Well, you can get them at GorillaCricket.com along with other interesting merch. Please support.
25% off at Redbubble currently.
It gets better and better. Here is Rehan Ahmed, who tosses that up, and it's driven to mid-off, where I think that's Ben Stokes, is it, who labours after the ball. No, it's Johnny Bairstow
YJB,
who labours after the ball but does get a hand on it, and another single is taken. Oh dear, he went down in instalments there, young Johnny Bairstow, didn't he? I mean, he did well to stop it, that was the principle, but he did not look much of an athlete there, did he? So 2 slips now for Bharat as Rehan Ahmed bowls, just pushed into the leg side. Josh, I was rather hoping we might get more ideas from you, but I don't think any ideas are on the horizon, are they?
I mean, I've got plenty of ideas. The question is whether they're good ones.
Well, we'll take them over the course of the next half hour or so, but that's the end of the over. Good bit of fielding by Ben Duckett to deny the single. India 339-5. And Marg, have you got anything interesting coming through on the tweets? And if you haven't, can you update us on the match underway in Brisbane?
If you haven't got anything interesting on the tweets, just read the other ones.
Yeah,
interesting. No, we'll get away with that.
Good.
Kieran Roseblade has arrived, and he says it seems like this match is over as a contest. India will bat as long as they want, then just the formality of England trying to bat, and we can all go home.
We can.
Mr. P says Tony's look of bewilderment is just priceless. It's probably all the times he looks at anything technology. And Jamie Wilson says it's hard to argue with that, to be honest, which I assume is about Kieran Roseblade's assessment of England's fine chances.
To be fair, we are getting a new idea, because England...
We're getting a new ball.
Yeah, they're taking the new ball, and I'm not entirely sure we expected that. We'd rather forgotten that the new ball was available. But it is. I hate to say this, but will this affect the nature of the match? Here we go.
No.
New ball, please.
It's Joe Root.
The interesting thing is it's the new rules being taken by Joe Root.
Yeah, he has taken it before in India, I think. He probably does get more bounce than England spinners, although Tom Hartley was brought in to bounce the ball and did take the new ball in the first innings. And it's a decent delivery. Jabs down on it, does Jadeja. Gets a bit of a leading edge to Ollie Pope. Somewhat bemulleted Ollie Pope at short extra. Jadeja on 54.
It just reminds me of Michael Yardy's darts in T20 those 15 or so years ago. There's nothing. Who floated this time?
Yeah, it's Joe. Oh dear, there's a shocking bit of fielding at mid-off there. Real Village stuff. It was a full toss, which was Village enough. It was punched down the ground by Jadeja, and I'm not sure who that was at mid-off. But if you're that weary on the second day of a 5-test series, it's a long, long way to go.
It's a weariness of the soul.
Roots in, one slip and a silly mid-off, and that's defended by Jadeja. No run.
Is he just dragging it back of a length there, or am I failing to pick that up off this slightly dodgily transmitted feed?
It's a combination, really, of lack of match practice, the fact that he's not a frontline bowler. They're not able to maintain a line and length, the England bowlers, as that one is just nudged to backward point, and there is no run. I'm trying my best not to complain too much, because they have been dealt a very tough hand with no real warm-up and not a huge amount of experience of first-class cricket, because of the way the English cricket season is structured. But boy, is it showing, as this is defended by Jadeja. No run. Who do we think's going to be at the other end for the new ball? Josh?
I mean, so this is the first of this match, and therefore of this series that I've seen. Would it not be Wood?
It might be. We'll see. Extra bounce will help. Oh, a quickish, actually swinging delivery there from Joe Root, left alone by Jadeja, and it's the end of the over. It's kind of the orthodoxy suggests Mark Wood, and the Bazball suggests Tom Hartley. So let's see. Jazz, have you got anything? Marg, have you got anything? I'm mixing up my Australians. I do apologise. Yeah.
Jesus Christ! I didn't know you hated Jez that much. A quick update of what's happening in Brisbane. Australia is 7 for 200. Usman Khawaja, befitting his Male Test Player of the Year award status, is on 52.
Sorry,
and
that's Morgan's Usman Khawaja, right?
You can claim him if you like, I don't. Pat Cummins is on 25, and I think he got the Cricketer of the Year award.
Yeah, you see, I said in the green room, not to be wise after the event, but the regular listeners will know how much I love a number 8, and I said that Stark or Cummins is going to play that kind of innings in support of Khawaja, and they're going to get up or close to the West Indies. You have to have a decent 8, or in this case, Australia have got 2 in Stark and Cummins. They weren't both going to fail, and Cummins
When
hasn't.
have you ever mentioned number 8?
I know.
Yeah, this is news to me, Gary.
It's so innovative. So I won the sweepstake because it is Tom Hartley. Bowling left arm around the wicket. Tall man, that's what he's been picked for. As I say, I don't want to be harsh to him. You know, he's shown some ticker in coming back. But he's not really much of a spinner of the ball, as this is defended into the leg side, and Hartley almost does his own fielding. I said before the series...
Wind up the mechanism a little more, Gary. What do you think about the lack of a leg slip?
Well, I've mentioned it once or 1,000 times already in the 2 days, but I don't think Hartley should be playing in Lancashire's red ball side, never mind England's, so I'm nothing against the lad. Punches that square to Rehan Ahmed, who's doing the fielding, and they scamper 2. That's excellent running from these two, so S. Bharat goes to 32. He was a bit slow to start with, but he's got his eye in and is now batting quite well. And we've got yet again another partnership by India. They keep putting together these partnerships, and England keep putting together collapses, and I suspect that might be the story of the series.
All we need is a batter to pad up or let a straight one go through. I'll break off.
As this ball is just pushed to point, no run.
And let us recycle the old line about playing for spin against England being a bad idea.
Yeah, oh, yes, of course. Yeah, well, one of the problems with the structure of the English cricket season is it encourages slow bowling but not spin bowling, as this ball is defended and there is no run. If you can fire in some darts without too much turn in the 100 and in the one-day stuff, then you'll carve a career in England. But when are there opportunities to bowl on a dusty spinner? Few there are. As this is a much quicker ball from Hartley. It certainly looked a quicker ball, and it turned a little, but from outside off stump, and they're through for a single. 346 for 5. The lead is 100.
Yeah, obviously the lack of 4-day cricket in the height of the summer. Even if they started playing earlier in September, it would be a little less bad. Although again, too few games after the test and one-day pause in the championship. But I wonder if there's another factor, which is they're playing fewer games and therefore the outgrounds are getting fewer games. I'm thinking about Glamorgan. It always used to be that sandy pitch at Swansea, right next to just across the road from the beach. Where Robert Croft bowled so many spinning overs and overs of spin there. They're now playing usually in May at Swansea, and there's just in that loss of variety of pitches.
This ball is defended off Joe Root, no run.
That comes as a result of decreasing the number of championship games, but also of decreasing the number of grounds on which they play them. That loss of variety perhaps doesn't give enough opportunity for bowlers of different kinds.
And there's another element which I'll come to, of which Tom Hartley's been a beneficiary in a moment, was Joe Root round the wicket, and this is hit hard into the outfield, but it just picks out Rehan Ahmed sweeping on the leg side boundary. Surrey have won the last 2 championships with a formula that has Will Jacks as their spinner. Will Jacks is an admirable cricketer, but he spins the ball a tenth as much as Amar Verdi, who has been on England A tours and barely plays in the championship because Surrey say that the quick runs and scoreboard pressure that can put on the opposition that Will Jacks brings is more useful than a spinner. This ball is pushed to silly mid-off and there is no run. That at least is part of the reason why Lancashire were happy to let Matt Parkinson go, a number 11 who spins the ball a long way, and replace him with Tom Hartley, a number 8 who does not spin the ball a long way. So Jadeja's on 58. He's got Joe Root. We'll be coming to your socials with Marg at the end of this over. Root's in wide on the crease from round the wicket, and Jadeja just lays a dead bat on it, and ball goes into the inside the circle on the leg side for a single. Now I know there's no circle, but Josh, I don't know how much you've seen. England have conceded so many runs inside the circle, if you like, either side of the wicket, and I'm not sure what they can do to stop it. It certainly isn't because they've had slips and short legs. They just need to all be in a bit.
It's not just that they've got the catchers in. It's the fielders who you'd expect in the positions you'd expect to be on the one. They're allowing one.
Yep. Bharat, who's obviously much more positive now than he was for the first hour or so of his innings, I would suggest. Sort of slog sweeps that really, but without any timing, to the man on the leg side boundary, and they're through for a single. We're getting the past the parcel with helmets going on and off the field, all of which is slowing matters down.
And maybe the lack of warm-up means that they're not used to the speed of the pitches. There's a little bit of pace being taken off the ball, but it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to adjust to that.
I completely agree. As Jadeja lets that go through to the keeper, it's the end of the over. India 349 for 5. And Mark, you have the socials.
The GC Twitter feed has sent out a lovely picture of the bear supine on a couch, probably snoring like a thing that snores.
Our supine Ursine.
Supine Ursine. Nitin Bajaj says, I'm afraid Rehan is out of his depth here. I hope he's got the mental fortitude to take this in his stride. Probably not. Dave Wood says, would England
Was that
be
probably
more
not
competitive?
you, Mog, or Nitin?
No, Rehan.
Yeah, no, I was wondering who added the probably not.
Oh, no, I added them. Sorry, editorialising. Would England be more competitive if they had selected a team of Dave Hussies? Asks Dave Wood.
Oh. Well, you know, it's
at his current age.
Yeah, I mean, it's some 12 years ago I talked about in the future every side will be 10 David Hussies and a wicket-keeper. The one-day game has gone a bit in that direction, although not as much as would be the case. But I think Bazball also is pushing towards the David Hussies, the scampering boundary hitters, and the bowlers who would be in the past have been regarded as marginal or part-time selections getting the game. But I wouldn't push that too hard, even I wouldn't. We are seeing a change of bowling.
Here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach.
And it's not so much a beach because the pitch isn't as dusty as it was. And there's a false stroke there from Bharat, who followed one outside off stump and was trying to steer it in a kind of one-day 1980s way to third man for a single, but instead missed it, and folks took it. A little bit of excitement from Jack Leach.
Missed it by a long way. Almost wonder if he was playing inside the line.
Yeah, I think there's an element of that. He didn't play inside the line of this one. He just cut it for the easiest of singles down to Rehan Ahmed, who does an awful lot of fielding for England, mainly because he's sweeping on one side of the pitch all the time, and there are enormous gaps to hit through mid-wicket and through cover point, and a single is taken. India raised the 350 for 5. Bharat has 36 off 77, and Jadeja, more circumspect than he was earlier, has 59 from 96.
They're looking utterly untroubled, this Indian pair. There's no sense of anything England do with the ball in the field posing any difficulties.
I agree with you. We did hear earlier on that all 5 wickets so far in this innings have come from batsman error. There's always an element of culpability in a dismissal from the batsman, but they are full-on batsman error. And apparently it's the first time that's been the case for many, many years in Test cricket, that they can put a label on the first 5 wickets of a Test innings as being batsman error. I ought to qualify that by saying I'm sure that means the men's game and not... Mind you, there aren't that many Test matches in women's cricket, so it probably is the case.
I wonder when they started making such clear labels. Is this a...
Yeah, I think that's fair. The data revolution is
2022.
We have a short square and a silly mid-on.
As goes down the leg side, and it's just helped round the corner to a somewhat... Yeah, Zach Crawley not looking like he's enjoying his work and flexing a shoulder there. They get a single. Jadeja raises 60. And Bharat has 36. Two very divisible numbers in 60 and 36, I would suggest.
Yeah, not quite up there with 17. Is it 1729 in its interestingness?
That's one of them. This ball is defended. There is no run. I think it's 5,040, which is the king of divisible numbers. I would be happy to be proved wrong by any numerical analysts out there, as this is defended by Jack Leach, and it's by KS Bharat, and he goes through for a single, 37. If you're wondering why we're talking about divisibility of numbers, it's because the cricket itself is anything but transfixing.
I thought your 1746 might have been about the tail end of Hammurabi's Babylonian Empire, but sadly not.
I think 1729 was the famous Hardy Ramanujan number.
Yes, I think you might be right. This ball is a huge appeal for LBW, only matched in its hugeness by the distance outside off stump that Jadeja got his pad. So it's the end of the over, 352 for 5. Mog.
Brian in Brisbane has unfortunately been called away for work and says goodbye. Bye, Brian. Leah says they'll lose this game in the first hour of Sunday morning, won't they? I hope so. That'd be great. Actually, won't bother me. It's a great time zone for cricket here.
I mean, I think England have lost this game over the first day and a half.
Yeah, I think the actual time in which England will troop off, shoulders slumped, heads down, it could even be this time tomorrow. It would be patronising to say they will have done well to take it into the fourth day, but one gets the feeling that they will have done well to take it into the fourth day.
They will have done very well, I think. Meanwhile, Australia 7 for 207.
As Root's in, and this is slogged by Bharat. He is ugly with that slog that he hits, but it's effective. Beautifully fielded by the security guard at Cow Corner, but it nevertheless one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Even the Indian flag waving crowd looks a bit bored.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that was a 1, 2, 3, 4 in German, as I'm sure you knew. I'll come back to German in a moment, as that's an attempted slog sweep. This is a huge appeal, and that's been given out. Well, Bharat's been sketchy, really. He's got himself to 41. Yeah, it was a premeditated sweep. He got low enough. He missed it. But perhaps he's thinking that you got a bottom edge on that. He's reviewing, and why wouldn't you review? It has been given out. It looks pretty straight to me. It's certainly not going over the top because it hit the Bharat on the ankle. I suspect this is going to be given. This appeal will be. This review will be unsuccessful. It's kept low. He's missed it. It's hit him on the back leg. Right in front of middle, low down because the ball kept a bit low. This is out, surely, isn't it?
It's hit him. I mean, he's got very low. You said the ankle. I think it's actually hit him almost on the thigh.
Yeah, it is on the thigh.
I suspect he's reviewing on the basis of where it hit him without having a sense of just how low he got. Credit to Joe Root there. He bowled it from round the wicket from very wide of the crease, and the ball straightened beautifully, I have to say.
It has.
But yeah, I say it hit him on
call at worst.
I say it hit him on the thigh. His
it
back
did.
It did hit him on his back thigh.
At shin height.
Back knee is basically on the ground at this point, so it doesn't look like there's
going
to be any danger.
We're seeing this as a red light, and the ball is umpire's call. So very good, Mug. Umpire's call, but it's a big umpire's call, if that makes sense. It's not shaving the off stump; it's hitting it. And Paul Rifle has got a few things right in the last couple of hours. He raises the figure to confirm that somewhat strange innings from KS Bharat. He's out.
Hit the batter on the thigh, and it's only clattering into off stump a quarter of the way up.
It is. So 41, another decent partnership for India. Things are not going to get hugely easier for England because Ravichandran Ashwin or Akshar Patel is going to come in, and it looks like it's going to be Akshar Patel. I think he's number 99. But there's a sense in which India are so far ahead in the game now, even if England shoot them out in the next 40 minutes or something, it doesn't really, I think, turn the game from being 90% to 95% in India's favour to being 85 to 90% in India's favour. So, yes.
I mean, if anything, it makes the Indian win slightly more likely because it makes the draw that little bit less likely.
Yes, it is, and it's not Akshar Patel. It's the man with, last time I looked, 5 Test match centuries, although they do seem a little distant in the past.
Number 6 coming up.
It is. It is this man.
Pitches are all brown. The pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bat. Waiting for a bat. White laid on the second day. White laid on the second day. Trying to find a shot.
Quite a production number there for Ravichandran Ashwin. One thing that will happen now is that England may have their infield in the right place, because Ravichandran Ashwin will not be scampering singles.
True.
He is.
For a moment, I thought you were going to say England were going to respond to the game situation, but no. I think what you're saying is they're already in the right place.
Yeah, I think they probably are. There's a slip and there's a forward short leg. I would like to have a leg slip there, just to take out that little turn off the pads to get off the mark.
Gary would like a leg slip.
I know. This is pushed by Ashwin to Ben Duckett, who's been doing work at short cover, in this case short mid-wicket. Good bit of bowling from Joe Root there, because he managed to go wide on the crease and yet still straighten the ball sufficiently to pitch on the stumps and be hitting the stumps.
Yeah, it's a good amount. We've not seen a graphic, but it was a good amount of turn there.
Yeah.
He bowled it from well wide of the crease.
And a bit of low bounce, which is kind of worrying on day two. It's very full again from Root, and it's dug out by Ashwin. And there is
good as the bowling was, it doesn't augur well for England.
Now, I wonder if this is the kind of thing you can use Stats Guru for. I suspect you probably can. I'm going to pose that question.
When you say you, Gary.
Yes, I'm using it very much in its abstract rather than literal finger-pointing sense. As Root's in, has tossed that up, and Ashwin is, I think, almost certainly, yes, he is off the mark, with a full toss that Rehan Ahmed fields, stops. Not cleanly, but it was a tough stop and he pulled it off, so Ashwin goes to 1. I wonder if there's a combination of two players who've scored more runs whilst batting together and taken more wickets whilst bowling together. So that's Ashwin at one end, Jadeja at the other batting, Ashwin at one end, Jadeja at the other bowling. How many runs, how many wickets, and is there a combination of taken more in the history of Test cricket? Am I clear about that?
That's not a niche question at all, is it?
Well, Root's in and round the wicket, and this is through to the keeper, and there is no run. One of the reasons I'm asking...
Are you talking about bowling in the same match? Or
no,
at
the same time.
Specifically while bowling in tandem?
In tandem. That's a much better phrase, Josh. Thank you. Bowling in tandem, batting in tandem. Because there can't be many teams that have fielded two such distinguished all-rounders as these two, because it's hard enough to get one all-rounder, but to have two who are as good as these, which I remind you, Jadeja averages 36 in Test cricket, and I think Ashwin 27. And obviously they've got, not pushing 1,000, but not that far off that level of wickets. So I suspect these are the two that have taken most wickets bowling in tandem and batting in tandem. But if anyone can enlighten us on that, then I'd be grateful to see. I'm wondering if there's a combination with Shakib Al Hassan of Bangladesh that might work, but I don't think so. As Leach left arm round, ball is through to the keeper. Try and squeeze some socials in, Marg, if you don't mind.
Right. There's a bit of discussion on YouTube about who was the last genuine good England spinner.
Oh, it's Graham Swan.
And Graham Swan was the first suggestion from Kieran Roseblade.
This ball is defended. There is no run.
And Gus Fraser was another suggestion.
Gus Fraser.
Cruel.
Again, we're talking about spinners, not slow bowlers.
Yeah, that's very good. Leach is in again. We'll come to any more of your socials coming through. Ooh, goes back, does Ashwin. Waits for the turn, but it's slow turn from Leach, and he defends.
Is that a little harsh on Adil Rashid?
Well, he didn't play enough Test cricket, did he? He's obviously
not through any fault of his own.
No. Well, his shoulder was somewhat to blame. This is defended. There is no run. I mean,
carried a lot of drinks on tours that he should he should have been playing on.
Well, we could see, but no argument in the white ball game. Would be pretty much a shoe-in for England's all-time 11 in white ball cricket, but never really came through in the red.
Ashley Giles has just been mentioned.
Oh yes,
this ball as well.
This ball is defended, and there is no run. Ashley Giles did a job in that team, and he did his job well. But one can say little more than that, I suspect.
Ashley Giles made the most of the talents he had, and
did.
Given that, was a,
This ball is defended. There is no run.
comparing Ashley Giles with the man I mentioned earlier, Robert Croft, as kind of similar function in a game of a slow bowler who can hold up an end for a bit and hold a bat. Ashley Giles was an order of magnitude greater as a cricketing success than Robert Croft ever was.
Yes, Robert Croft refused to tour India. I understand that in the aftermath of the Mumbai attacks, so he rather put the kibosh on his career after that, but he was only ever a marginal selection for England. But good fun on the mic. Mark, have you got anything else?
Yes, indeed. Dr. Ant Condon, hi,
Dr.
says, I've been cheering the Australian wicket so loudly, the other guys at the motel I'm staying at are giving him side-eye. He just wants a good match, but I'll be happy if the Windies win. Hopefully it's the start of a great rebuild for everyone's second team.
Well, there's something in that for the good of the game. That was a hideous drag down from Joe Root, and Jadeja just about got the toe end of the bat out to the man sweeping, who was probably Rehan Ahmed on the cover boundary, and they're through for a single. Jadeja goes to 61. I'd like to see how many runs he's got off the last 50 deliveries, because it feels like not many.
And is that everyone's second team because everyone's second team is whoever's playing against Australia?
It's very hard to dislike this Australian 11 as this ball just jumps a little at Ashwin and there is no run. The Test 2 is a lot better, the Amazon Prime series, than the Test 1, and it's very hard to bear any animus towards Patrick Cummins and Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh and Usman Khawaja.
Labuschagne and Steve Smith.
Well, even Labuschagne and Steve Smith come across well, and who couldn't smile when it was Mr. Joseph, I can't remember his first name, but the new Guyana, and this ball is just pushed into the offside. There's
Shema.
He's out! Oh, well, there we are. These two who are not used to batting or indeed bowling together get into a mix-up. Ashwin was sold down the river there by Jadeja. There probably wasn't one there. It was a decent bit of fielding, but as ever with the mix-up run-outs, the skill is as much in keeping a calm head and throwing it to the right end. Oh, two batsmen at the same end. Who doesn't enjoy that? It's
tragic.
Hartley, who's in the game again. It wasn't that good a throw, but he gathered it. Did Ben Folkes, and Ashwin and Jadeja negotiate well, I could pick many combatants in the world at the moment, and any of them would be in bad taste, so I shall refrain.
Iran and Iraq in 1985.
God, yes. As Ashwin troops back, somewhat disconsolate. Oh, and it's some very funny stills here as Joe Root's already clapping as Jadeja jams his bat in. I'm not going out, mate, you are. Ashwin goes off to find a cricket.
One of them has 60 and one of them doesn't, so I think they made the right choice.
I think they did, but it was terribly, terribly funny. Even the world's, say, leading, I think they're number 2 and 3 or something in the bowling ratings, and they must be near as high in the all-rounder ratings. Even they can get into a true Sunday afternoon after too many pints on a Saturday night.
Gary, play the comedy run.
Oh God, we do need that, don't we? Let me have a look for it.
Can you let Kartik in, and maybe somebody's going to have to wait.
I'm going to need some help. I'm not sure I can do that. Anyway, I'm feeling a little delirious now. After that,
why do we make fun of Tony when we've got Gary?
Oh look, I am absolutely hopeless, but I can't. Oh, here we are. Is this it? No, it's not quite. The bear's coming in.
You dug a hole too deep, I won.
I'm not sure if we're due a change. As I say, I'm somewhat delirious at the moment, so I'm going to need some help here from the bear, who has at least.
What time did you get in, Gary?
Got in at just before 4 a.m. I think. Having seen the Werner Herzog film yesterday afternoon, so that's why I had the German going round it. No, I'm not on the motorbike anymore. The ears aren't up to it, and the bike got stolen. So I was riding shotgun to Tony Bishop in the public interest. So Ashar is the new batsman, and he's helped himself to a boundary. Oh God, dear, oh dear. Well, I'm not sure in this situation. Sorry, it was 4, I think, in the end, or 3 from Ashar. But Rehan Ahmed ran hard after that ball, and he got it just inside the boundary sponge, or maybe he didn't. We'll see that. But he flung himself and absolutely clattered into the advertising, both knees leading. And I really think coaches and captains have got to say to their bowlers, especially the bowlers, you can't be this brave. You've got to understand that you're in for 5 tests here to bowl, not to fling yourself into the boundary boards in a forlorn chase to protect us at 1 run when you were already getting hammered. He seems to be all right, and the teenagers do bounce back, but
let's have a bit more old-fashioned, gentlemanly fielding.
There's something in between, though, Josh. I do understand.
No, I'm not sending you up.
Yes.
I'm saying that I mean, you could use the Tom Sharp line and say that was a bit narg.
Yes.
But yeah, no, you're completely right. He's possibly saved a run. That move will save a run one time in 4, maybe, that you pull it off and it'll injure you not much
and he didn't
often than that.
He didn't in the end, because Ashar has a 4 off his first ball. Jack Leach put himself out of the Ashes at Lords in the first morning, I think, running around and diving sort of head and shoulder first into the ground at 3rd man.
Has the bear gone back to sleep?
No, the bear's here.
I hope not. He should be in Gary's chair.
Yeah, this ball is punched, and I'm going to vacate the chair, which sounds a bit like a kind of meeting. Josh, you've been in university meetings where there's always a point 3 hours in where somebody vacates the chair. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad I left that world behind. I couldn't bear the thought of it anymore. Around the wicket comes Joe Root, left alone by Ashar Patel. That's the end of me for today. I'll be able to hear the cheers in Sydenham all the way around the world. But I'll be back for the second test, I hope. I rather hope England will be as well, because they haven't turned up for this one.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Josh. Hello, Kartik. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Indeed, I can. Yep. Welcome aboard.
Right. Thank you very much. Good to be here. Just having some technical difficulties, but I've switched over to portable device, so hopefully this will work better. But
it's slightly echoey, but we can hear you fine. And the bear's just coming on to...
there was 2 pictures of you there, wasn't there? Did you have 2 accounts linked up to us?
Yeah, I was on I was obviously live from the stadium, of course, in Hyderabad, but on 2 different devices on my laptop and on my iPad now. So hopefully,
we've only got one media box.
From the media box in the the stadium.
Yeah. Right. Where are we at? 362 for 7. And Leach is going to be bowling at Jadeja. He's on 61. And that's turned into leg side. And there is no run as it goes to mid-wicket. I didn't see this run. Well, I did see this run out eventually. Oh, so, okay. Comedy run out.
Just a bit of miscommunication there between the 2 spinners. A bit of eagerness as well.
Ashwin didn't look happy.
But yes, no, and there's definitely a barbecue there, that's for sure.
Indeed. Jadeja facing up to Leach. 1 for 47 over the wicket to him, into the rough. Works on the leg side and there's no one. Do you think that the pitch is going to spin much more when India bowl?
Oh, absolutely, because they're obviously going to change the pitch mid-innings, at the end of the innings, and no doubt the Indian spinners will be playing on a completely different track.
Tossed up, driven. Stopped by, is that Hartley, I think, on Hayden, and there's no run. I just don't think England have got their seam positions right. The spinners' lengths have been too variable. Leach is propped forward, defended by Jadeja. Hartley palms it across the stumps, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's a very, very short mid-on. Not sure he's there for the catch, but more so for the tap-on run-out.
Well,
Just,
slightly lofted drive, isn't it? Like that. Ooh, Johnny just dropped short of him. There's a mid-time drive by Jadeja. If he does get it right, he's going to kill him.
Almost at a commentator's curse there.
Yeah, very much.
Thankfully, the pitch saved me.
What's going on in the Australia game? Where's the score at in that one?
7 for 2.
They've come back. Last time I saw they were 4 for 24. Or 24.
Yeah. It sort of reflects the West Indian innings. Carey made a very fast 60. Cummins is on 42 off 53 balls. And Khawaja's on 71 off 127.
Oh, Khawaja's still there. Ooh.
Yep.
That one hurries Jadeja a little bit. Doesn't spin that much, but he gets right down on one knee and defends it out to the offside. There's no run. 92 overs gone. So there must be 21 overs left in the day, I presume.
Anindo says India want to bat as long as possible, not just to put a big lead on, but to let the pitch deteriorate a bit more on day 3 to make it harder for England. Yeah, no doubt about that. Nin Bajaz says, good English spinners before Swan. The last one I can think of is Tufnell. Do you rate him? I rather enjoyed his antics. And he also says, brilliant effort there by Rehan to save that. Also brilliant was him pointing to his right elbow after that tumble. Sorry, Skip, but can't bowl no more. Raffles has a good idea. He says, morning, gents. When there is a particularly comical run out, how about awarding it points out of 10 on the Inzamam-ul-Haq scale? That's got to be a full 10, that one, with both batters at the same end. I think that's the full Monty. It really is.
It certainly is. Nothing close about it. Root is going to bowl to Akshar Patel, who just defends that back to him, and there's no run. He was a pain in the arse last time we were there. Scored lots of runs, didn't he? Took lots of wickets, lots of runs. It was his first series, I think, in international Test cricket against us.
Yes, he did very well.
Around the wicket route. That one skids on a little bit again. Doesn't really turn. And it's defended.
To me, this England playing 3 frontline spinners already, if I'm not mistaken, and they still have root bowling.
Yeah, well, this is the problem, isn't it? I don't think we need. If you've got Root in the side, you only need one other spinner to go with Leach, who should be your frontline spinner, as the most experienced, and it's been most economical, to be fair. Root bowls, and it's defended by Axel. In fact, I guess if you looked at the bowling figures, which I'm just about to do, if you looked at economy rates for our bowlers, I bet you Root and Leach are the spinners that are most economical. Hartley has an economy rate of 4.83. He's dragged that down a lot. Oof, that's Root's on his knees. Wow. You got one to just carry on with the arm, and Axar left it. It did straighten a smidgen, which probably saved him, but it could have quite easily crashed into his off stump. Leach has gone for 2 points. Root has an economy rate of 3.35, and Jack Leach has 2.23. Of the other two, Hartley's 4.83. He's dragged that back from about 10. That one spins, stays a little bit low, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I would say Root's comfortably England's best bowler.
Well, he's got 2 for 66 at an economy of 3.32. And Leach has 1 for 47 at 2.23. So they're your 2 first spinners, you know, and then you've got to pick one out of Hartley and Rehan Ahmed. I mean, Ahmed's been more expensive, but I'd probably stick with him. Because future-wise, as that one's played up to mid-off and there's no run, he looks more like a Test cricketer to me than Tom Hartley does, let's be honest. Hartley doesn't really look in place in this side.
Agreed, yeah, I think there's a lot of, I was just going to say, there's a lot of promise with Rehan Ahmed, especially the leggy as well, that always adds pressure, but also it adds opportunity.
But he gets it through the air pretty well, has good drop. I just think someone needs to get hold of him and get his seam position better, get more control over it. It's a lot of balls with very scrambled seams. It's fine probably out here, but on pitches where it doesn't spin so much, if you can get it on the seam, then it's going to turn, you know.
Mr. P says, are we the only major Test team who's perennially rocks up without a dangerous spinner? Sean Willis says India in the mud, and Leah says Kartik uses the same background that Arshit used to use during quite a few interviews for the Armchair Cricket podcast I did with him. I think you've changed your background, haven't you, Kartik?
That's the desert island. That's mine. That's my desert island. God damn it.
My background has changed. I've recently refreshed my device update, so I haven't updated the background look. That's what it is. But I'll get back. But it's the first game of the series, so I'll have my background appropriate for the next stint soon enough.
Leach in. Oh, that one popped a little bit. Caught Jadeja on the hand, and his left hand as well. As he shakes a little bit, maybe caught him on the end of the thumb as he propped right forward. Ended it square on the offside, no run.
Yeah, just for the benefit, I'm at the back of the media room here in the Hyderabad Cricket Stadium, so that's why it looks a little bit different. But when I turn around, you'll see the crowd. Next stint, I'll be in a different position.
Yeah, right.
Over the wicket.
Very cool.
Root. Leach, sorry. It's just worked around the corner. Down to long leg for a single. Are you there for the whole series, or are you just there for a couple of tests? Or?
I'll be here for all 5 tests. So I'm looking forward to travelling around the country.
Nice.
See if this joke can last the whole series, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
It looks awfully like Australia to me, but never mind. Speaking of Bazball, Australia is scoring at 5.15 runs per over, by the way.
They've gone Bazball.
Yeah.
Everyone's learning. Leachy is over the wicket. That spins into Axar, just defends it. And to the offside, and there's no run. Pretty decent score. 367 for 7.
Yeah, India are scoring at 3.92. England scored at 3.81.
Yeah, defending the onside. There's no run. England's bowling is far worse than India's bowling, though.
Yeah. And Kuwait just got out for 75, by the way.
Oh, so how many are they behind?
About 80 odd, I think. Okay. 69. And Sinclair, the bowler, did the most amazing back somersault as a celebration, which is fantastic. New standards.
Well, Axar drives that aerially, but it bounces about 3 or 4 metres short of mid-off. No run, any over, 367 for 7.
Okay. Sorry. We're up to date on YouTube. And yeah, we're up to date on... No, we're not. Something's just come in. Furlong says, not really a quiz. The lad in the photo, he sent in a Australian football photo. Was a decent cricketer as well as representing Australia and Victoria. 61st birthday today, average commentator. I am. 61-year-old commentator, average commentators, is an awful lot of those. Here you go. Representing Victoria and Australia.
Is that a photo of somebody?
Yeah. I've got no idea, I'm afraid, Farong. You may have to tell us, but others may guess. Armchair Cricket podcast about the run-out says, I can't help but feel it was Ashwin's call all along. Jadeja started but then decided against the run. It would have been a tight one, but Jadeja would have made it. Well, he wouldn't have amused us nearly as much if he had. And the cricket site says, well, he could have if he wasn't for the ball watching. Ball watching's never good. Are they on a drinks break at the moment? I think they must be.
They could be. It is.
Know, actually.
No, it shouldn't be. Well, it depends. If
evening session, sometimes they do go at 1:15, hour and a quarter in, don't they?
Yeah, because they're assuming that there'll be an extra half hour, which there probably will be today, which is incredible considering England have bowled spin pretty much all day. And they're still going to need half an hour.
But yeah, I was going to say that. With 4 spinners now playing and bowling, and surprised that they're still going this long over there.
They spend eternally long changing fucking fielders around.
Well, they were fucking around for at least an hour before tea, where they just weren't interested in getting on with the game. So there's another 18 overs to be bowled today, and they'll be lucky to squeeze those in, to be honest.
Yeah, that's going to be tight.
It's pathetic.
That's played out the offside. Oh, there's another. Oh no, there's a run out. What am I
It's a
doing?
replay.
There's a replay. Got caught out by the replay.
Oh,
Jesus.
you've got Tony'd.
I got Tony'd. God damn it.
It happens to all of us.
I mean,
It was a
to be fair,
great run out.
great run out, but also the host broadcaster needed to just replay it a few times. Unfortunately, they don't have Virat Kohli cam in this first two
No.
tests, so they've got to fill the time somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. There's no Cody cam. God damn it.
For the first two tests, so they're going to make up sponsors' requirements somehow.
Yeah. Is he going to be back? Would he be back? What happens if it's his mum that's ill, isn't it? I mean, what happens if she just carries on being ill? Is he not going to come back? Or?
Well, that's speculate.
I would assume that given he played, just albeit years ago, because he was much younger, he played the day after his father passed away in a state game all those years ago. I would assume that he would be back for the third test, irrespective.
Yeah.
Unless it was something significant. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see.
Aye, that we will.
The third test doesn't start till the 15th of February, so that's about
Correct.
3
It's
weeks
still
away.
3 weeks away, so you hope that things will be settled by then, whatever is going on.
Yeah, we get a little break, don't we, between the second and third tests?
Yeah, not long.
Yeah, no,
it's about
like
9 days.
it's much like the all 5 test series, Ashes series. You generally get back-to-back tests and then a break, and back-to-back tests and another break,
and the last one,
the Grand Slam finish. Yeah. So
I mean, fortunately for the players, if they're only 3-day tests, they get a much better break.
Yep. This is certainly looking like a 3-day test. I mean, I don't think any of us thought these were going to, unless India created a flat deck. None of us thought they were going 5 days, did they? Maybe.
No.
Maybe they'll give us a chance to go 3-0 up or something else. But that would be dull. I'd rather it was then over quickly.
Well,
I like the chaos.
People like Kohli want a chance to make some nice runs to add to their tally. So, maybe the last test they'll do like they did at the Hyderabad.
Yeah, but even on turning tracks, if the Oppo gets rolled very quickly in the early in the first innings and they get fuck all, as soon as you get a lead and that lead extends to around 100 in games like that, then it's runs suddenly do become easier anyway, it would seem. That's right on the toes of Jadeja. Managed to jab it down to the man on 45, his Leach, but wide of him enough that they'll get a single.
yeah, I think you'll find that if India has wrapped up the series by the 5th test, I dare say that there could be a situation where there'll be a road and it'll be an opportunity to boost up the averages.
Yeah. I'm not sure I want that. Just go for the jugular. Get ruthless. That's defended out into the covers and there's no run.
Is in Dharamshala, and the tourist board would like people to stay there as long as possible.
I've got some friends going out for that one, actually. I'm going to do 10 days or a couple of weeks out there.
That's true. It's a beautiful part of the world, yes.
Well, a lot of people go out there just because of that, so they'll be there anyway. That's a nice drive by Axar Patel, drilled through the offside between mid-off and cover. This is quite a small gap, and it's made its way to the boundary, and it's 4 runs.
1, 3,
I remember he seemed to get a couple of 70s against us, if I remember rightly. Maybe even a ton. Did he get a ton against us? Is that his first series? That one is defended back down the track to Root, and there's no run.
No, his highest test score is 84.
And that was against us?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, the previous series, when he was turning a square mile, everyone was complaining about the pitch.
Yeah. We never complained about the pitches, really. It's worked into the leg side.
But some people did.
Yeah, some people did. Out towards the wicket, there's no
the royal everyone.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm a spinner, and I think it's fucking fun watching this shit, man. It's a hell of a lot better watching endless seamers, It's a different type.
I don't mind the 3-day test.
No, exactly. I mean, it's
exciting.
it's a different type of cricket, isn't it? It's one where spinners at the fore, and it's a different way of playing the game almost. But it's fun to watch. And
Absolutely.
And watching,
especially when it's against your team.
Yeah, and and watching great exponents of it like Ashwin and Jadeja is good as well. That's worked into the leg side out to mid wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, look, if your team is on the enforcing end, then it's always exciting. Not so much when you're on the receiving end, but
then you kind of get hangman's humour, don't you, when you're so shit at it. Just wait. I mean, Australia have it. I mean, I like watching Australia out there. I mean, we covered an Australia-India series one year, and they were fucking hopeless as well. I mean.
Yes, I remember that series. Yeah, I remember that series. It was just when Pat Cummins had taken over, and people had to leave. Warner left early.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Absolutely appalling.
And then they went into the Ashes, won the Ashes, and forgot about the
of course,
series, which is always the case. I mean, the Australian team has always cared more about the Ashes than any other series. Not realising that India's beaten them 4 series in a row, home and away. But anyway, so it's not who's counting.
Yep.
We're looking forward to this summer at the end of this year.
Five
tests. It's the first time in 5 tests in India, Australia now.
What, in Australia next?
Is that in Australia? Yeah, for the first time.
So next Christmas, that is, yeah. That'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's well overdue. I think they should have had a 5-test series ages ago. But glad that it's finally happening.
I mean, the beauty is too that it's because there's such a huge Indian diaspora in Australia. You've got both sides of the ground rather than just the one side there.
Correct. Yeah, in fact, you probably have more Indians at the game than Australians.
Sometimes, yeah. I went to watch a T20 World Cup match between South Africa and India at the Perth Stadium, and it was just amazing. There were 20,000 Indians there, and the atmosphere was fantastic.
I mean, India, Pakistan at MCG, right? 95,000 plus. Yeah. It was just ridiculous.
Oh, we have a change in the bowling. Woody's back into the attack, and he's bowling at Akhtar. He gets the first ball, gets behind it, and guides it down to third man. There's a single. The annoying thing is, on our TV screen, the red button is right over at the end of the screen where it tells you how many overs the bowler's bowled. Is that 9.4 he's bowled?
I shall tell you, it is 9, yes. This is his 10th over. I have no red buttons to worry about.
Yeah, well, but I suppose, but this is on the screen that I'm putting out. We'll probably get one more.
We're going to get it straight. So, Wood was over in the bowling with a spinner.
With Hartley, defended out to the offside by Pope.
Yeah,
Jadeja, no run.
That went really well.
Yeah, Hartley got hit for. He went for about 38 in his first 4 overs.
Just shades of the Indian cricket team back in the 80s and the 90s, where you had one pacer and then 6 spinners in the time.
Well, this is it. I do think they got the balance wrong. I think it'll be interesting to see how they go in the next game. I think they just need to give Root more responsibility.
But 6 good spinners then, can't it?
Well, yes. Yeah, that's true.
Woody round the wicket and nearly falls over, but manages to stay upright.
I mean,
no run.
6 good spinners in these conditions, I might add. Right. So really, 3 in normal conditions, or not normal, but other conditions.
Yeah.
Not really normal, I guess.
So who was?
Pat Cummins has reached 50. He's on 53.
It's the first time for a while, isn't it, for Pat?
Yeah. Well, his highest
score is anything that man can't do.
I know.
Not at the moment. He's having a purple patch, isn't he? Really, at the moment.
Yeah.
It's his peak of his career at the moment. It's unbelievable.
Woody is defended by Jadeja, and once more out to the covers, and there is no run. I think Woody's going, I don't like bowling here.
Let Jimmy have the next one.
Exactly. I mean, this is it. I might just give them all one each and then toss up the coin for the next one. I do think they have to go in with two seamers next time. You've got to give yourself some options, even if you don't think they're going to be particularly useful. You don't need 4 spinners, man. 3's enough.
Correct. You're absolutely right. If you can't get it done with 3, you're not going to get it done with 4.
And having Root as a worthwhile third spinner who bowls pretty handily and bats at number 4 is gives you that option. So why waste it? Clipped out to mid wicket, and there is no run. 1 ball left in the over. We'll have a switcheroo at the end of this over. Tone is going to jump in for me. Messrs, you're staying, and I'm presuming Gary is Andy McLean because Andy's not available today. I had to take his puppy to the vet.
No, I'm not staying. Mog's coming in. You're looking at the old roster.
Oh, okay.
It's Tony, Mog, and Gary.
Okay, fair enough.
And then you're back on for the last
for the overspill. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm back. I think I'll be back for the overspill.
Yeah, I think there will be some today. I think it'll be the full amount as well.
Looks like it. Yeah, looks like we're going right to the end.
I suppose unless it gets dark. And I imagine it gets dark quite quickly. What time it gets dark? It must be quite early.
Hyderabad's not too bad. You should get the full right through till end of day's play.
Cool. Nicely clipped off the pads on the last ball for Jadeja. Out to the man in the deep at square leg. He'll get himself a single, retain the strike. I'll hand you over to Tone. India are 375 for 7. Axel Patel's 10 or 17. Jadeja 64 off 116. See you boys later.
I'll do a couple of tweets while I'm handing over to Mog. Armchair Cricket Podcast is a valuable effort from the Dati KS Barat to take India to a comfortable lead. While he was tidy behind the sticks, this is an important knock for him as the composition of the India 11 expected to change up at second 10. I didn't think he looked good at all at crease. And Lindo says Jadeja should count his lucky stars that cricketers don't have roommates these days after that run. Yeah, I'll bet. And Mog says there should be a bear bingo card with every square filled out with reference to him being a spinner and saying grab him. And Leah says yes, Nessus, but sometimes the pacer, the one paceman was Gavaskar. Yep. Okay.
Root back into the attack.
Mate.
Or was? Am I watching a replay? I was again. Oh no, it was a single. Worked away by Axe. No, I wasn't watching a replay. It was happening whilst Messrs was tweet reading. Now your responsibility, of course, Mog. I have to apologise to you. That jingle was there.
Except like a bird on its belly.
It had been mislabelled in the subject line of the email and was called something else, and that's what threw me.
It's because I just replied to a previous email.
There you go. Root round the wicket. Defended again by Axar Patel, who's already moved on to 10 off 17, 376 for 7. The lead is, well, getting into proportions that make things look quite bleak for England, I rather fear. Jadeja didn't play this year in the Ranji Trophy, who's at the other end. Although, interestingly, as I hold that thought, onto the back foot goes Axar, fielded, well, not fielded, misfielded at short cover and by the squat compact Duckett. And they take a single and Jadeja does come back on strike. So yes, he wasn't playing for Saurashtra in the Ranji Trophy, but there were 2 other Jadejas that were. Neither, when I looked, are relations. I don't know if Jadeja is a common name in that part of the world.
Next thing you'll tell me all Smiths aren't related.
Well, yes, I know, but Smiths, okay. Well, as this one's worked away backward a square, they take a single. Jadeja moves on to 65, 378. No, I mean, Smiths, you expect to see me come across quite a few, as it were, but Jadeja, it seemed odd that you would have 3 Jadejas in a Saurashtra squad unless it's some sort of locally quite common name. If you happen to know that in India, I'd be fascinated to know.
It's when the second one comes out, it's a case of Jadeja vu, I suppose.
Oh, Gary. That's nudged away into the onside. for no run, 378.47 still.
The last time I looked at the Ranji Trophy, I was very, very pleased to see that Cheteshwar Pujara was getting some runs. And I think it's an absolute testament to his professionalism and his character that he's now unlikely, I suspect, to play Test cricket again, but was prepared to drop down to the Ranji Trophy and is delivering for the team he's
Root
playing
again
for.
to Axar. That's got to be very close. Was there an inside edge? What did you see there, Gary? Everyone behind the stumps got excited.
I saw a ball that was missing leg stump by a distance.
Okay, well that as well is what the impeccable eye of Paul Rifle saw as well. It means at the end of the over, 97th over of this innings, 378 for 7, India 132 the lead.
Just before we call in Mark, we should point out that you and I had a less than impeccable record on calling the LBWs in the previous time on the mic.
No, we did. Mog, who's with us?
It's funny that the first mention on YouTube is how bad your LBW calling is.
Is it?
Yes.
It's not, no. Kieran Roseblade does say, though, regarding spinners, if we're down to toughers, it's real bottom of the barrel stuff. I think so. They're desperately lacking in that area, but to be honest, they've rocked up without bowling attacks for the past few years.
We did a feature on Tufnell on the 80s and 90s cricket show, and he has a remarkable record, I think, against New Zealand and playing in London. But outside of those two somewhat esoteric niches, his record was much less successful.
Mark Wood is going to continue. There's no slip for the left-handed Axar. Well, there is a kind of a wide third slip, possibly, or almost. You might call that short third man, wouldn't you? It's that wide and that deep.
Well, if it's Ben Duckett, it really is a short third man. Boom, boom.
Don't diss the Ben. you will get the eye.
Have you tried calling him
Farong.
Dwarfing yet?
Dwarfing? No, I've avoided that one.
We'd never do that.
Someone can have elfin features. Surely he can be.
He's squat and compact.
Robust.
Mark Wood is neither of those, and he's around the wicket, short, pulled, beautifully pulled through mid wicket. I think that's not going to go all the way because Rehan Ahmed, in his England cap, keeps that down to a single, and the score moves on to 379 for 7.
I'm calling that fielding position we were talking about then, and I can understand why you didn't call it, but I'm calling it gully. But you seldom see no slips and a gully, which is, I think, what we've got there.
It just looks a bit too deep set to be a gully, but
I think it's just the perspective. When you're used to having the slips, they sort of draw the eye round to gully, but. Yeah, I think he is maybe slightly deepish, but not so deep that it's backward point.
70 runs we've had in this session, shade over 3, I think, the run rate. So it's not been expressed,
anyway,
but India are just steadily
the
building a very dominant lead indeed.
The close catch has now gone into an orthodox slip for Ashar.
We do. The left-handed Axar. I expect Mark Wood will continue around the wicket to the left-hander. Yes, he will. And that's speared down leg, and Axar can whip that tidily off his toes. But once again, Rehan Ahmed is called into action. They take a single.
I don't recall seeing a fielder that spends so much time in the deep fielding the ball as Rehan Ahmed is. It seems like at least every over he's run round and flung the ball back in. Cricket has a lot of data these days, but fielding the ball most often in the outfield in a day's play is probably something that's not available. But if it were, then Rehan would be in the frame.
Oh, that's a terrific delivery, and somehow that's got through everything. It's got a shout for belatedly. It's going to be leg buys, I think.
Well, they're still
England
appealing
are
here.
appealing consistently for LBW. Is it given 4 leg buys is what has been added to the score?
Not out, Ben Stokes.
Nothing you can do.
Umpire.
Nothing you can do about it, England.
Yeah.
Well, alas.
Well, we're seeing it again here, and it's hit him in front of middle, but it was probably going down the leg
I
side.
think sliding down leg and possibly
maybe
high.
Maybe a little high. So
plumb them, given our track record.
Plumb.
Let's have a look.
So, and Yeah.
Well,
Well, umpire's call.
Umpire's call.
It's hitting the
close.
Hitting the corner, I think, as they say in the strike zone of
Would have put
baseball.
his hands on his head as if the whole world had landed upon him. In he comes again, fast, full, defended by the resolute Jadeja, who's ticking along very nicely here.
Was it the Wicked Witch of the East that the whole world landed on in the Wizard of Oz? Not the whole world, but Dorothy's whole world.
Dorothy's house.
Dorothy's house.
It may have been. He made a duck in Cape Town, didn't he? Wasn't he one of the collapse when Ravi Shastri went off for his toilet break? And he might have got it. Was it a first baller? No, second baller he got in Cape Town. When that spectacular crumbling of the Indian team. That's short and pulled and well controlled by Jadeja. Rehan Ahmed, who else doesn't have to move, he just stands there and lets the ball trickle towards him. One more to the score.
The
139
lead,
now the lead.
139 the lead. Well, it's getting into
dominant.
the territory where the only point of interest is whether India will be required to bat a second time or not, I think.
Yeah. The Bear will be planning his Sunday morning in bed, I suspect.
The England's highest average amongst its batsmen, ex-Joe Root, who's always an outlier in India, is 20.
7 off this over so far. There won't be an 8th because that's defended tidily by Axar Patel. It's the end of the over. It's the end of the 98th over. It's 385 for 7. And we can go to Melbourne and Mog's messages.
Hi. Kieran Roseblade suggests or asks, has it been considered that baseball works against second-rate test nations as they get intimidated, but against Australia and India, it's a bit of a waste of time?
I would say second-hand test nations, if you were going to say, well, remember it worked very nicely against India last summer, or summer of 22, didn't it?
And it worked quite well in the Ashes. I know it was 2-2, but England
at home,
there were some marginal results, and England had the better. I hate to, I'm not going to use the word moral victory, but it was.
It worked well on dead rather than turning pitches in Pakistan, which was really, on a flat, slow, low pitch, getting ahead of the game to give yourself time to bowl the opposition out was the right mentality.
I don't know why there's still this kind of desire. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Root will continue. He's around the wicket. Forward comes Jadeja, just nudges it into the onside. There is no run.
To denigrate baseball. I mean, I was against it when it started, but now I'm a full convert because the evidence has proved otherwise. And it seems like a tired debate. Does baseball work? It works well enough, is the answer.
If you didn't know which side was which in this game, you would say India have been a closer fit for what the people see baseball is than England have been. This is guided, but guided straight to short extra.
And second-line test nations would be intimidated by any top-level team anyway.
Yeah. I think some
Watching Cummins and Stark come at you is probably a bit more offensive than Richard and Garrett are coming at you.
Well, that is probably true. Round the wicket comes Root. This one's nudged to mid-off. Ben Stokes went to pick it up and throw, and the only thing that was wrong with the manoeuvre was he didn't actually pick it up and half did the throw before he realised it. And they take a single.
Well, I was
140 the lead.
I was at Edgbaston for the first morning of the first Ashes test, and it was Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood coming at you. And baseball within 40 minutes had Cummins on the back foot. He was wondering where to put his field as England was stealing singles, hitting boundaries, and it really looked like it was the precursor of baseball's triumph against Australia. It didn't work out that way. Cummins and Lyon batted brilliantly at the end.
Cummins isn't that great a captain.
Round the wicket comes Root. Forward comes Axar Patel.
I think all the evidence since then is that Cummins is an outstanding captain both on and off the field, and he's showing again, I think, in this innings, which is digging Australia out of a very deep hole indeed, that when push comes to shove, he comes up with the answers.
It's 140.
8 for 2, 84.
Yeah, they see.
It's amazing,
and Cummings is ticking along beautifully, isn't he? That one's slow, low bounce, and Axar Patel's happy to let it go through to Ben Folkes, who I have to say has been pretty faultless in his work.
No, he let 4 byes through.
Oh,
didn't
yes,
really
he
get
did.
I mean, it's no good sort of pointing because it's a bloody hard day for England. There's bound to be some errors.
Root's looking a bit weary now. He's looking very he's coming much wide around the crease to bowl to Axar, and it's a very round arm action, and that's last two deliveries looked club bowling, I've got to say.
Isn't it strange that Hartley's doesn't seem to have had a bowl for ages, having bowled about half the overs for the first sort of 40, 50 overs. He's bowled barely at all since then. It does. Yeah, Ben Stokes is a funky captain. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. But I think if we're looking for a specific thread, a specific strategy of Ben Stokes, it's quite hard to do so. Obviously, he didn't want to hang the lad out to dry.
No.
But now, when he should be bowling, he isn't. And for quite a long time, when he shouldn't have been bowling, he was.
The IDFC first bank. Does IDFC stand for I don't fucking care?
Possibly. I'm
glad I brought that up.
Yes.
I'll mute myself again.
Mark Wood, full, fast, on-off stump, defended by Jadeja. Back to Woody, and there was no run.
Honestly, Mark, if you're asking me and Tony for the meanings of various internet memes and emojis, I'm afraid you're looking at the wrong two blokes.
Well,
I just wanted to swear.
Actually,
it's been minutes.
Took me ages to know what LMFAO meant, and I do now. I always liked the one for KP and why they called him Fig Jam. Though.
Yeah,
that
Fig
always
Jam
used to make
good.
me laugh. None
What
for
does that
40
one
for
mean,
Mark
Tony?
Wood. Fig Jam is fuck, I'm good, just ask me.
Oh, really?
Yes, there you go.
Yes, like you didn't know, Mog.
I think Mog did know that. Wood in short pulled. There is a man at backward square. It's if it's the squat compact ducket, it's the tall or rangy Crawley.
Rangy Crawley.
Rangy Crawley.
I think Rangy Crawley was 5th in the Grand National in 1978.
He could well have been. He could well have been, along with Novelty Bobble and Christ's Chin.
Yeah.
386 for 7.
Zainab Badawi's something or other, I can't remember.
Yeah, there's some funny that is. If you've never heard that bit of Alan Partridge horse racing commentary, then you
Marple.
should dig it out. Wood in, strays onto leg again, worked 2 leg, but fielded at short mid wicket, and there's no run. I think it was Ben Stokes doing the duties there. Still 386 for 7. What else has Jadeja done of note recently? What did he do in the IPL, I wonder?
I don't know, but Australia has declared at
Have they,
9
by
for
Jove?
289.
Oh,
trailing by
really?
22.
So they declared with a deficit of 22.
That's a statement of intent.
Is that
isn't it?
because Hazelwood isn't fit to bat, or it's a declaration for tactical rather than expedient?
Round the wicket comes Mark Wood. Up onto his toes goes Jadeja, fences this down to deep backward point. Johnny Bairstow, who's been fairly quiet down there, gets a little piece of the action. They take a single and the score moves on to 387 for 7. He does, what does he do? He averages against England 32, does Jadeja.
That's against a career average of 36, so...
Yeah, highest score against England is 104 at Edgbaston in that game in 2022, which was sort of the continuation of the 2021 series.
Oh, it
wasn't
was the hangover, wasn't it?
The hangover. 51 wickets at 35 overall. But Axar is able to dig that out.
Not the shot of a number 9, that is it?
No, absolutely not. And he's increasingly getting himself a reputation as a competent all-rounder, is Axar Patel.
The Rose Bowl in 2011, was it, where Jimmy Anderson and Ravindra Jadeja had a run-in on the way to the dressing rooms or something?
Possibly. You've got a better memory than me.
There was unpleasantness. Shall we say?
Unpleasantness. Well, we don't want unpleasantness.
It rather reminds me of Virinder Sehwag off the field with discomfort at one point.
Should be the last ball of the over. Round the wicket comes Wood. A little bit inside edgy from Jadeja to short mid wicket. Joe Root does the fielding. There are no runs. So just the one off the over. 387 for 7. Lead of 141. Mog.
Forced off the ground with a euphemism. Gopala Krishna says, how do you fuel for long commentary? It's fascinating.
How do I feel for long commentary? What does that mean?
fuel? As in, how do you power?
Oh, how do we fuel?
Well,
we fuel by plenty of breakfast. There is the bear has just moved on to some wine. We have generous listeners, and one very generous listener in particular, who sends us wonderful care packages, which keep us pastried up and coffeed up and breakfasted up.
There's a couple of other elements.
So we get through.
A couple of other elements. The love of the game. And we haven't had a great deal of love today for Test cricket, but we were full of it yesterday until the contest became much more one-sided. And it wouldn't matter, to be honest, whether it was one-sided in England's favour or one-sided against England. We looked for a contest. And the camaraderie, Tony, the delight in each other's company.
If you say so. And forward comes Jadeja to Root. Noticeably, he seems to get a little bit closer to the stumps when he's bowling to Jadeja and wider to the stumps when he's coming into Axar Patel. The logic of which, perhaps, Gary, you can unpack for me. It hasn't worked.
Or indeed, perhaps not, Tony.
70 Jadeja's on. Oh, that's an interesting ball, actually. That was more round arm again from Rooty. Worked away to young Hartley, who's at deep mid-wicket.
And
he flicks the ball. He throws the most awful throw to Johnny Bairstow, who Bairstow, I think, was expecting a nice little gentle lob at him, and it ended up sort of dying at his feet.
Yes, it's all getting a bit scrappy, isn't it? But we'll say for... I've lost the thread. That's the fatigue getting to me. I did have a point I was going to make. I think the world will survive without it, to be honest.
The side of Kevin Peterson.
It wasn't.
It may have thrown you off whack. That's tossed up very full. And Axar, without really moving his feet or anything, just waits for the ball and drops the bat on it, and there is no run.
Turned into a 1960s expression there. It may have thrown you off whack, as Silla might have said.
If you're a genuine Scouser, you'd add a bit of a to the whack. All right, whack. Throw me off, whack. You dancing? You asking? I'm asking, I'm dancing. Root again, full. Defended again by Axar Patel as Gary and I slide into 70s sitcom territory with the Liver Birds. Neris Hughes and Polly James, wasn't it?
Polly James,
yes.
Michael Angelus.
Yes, he was, that's right. That's an interesting ball again by Root. Just a little bit of an inside edge, but Axar had everything pretty much else tucked behind it, so there's no run. 388 for 7.
Listeners will be both surprised and pleased to hear that I do have an anecdote that's come to mind, but I shall forego it because it's too boring, even in my view, for me to regale.
Wow, well, Gary, if you're actually self-editing
exactly
anecdotes you consider to be too boring, this is extraordinary. Those lights are shining pretty brightly in Hyderabad now.
Yeah, that's not on the bingo card. I almost never self-edit.
Creeping in for Root, left outside of off stump. There was a slip.
It was for the anecdote, not for the
forward short leg and a silly mid-on had all come in. It's the end of the over, though. Axar tucks his bat under his arm.
Doesn't anecdote about an anecdote count, or am I getting a bit meta there?
Meta as in the sense of on Facebook, or meta. I met her in a candy store. No, that was met him in a candy store, wasn't it? 142 the lead anyway. Mog, dig us out of this.
Yes, you're very much
for anybody lurking around Germany. Lee would just like to remind everybody that there will be a German roundup later today.
A German roundup? Who are they rounding up? What have they done this time?
It sounds a bit forbidding.
Probably a little bit questionable.
That does sound very dodgy.
But if some of them get their way over there, anyway.
Well, not like Woody's roundup.
Yeah. That's the Toy Story you're talking about there, I hope, and it sounds like it might be something dodgy elsewhere. I mentioned earlier that I spent the early part of yesterday evening watching the Werner Herzog documentary, and it was very, very amusing, enlightening, and some of the imagery it was showing, especially from the early years of Herzog, were absolutely extraordinary. You just can't see that opening scene of Aguirre too many times, but it also showed just how funny, apparently largely inadvertently, but I suspect it's all part of the act, Herzog is, and some clips of him voicing cartoon characters and some of him acting, and some excellent contributions from Wim Wenders and Volker Schlandorf and Nicole Kidman and Christian Bale, very funny, talking about filming the movie he made, Red something. I can't.
Right. Well, back in
anyway,
Hyderabad,
here we are.
Wood is into the attack. There's that gully there for you. Quite deep set again. That one's steered away past point. Joe Root, somewhat half-heartedly, I think, or certainly tiredly, chases it. And Johnny Bairstow tidies up and they take two. Folks, you do, of course, have the option to turn off, whereas I have the pleasure of driving him home.
Well, I was just going to say, if you're thinking, God, if he self-edited the previous one, how bad was that?
Obviously, how bad was the one that didn't make
I
it?
saw then.
There must be some crossover between Herzog fans and Guerrilla Cricket. There must be. I mean, we're both outside the mainstream.
He was in The Mandalorian.
Yeah, he was, and they showed a clip of The Mandalorian. He was very funny in that. And Carl Weathers was on talking about him.
As that one is fast and full and on the leg stump, and Jadeja was looking to loft it. Yes, if you're into your gaming, obviously you'll be familiar with Sonic the Herzog.
He does do. He does do, I think, gaming voiceovers. I think.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Oh well, there you go.
He was in Parks and Recreation once as well.
Yeah.
Oh, was he? Oh, I didn't know that.
plenty.
That's interesting. I used to love that series.
One of the lesser last season episodes, but he was still in it.
No, for some reason, some series you think, oh, I like Friends. I never ever in my entire life have watched a full episode of Friends.
Neither have I.
I just don't get it. And yet other things you kind of get into for no particular reason, and Parks and Recreation sort of fitted into that category. It always I got sort of into the characters and the storylines and quite enjoyed it. Amy Poehler in it is just brilliant. $3.90 for 7.
Friends ever was.
Yes, well that's also clearly
I'll give you
a reason.
I'll give you my guilty pleasure after the next delivery.
Oh Lord! Now you definitely have the option to turn off if it's going to offend young ears. Round the wicket comes Wood to Jadeja, who defends very solidly. Jadeja has the look of a man who wants to be batting tomorrow morning just to extend that lead to, well, one that could well be a position where India don't have to bat again. That's definitely been his manner. He started his innings at an absolute gallop, and since then seems to have sort of morphed into Jeff Boycott on Valium, doesn't he?
Left-handed Jeff Boycott.
A left-handed Jeff Boycott on Valium, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's already seen KL Rahul and Jaiswal throw away hundreds. I suspect he doesn't want to join.
Wood in again, up onto his toes, goes the resolute Jadeja. There is the man in miniature, the less than lanky.
Well, my guilty pleasure.
Benny D.
And I got this mainly from being in Sweden, which doesn't have very many television channels even today. And when I started going to Sweden, there were even fewer. And they bring a lot of imports from America to fill in the schedules.
Did you have to go over on a longship?
I didn't have to go, not up Hellier style burning longship, but no. In the early days, it was SAS, and then it became Ryanair. But I'll come back to it in a minute.
Wood in, round the wicket, defended again by Jadeja. I've been very, very impressed with Jadeja. He seems to he's morphed his innings depending on the state of the game and where India were trying to go.
Yeah, I think he could have been.
He's still there doing it.
Could have been a little more aggressive, but he's been good. So my guilty pleasure is watching Married with Children, Al Bundy. And
oh right, yeah.
They
excellent,
are.
excellent
I mean,
show.
they would never. It would never be made now because they offend so many people. But the comic timing and the characters are just absolutely fantastic. And I think Kelly Bundy is the funniest female character I can recall in sitcoms. Just fantastic.
Deep set field now. That says everything you need to know about the state of the game. That slid across Jadeja by Wood, who's coming over the wicket to the left-hander this time. Jadeja just has a laugh and a smile, goes down and has a chat with Axar, and probably saying something along the lines of, I'm looking forward to my iced tea, iced bath, and I suspect we'll be here in the morning, mate.
Yeah, my kids would watch it with us when they were sort of 9 and 12 or something, and sometimes watching it and thinking, I hope they're not sort of learning bad habits from Al and Bud and Kelly and everything, but they enjoyed it so much.
On primetime
it's
TV
great.
In that show.
What's that?
It's outrageous. They showed toilets on screen in a primetime show.
Yes. Well, it was really very, very funny. And you can watch reruns of it on YouTube and stuff. And it's better watching these days in highlights because some of the plots were very contrived. But
I need to
brilliant.
just alarm everybody. Shelley has made an appearance, so wickets will be falling.
Whoa, will she? Let's hope so. Come on, Shelley.
Camillo Coccia says, big Herzog fan here.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
And Leah asks, did the documentary go into depth on the Kinski collaborations?
No, it mentioned, if you do want depth on the Kinski collaborations, there's My Best Fiend, which is another documentary which tracks the movies he made with Kinski, although so he does get plenty of mentions because he was, in a sense, a muse of Herzog. Of course, Kinski, we all knew he was dodgy at the time, but we now know he was even more dodgy.
Root did look pretty dead on his feet, and it's going to be this fellow back into the attack.
Just before he starts, I need to ask Gary a question.
Go on, talk over the jingle. We've heard it a few times today.
Excellent. Have you ever heard of a show called It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I have heard of it, but I haven't seen it. You recommend, Mark?
I recommend it. Leah also recommends it. She's the person who posed the question.
Round the wicket comes Ahmed, and Axar has everything tidily behind it. Both of these two, Axar and Jadeja, as we look at them sort of post-shot, as it were, seem to be smiling after every ball. They clearly are enjoying their work. They're certainly enjoying the position that India are moving themselves into. There's the wrong un, or the googly from Rehan Ahmed, but it was wide of the left-handers off stump and then worked its way wider. So
still 10 overs
still no run
after this.
Yeah, I think we might be into a spot of overtime today. This one's nudged towards short mid-wicket, which means I'll have to have a look to see who's supposed to be doing what.
My elder boy's a big fan of Atlanta TV series, which I think the guy Danny Glover, is it Danny Glover?
Donald Glover. That turned sharply.
Who was in another excellent sitcom called Community.
Yeah.
Worked with the spin towards forward short leg.
I think
by Axar, no run. It should be Kartik, Bear and Messers.
I think Lakeith Stanfield is in it as well, who's always very watchable as an actor.
Neither of whom, Kartik, I don't know if you're there. Bear, who knows, he may have gone back to hibernation again. That's defended by Axar. There is no run.
I'm here.
Oh, Messers has arrived, so we have one part of the group.
I've got good news for Gary too in a minute.
Oh, I like good news.
See the end of the over out, and then we'll make a decision. I think the bear is appearing. Yes, he is. He's refueled his wine glass. What else would you do at 11 o'clock? As this is steered out to deep extra. They take a single. 391 for 7, 145 the lead. 73 for Jadeja. 13 for Axar Patel. What wine is that then you're on, Bear, today? Is that not one of Ricky's finest?
Oh! I can tell you the good news.
Go on.
They've cut off a ball, haven't they? The good news for Gary is that if you buy a Samsung smart television, they have a thing called TV Plus, which has got 100 extra channels, one of which is Married with Children for 24 hours.
Really? Oh, I would indulge, I promise you. Well, I think that's time for me to say goodbye, is that right?
Well, I think it is, yes. The lead's 145 for India. They're 391 for 7. And Jadeja is plodding on pretty relentlessly on his... well, should we do one more over?
Shall we do one more over?
I think we'll do one more over. The Bear's just quietly...
Tony's the rotor wrangler.
Quaffing his wine.
So I'm not going to
10 overs left today.
I wouldn't dare mess with the rotor wrangler.
No, the rotor wrangler. Now,
I have a request of Shelley. Can you watch what's going on at the Gabba as well, seeing as West Indies are now batting?
None for 4, I believe.
He's got both warheads loaded and pointed at Hyderabad and the Gabba simultaneously.
For some reason, I can't remember the name of it. Well, there isn't for some reason. It's because I'm so bloody tired. I can't remember the name of the actress who played Kelly Bundy. I mean, she's absolutely fantastic.
Christina Applegate.
Christina Applegate, yes. And she's been significantly ill. Things have been thrown at her. And she was at the Golden Globes and gave a very funny speech.
Jack Leach. is going to be into the England attack. That's a horrible ball, and Axar just whips him away. However, there is a man at deep mid-wicket. It's the substitute Lawrence. So again, who's off if Lawrence is on? Probably Joe Root. I wouldn't be surprised. I'd look out for Joe Root. He looked dead on his feet, to be honest.
He did. He absolutely did.
It was a pretty horrible ball by Jack Leach, and I'm afraid, as we've repeatedly said, sadly, the yawning chasm between the two attacks is getting more yawning and chasm-like.
Well, I've got a Samsung phone, so if that's available in England, the Samsung TV may be my next purchase. So thanks for the tip, Jez.
A slip and a sort of short backward square, very short backward square, are in place, but it's worked away into the onside. There is no run.
You can probably skip over the season where they had that little kid, 7.
Is that yes? Is that the equivalent of Scrappy Doo or whatever?
Kind of, yeah. It wasn't great.
In hops Leach, defended by Jadeja. Another dot ball for him. I'd love to see the Manhattan of his innings, because I reckon it starts off with a like the Empire State Building next to the Chrysler
like
Building, and then kind of
Rishi Sunak's
and then goes down to a bungalow in Eastbourne for sort of the second half of his innings.
Rishi Sunak's approval ratings.
Yes, yeah, something like that. Still resplendent in his India cap, and does he look good in it? Yes, he does. 392 for 7.
One of my favourite actors is Jonathan Pryce.
Yes.
Brilliant in lots of ways, and particularly brilliant improvising. But that when he was the High Sparrow in Game of Thrones, that was the same kind of thing. Not a season
Over the
worth
wicket
watching.
comes Leach. Jadeja could deal with those all day long, and well, frankly, has been. And again, there's no
Sorry,
run.
we're just talking about Jonathan Price.
I feel like the cricket's getting in the way of you two theatrical lovers discussing all sorts of...
Is there really anything compelling going on in Hyderabad? I mean, I know we're a cricket commentary service, so it is incumbent on us to bring you cricket commentary, but I tell you what, if you can't digress now, you never
This
can.
is elevated commentary.
Oh, elevated commentary, I like it.
Centre forward for Wales in 1958, digress. Leach over the wicket again, defended by Jadeja. Bumbles its way ever so gently and slowly towards mid-on, and there's no run. Jadeja seems really happy, Mog, just to, well, see things out. I mean, he's got 10 overs to still see things out for, but he doesn't seem in any kind of rush, does he?
And he's got 3 days to play if he gets through this, so...
Well,
why should he? Why should he?
It's only Jack Leach bowling at him.
Leach, that was a better ball. That does hurry him, although tellingly he had absolutely everything in position and ready, and played it late. Let the ball see. Waited to see what the ball was going to do. Predictably enough, it turned back into him, and he had everything ready to deal with it. It is the end of the over. It's 392 for 7. The Bear is going to come in and entertain you with tales of the unexpected.
I think I'm going out as well, Tony. So I'll see you in the second test. See you guys. Jadeja's flashing Bollywood smile was great there, wasn't it? Yeah, the Bear's on it.
Right.
In that case, bye.
Okay, bye, Mark.
What am I
Thank
on?
you very much.
But there's only 2 of us here. Who else is supposed to be here?
Is Kartik in the waiting room?
No.
Oh, well, he was the third one. You and I will just muddle through there as we have in the past.
Well, maybe
Do you
those
want me to
two.
stay on?
No, you
Stay on, Mog, yeah.
Stay on, Mog, yeah.
Fuck, I'm good to you people.
You do the colour, I'll do the tweets, if you like.
Oh, yeah, right.
Rehan Ahmed is in, tosses that one up. He's round the wicket to Akhtar. He's on 14 off 39. Drives it up to mid-off, and there ain't no run. It's getting towards the end of the day. My brain's a bit foggy. Second glass of wine, but it is like about 5 in the afternoon. The equivalent of when you got up at 3. That's defended. Yeah. And there is no run.
As long as you're not driving home like that.
Oh, it's only a small glass, and I've only had one out of the previous.
How quickly he backpedals.
What's that?
Hey, put us both on screen.
He's running late or something. Defended. There's no run. I didn't get to read it all.
So Kartik's on his way, is he?
Something like that. Who knows? If he turns up, I'll see him. Put it that way. and we've only got
you
25
can put
minutes.
both me and Mog on screen at the moment. You can see two high.
Oh god, yeah, that's true. That was flashed, driven,
Whoa.
smashed into the leg side by Axar Patel, and it's gone out to the cow boundary, or wide, long, mid on, somewhere out there. It's 4 runs anyway.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's struggled to keep it together when you get to the last session. You got up at 3 in the morning. It's quite,
So I have an excitement factor to add. GPL.
Ah, well, yes, that's defended back down the track, and there is no run. That is a good point. What was the GPL draw today?
Hang on.
What are they on overnight? They're on 100 and something, weren't they?
119, I think it was. Hang on.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yes, 119.
Which would be 87. Is that right? Or 77?
119.
Oh, that one turned. It's a googly from Rehan, was defended by Axar Patel. And ain't no run. There's defending offside, there's no run. So 277, you reckon?
Yep.
Well, lowest score is 303 that I've got here.
Yeah, that's mine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why you're excited. Yeah.
I think yesterday all the predictions were too low.
Yes.
I suspect today they may all be too high.
They might well be 20. That's 26 runs required.
Overcompensation.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes.
26 runs required in what probably will be, because England will probably slow it down. 5 or 6 overs. Well, maybe.
Is it going to end up having the full number of overs, or are we going to have light problems?
I don't know.
It shouldn't be light problems. The sun's not due to set for another hour and a half.
Oh right, yeah. Well, we're not. Yeah, but they need to bowl another 8 overs, I reckon. And I don't think they're going to get that done. They should be able to.
Katie Scott's with us. She says, "Don't ask Mog to do the colour unless the only colour you want is black."
Yeah.
Katie. You know how to burn.
Yeah.
She said something about of course, my background being armour before too.
Yeah. Leach bowls it 2 straight, and Jadeja can just turn it around the corner, gets himself a single.
Hi, Katie.
And happy birthday for 26 days ago, Katie.
Yes.
Right on top of that one.
Pokey says this game is lost. Community rules as an American comedy.
Community is one of the best comedies you'll ever see.
Is that the one set in a community college?
That is correct. Yeah.
I do remember.
Oh, I have seen some of that. Yeah.
First series okay, second series is alright, and then it got a bit stupid.
A bit wobbly.
Yeah, defended back to the bowler and there's no run. It's amazing what shit you can watch on telly, isn't it?
Yeah, and Gopala Krishna confirms it's bright here in Hyderabad. So
okay.
Light's not a problem.
Leach tossing it up outside the off stump. Axar nicely guides that through the covers out towards the boundary, chased by Bairstow, who's looking a bit ginger. Well, in all senses of the word. And come back for 2.
A lot ginger.
Yeah. Stepping gingerly as he was chasing the ball down, it would seem as well.
Yeah.
I would assume he steps gingerly everywhere then.
Yeah.
England has much above the average quota of gingers, hasn't it?
Well,
not a lot of gingers in the Indian side, I can say that.
Well, Gaelics are, I suppose because we have a large Gaelic population, really. When you think about Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and the Irish population in general, that's defended.
More
and
Gaelic than Gaelic, I think.
Well, yeah.
Gaelics are across the channel.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Gaelic then. But I've told you about I went to Red Hair Day somewhere in Holland years back when I was filming on TV. And Scotland has the highest proportion of ginger people in the world per head of population.
That I can believe.
Don't know if they've debunked the theory that it's something to do with crossbreeding with Neanderthals.
Oh, I don't know. Leach is around the wicket to Axar now, and bowls that pretty straight. Axar just defends it back to him, and there's no run.
Was that some sort of anti-Neanderthal laugh I heard there?
It was an anti-Scottish joke, wasn't it?
Oh, as a
claiming their thickos, basically, aren't you? That's driven back to him, and there's no run. Which I'm sure Colin will get upset about that.
Yes,
he'll never hear this.
Well,
it's fine.
Doesn't take much to upset Colin. Katie says, "Hi, I'm mostly lurking because I can't get Twitter on my new phone. And when I switch on YouTube, I lose my tune-in feed. Are you on Blue Sky, Threads, or Mastodon?" Well, I think we may have an account, but we don't actually actively use it. It's more of a sort of reserve in the event that Twitter does go finally dead.
I signed up to many things. Definitely signed up to what's the Meta one? I can't even remember what it's called now. Threads. We got a Threads account, and I did start a Mastodon account, but we couldn't. They didn't have a sports section, which said to me that
Mastodon's too hard. Yeah.
Did you get an invite for Blue Sky? Everybody loves Blue Sky.
No.
Blue Sky's quite nice, but it's quiet. But I can give you a code for that.
They're all kind of quiet because it's all sort of fragmented once people have left the filthy burning hellscape that is Twitter.
Yep. And the twat that is Musk. Who went, to be fair, when I first sort of became aware of Musk, I wasn't really aware of Tesla years back, was when he started making things like fucking flamethrowers you could buy on the open market, and I thought that was quite cool. And he was quite cool, but he's gone massively down in my estimation since then.
Early indications he was a dickhead, though.
Yeah, I guess so, but it was quite cool that he'd sell you a flamethrower, you know.
Your definition of cool and mine is a little
bit. Defended back down the track by Jadeja as Rehan Ahmed starts his next over. One run required to get to 400, 399 for 7, the Indians. Ahmed around the wicket. Oh, horrible, filthy delivery. Full toss ended up. It did dip a bit, beats everybody on the leg side. Will be 4 more runs. That is the 400 up. 403 for 7. England on the end, or what's coming to going to be a pasting.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Jadeja, nice shot. Threaded the needle on the leg side, really, but it was a poor delivery.
I need a few more of those.
Well, yeah, so you essentially need what, 3-4-2-2 will get you to win.
No, not more than that.
No, that'd be right.
So they're
303, wouldn't
403. Yeah, 303. So they've got to get to 422.
We really need to start scheduling.
422.
The last one of the day.
Yeah. Anyway, Kartik is here.
Kartik's here, so I shall fuck right off.
Okay.
Okay, thanks,
Good
Mark.
to see you, Moggy. See you later. Bye.
Hello, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm back.
Life gets in the way, you know.
Yes, that's
traffic
right.
in Hyderabad, isn't it?
Correct, yeah. I had to duck out to a cafe to get a coffee and didn't make it back in time.
That's okay. Jadeja, 78 of 147. 2 balls left in 107th. Ryan's gone over the wicket. Another field change. England have been very slow. Considering it's been as most of the day, they can't get through 90 overs. Is appalling.
Have we dissected your cricketing expertise on air yet, Cardi?
We did many we did in my first stint during the World Cup.
All right, fair enough then.
Defended. No run.
I was going to say it's a very short conversation because there wasn't many expertise to discuss.
Jadeja probably looking to bat through to tomorrow. India will probably want to. Oh, that one turned and kept low. It was a googly. But that'll excite India, especially when they're 157 runs ahead. I mean, look, if they stay in tonight and get another 50 runs tomorrow, this is over tomorrow, isn't it? England collapsing in a heap sometime in the middle of the afternoon.
I think they've got enough already, to be honest.
I'd like to see England, after their 2 openers, reverse their batting order. I think they've probably got a better chance that way.
Thing is, what will happen is they'll open up the paces and we'll get off to a start, and then the spin, death by spin will start. And we'll suddenly see that the pitch has got full of snakes, unlike when India were batting, which would be very typical. And then we can all get back to thinking, those of us who had hope that we might do something worthwhile in India, that hope has quickly died, has been snuffed out painfully. I just don't think.
Yeah, well, that's the typical. I think that's typical of Test matches in India, right?
Wow.
False sense of hope, but eventually the spinners take the game away from you pretty quickly.
Yeah,
indeed. We have some ginger news. Pirate Badshas. It's only 10% of Ireland's population are redheads. And Leah says, shouldn't the Basques all be ginger if that Neanderthal theory was true? Basques claim to be descended from Neanderthals. I doubt that.
Leach, too flat. Horrible, fucking filthy delivery down the leg side. No run, though. Axel Patel can get about
fucking filthy. Yeah. Got the trifecta there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is it. You know, you're not going to win anything bowling like this. Worked off the hit by Axel Patel, square on the leg side, and there is no run. I don't know what England do.
Of ginger, or what? I assume he's ginger, but changing sports a little bit. Did I just read that Jurgen Klopp is about to finish up at Liverpool at the end of the season?
Oh God, I hope not. That better be a lie. Where the fuck did you read that? No.
BBC. The BBC. That was a link. Someone just shared a link through.
I think he's got a fair few years left on his contract.
Yes, he is. He's to leave as Liverpool boss at the end of the season.
Oh, fuck off, man. No, don't tell me that now. What the fucking hell?
He says he's running out of energy.
Defended in the offside and there's no run. Oh, that's a disaster.
He's been there for 8 years.
I know, but he's just built a successful side again, second time round. He's never done that before. What the fuck is he going to go and leave now for? What's he going to do? It's never going to be as good. Come on, he's got to beat Pep. Maybe he does get fed up with playing Pep and the money that he's up against. That's defended. He'll get a choice of any job he likes, to be fair. Defending the leg side and there's no run. He can go.
I was going to take a bloody long holiday.
Yeah, chasing the Arab money.
Well, exactly. Going to earn £1 million a week in Saudi Arabia. Mind it doesn't. It's not worked out for a fair few of them, has it? That's tossed up and clipped into the leg side. Can't be mid on. Joe Root's fielding. What is it? Benzema wants out. Henderson is out. I can understand Steven Gerrard wanting to stay because they're prepared to pay him loads of money as a shit manager. So he might as well take the cash. Leach over the wicket again. It's just too straight. It's clipped into the leg side. I mean, I don't know who this is getting out and how it's getting them out. But it's ended at 108th over. India are 405 for 7. We've only got 7 left. Say again.
Sorry, I was going to say the odd ball is the odd ball is staying low and doing something, but not enough to be worrying the batsman. At this
stage. Not when England are bowling, but I guarantee it will be when it's in the hands of Jadeja, Axar Patel, and Ravi Ashwin, who put revs on the ball.
Farong has some red-haired news for us. He says natural red-haired members of the Bangladesh Rickshaw Drivers Union, 0%. Fake red hair sprayed, 13%. Yes, and Klopp has announced his move from Liverpool to the ECB.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Rehan Ahmed is clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run. I mean, I don't understand why he would say that mid-season either. What's the fucking point in that?
He says he told them in November.
Right.
It's only just come out now.
That's depressing. That was a normal leg break. Skidded on a little bit to Jadeja, but he's managed to work it out to the leg side. Gets a single.
Australia's strategy of declaring 9 down, it hasn't paid off yet. West Indies are 9 for none after 5.5 overs.
And it must be the same as here then. There's just, 6 minutes left?
Yep. They dropped a Braithwaite off Stark last over.
Ooh, don't want to do that. Braithwaite can make you pay. Well, he might not make Australia pay, but he always makes England pay. Rehan Ahmed's ton is up as well. He's got 1 for 105. He's in of the leg break over the wicket to Axel Patel, who just defends it to short leg, and there is no run. So if you're picking England's team for the next one, which of the spinners do you get rid of, Hartley or Rehan Ahmed?
Gotta be Hartley, surely.
Well,
yeah, I'm with you. Punched out to cover, and there is no run. Fielded by Crawley.
I just feel like there's more upside with Rehan Ahmed than Hartley at this point.
Yeah, I agree, and I would probably bring. I think Ollie Robinson might be reasonably effective on this pitch. And that was a decent ball around Ahmed. Gave it a bit of air. Axel Patel drove it. It missed his stumps. It wasn't taken by the keeper. It could have had a chance at stumping. Maybe not. That foot didn't move that much. I thought he'd come down the trap, but he hadn't.
Logic says you take Hartley out, but the way they behaved, say with Crawley, in terms of investing in someone and keeping them there,
it doesn't
keep up.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. When it comes to spinners, Hartley doesn't look like someone you want to be really investing in. I've got to be honest.
No.
No. You know, it'll only ever come out of the cupboard when we need an extra spinner. I think you've got to find a genuine second one, and Rehan Ahmed seems to be that guy. Can play all formats. I'd never seen Hartley before in this series. Everyone was saying he was all right, but doesn't excite me.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost as if they had to just say we need more spinners in the squad just because we're playing in India. But the reality is, it's not about adding more spinners to the side. They need to be effective.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Todd Murphy did all right, didn't he, in India?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Gopala Krishna asked the question: who's going to be in the Indian team when Rohit and Veera are going for tests? Well, the Indian A side have done pretty well against England, and a couple of Centurions there yesterday. Who the hell were they though? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, when you get to the big boy game and you get right at the top of the game, Hartley is in, defended by Jadeja. There's no run.
Yeah, but Padikal and Safraz Khan are both big game players themselves. And they're proving themselves in any way they can. I think India will be very healthy.
I think they'll be reasonably healthy, yeah, but there'll be a period where they're a bit shaky, and you know, people have to establish themselves. You play reputation as well as the person at the other end, weirdly. And that was defended by Jadeja, and there's no run. And people without reputation, they have to assert themselves. That's a horrible ball, dragged down by Hartley. Of course, he's back in the attack. It's gone down to long on. There's no run. 1 run.
I was going to say most teams struggle with transition because they sort of probably hold on to the stars a bit too long, or they hold on themselves. And when they do retire, there usually is a bit of a gap. So I guess they just need to get that transition right. Have a mix of old and young.
Well, smeared, given a little bit of air by Hartley this time. Too full. Axel Patel just smashes it straight down the ground. 4 more.
Just four.
I agree with you, Kartik. I think England are going to be facing an Australian team that's going to be very shaky in batting when they come out here for the next Ashes, to be honest.
Why? Who's going to be... How old's Smith? He'll still be there, won't he? I mean, it's another 2 years.
Smith's losing it, I think. Labuschagne's certainly off form. Khawaja's very much getting on. I think they're going to be in a transition phase. They're going to find it really difficult.
Now, that's a big 6. You might well be in the game here, Messi Jez.
Whoa.
Suddenly, Axel Patel's gone mental.
This is good batting, you know, because it's the perfect time to turn the screw, isn't it?
Yeah.
What have we got? There'll be one more over after this.
Well, yeah.
I think one more over, yep.
That was a good
Unless
shot.
they can do a Jadeja style over and finish it in 15 seconds and then get the last one started right on 10:30.
That's a good point.
That's a big hit. 171 runs is the lead now. They've still got 3 wickets left. They've lost the ball, so you might not get another over.
Ball, yeah.
Oh, you useless fuckers.
And the man's just fallen over into the trench.
It's 298 runs so far. I need another 5 runs today.
Oh, 5. It's only 5. I think you'll be okay. If we can get it over it, I think you'll be alright. Depends on who's bowling there.
No, you've got 40 seconds to start the next over, and they still haven't got the ball back, mate.
There's still 1 ball to spare. Yeah, I reckon he might be done.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, they're not going to hit a
I see
5.
lots of big one over here.
171 run lead. That's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd have thought
More
so.
than enough.
I mean, at the best, England get a lead of 30. Oh well, it has come back. They might get another over in. That's Smith. Oh no, is that going to be 6 or 4? Is that? I couldn't see if that bounced before or after. 4. Ooh, messy Jez. You're
So
1 run
run
short.
off.
1 run short with 1 over to go.
Fucking tell me about it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think they're done.
No, it's done. The umpire's taking his
Fuck
thumbs
off.
off.
No.
Oh, messy.
Here we go. How many times have I been 1 run off?
Quite a few. Mind you, you were miles away before those last 2 balls.
Yeah.
You
So
were.
we've got a 93-pound pot going in tomorrow, so we'll end up with over 100 quid in the GPL pot tomorrow.
Yeah,
Exciting.
that we will. It could be a strange day as well, because England could get rolled. Might still be in a game at the end of the day. Entertaining day's cricket. England had a chance. They couldn't get wickets in clusters, but that's because their bowling's pretty shit, it has to be said. I don't think they've used the wicket well enough. I don't think they've bowled the right lengths. They've been inconsistent with lines and lengths. And when you're a spinner, that's your armoury, really. You've got to try and put pressure on the batsman. You can say that some of the batsmen went at them, but some of them just let them bowl at them, and they still couldn't create what I don't think they could get: the spin, the bite, turn, dip, or any of the stuff that the Indian bowlers get. But that's why they're, India are the best at their home territory. They get to plan it a lot. And they get a lot of practice, I guess. England spinners, apart from Jack Leach, don't really get enough time in the game. And this will be the series going forward. I think we'll be reasonably competitive with the Pan Bazball, but I just don't think we'll be able to get the wickets to be able to win a game. There you go. That's depressing. But hey ho, it'll be fun watching it, and all the same.
Leah's got the solution. She says, come on, go all in and drop wood for Bashir. Bairstow can trundle in to open the bowling with some pacey filth. Mock says England are well fucked, so are Messi's chances. Ombre Nuevo says, unlucky Messi, 1 run yet again. Oh well, there it is. It was good fun. That's the good thing about being in the GPL. It always in with a chance. So get in tomorrow. Join me in the enjoyment. Maybe we should open it overnight, Bear, so people can do it before going to bed.
That'll be fine. Well, most people who are with us in the morning, yeah, that's true. I don't know. I can't think about that now, Messi. I'm tired. It's the end of the day.
I think Australia have just got a wicket at the very close of play. There's a decision being reviewed, but it looks like he's got an edge. So, yes, 13 for 1, the West Indies at the close of play.
That will be the close of play. Any last thoughts before we head off, Kartik?
Look, it's yet another good day for the Indian team. Consolidated their lead, and I think both of you said they've got more than 20 runs, more than enough runs now to close this game out. I don't see this game finishing past the end of the day tomorrow at best. So hopefully they can just keep going until Jadeja, hopefully, without putting the mocker on him, gets a ton, and then they'll probably call it quits from there if they haven't been bowled out, and probably start to roll through.
I think they'll just bat as long as they can. If they can get 250 ahead, and it's only 75 runs to get to 250, these two could get them there before lunch, couldn't they? And then and then
you'll start to see India bowl after lunch.
Yeah, and then it'll be an innings defeat for England.
I've got no doubt that Root is the best England bowler of the day. The highlight of the day, I think, was Ashwin's run-up, which was just hilarious.
Yeah.
And India were just really solid against a very mediocre attack.
I mean, that's the
did
problem.
What they needed to do.
England have a very mediocre attack. They've got to rethink their bowling attack. I mean, don't think you need 4 spinners. 3 is enough.
I mean, is there any options though? Like, is there any other options?
Well, no, but I think
spin.
Well, there's Bashir. He'll be available for the next game, but I mean, he's untried as well. I've never seen him bowl. He's a right-arm spinner. I don't know if you want 2 right-arm spinners. I'm considering you got. Well, I was led to believe there's only 2 left-handers, but of course I forgot about Axel. So we've got 3 left-handers, 8 right-handers. You probably want more left-armers. Rehan Ahmed offers you both ways, so I would go Root as my 3rd spinner, Rehan Ahmed as my 2nd spinner. I keep Jack Leach. Jack Leach has been economical, at least. You know, Hartley is a bit licorice all sorts. He's got a couple of wickets by a couple of shit deliveries, basically. 2 shit takes, wickets, deliveries, half trackers. It should have been planted into the stands and instead got planted down Cow's throat. So, you know, it's not exactly great bowling. Sorry to say.
Yeah, I said, what about Jimmy?
Well, this is it. I maybe they take out Wood and you bring Jimmy and Ollie Robinson in as Ollie Robinson to replace Hartley and Jimmy to replace Woody. Rejig the side that way.
I mean, the swing bowling obviously up front, but then also great exponent of reverse swing, especially in India. So
as well, and he's fucking old. He's wily, you know what I mean? He's got cutters and all sorts of shit. So and Ollie Robinson, the height that he bowls from, if the wicket's off at inconsistent bounce, he's also got a cutter as well. I mean, they're not great pace, which doesn't help on slow wickets, but it might be a better solution. Anyway, that's it, guys. We're going to wrap up. I'm going to play the theme tune. I'm not in tomorrow. Tony's going to be opening up the show. I'm still probably going to have to get up at fucking 4 in the morning to get on TeamViewer to make sure that everything gets on air. But, you know, joy of joys. At least I can go back to bed straight away. So I probably won't see you for the rest of this until the next test, because don't think it will go till Sunday. And if it does, I'll be briefly in the morning, which will be annoying. But hey-ho. Good to see you, Kartik. Good to see you, Messi. If I don't see you before the next test, I'll see you then. All right.
Take care.
Bye.
Cheers.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sankara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham